of smartphones.
Okay.
Samsung at some point was manufacturing heavy industries, just like Mitsusashi was manufacturing Mitsubishi. Yeah. So they manufacture engines for maybe airplanes or ships and all of that. But 10 years down the line, maybe one of the sons of the founders at that time was a successor of the company and just decided, hey, we are going this line. Dangote was doing cement at some point, but today he's doing salt and he's doing Maggi, but it's still the same Dangote name, different other CBN listings on the stock exchange and all of that. But the family name Dangote still covers and the brand still has some weight. So that's why I just decided to go in line with my ancestors.
I love that. Now, speaking of Dangote, Elon Musk, and all these billionaires we have today, they once started like this. They were young innovators, people who thought outside the box, people who wanted to change the course of the world. And that's what we're having now with you, Mr. Bamiyo.
Amen. Amen.
So now, the Alugoke Accelerated Innovation. Now, you are a co-founder, meaning you have other people. So you guys came together, was it like a group? Are you guys like a group, or was it you and someone you came together and like, okay, let's start something?
Yeah, actually we are 3 in number for now.
Okay.
And the reason behind that is that Alugoke Nigeria Limited on its own has been registered. There is also Alugoke Engineering, Alugoke Nigeria Limited Engineering, that's for building information technology in Lagos, already running. But here in Abuja, where I happen to be based for now, when I wanted to go register that, because I'm more passionate about space technologies and artificial intelligence since 2019, and I've been doing some of those things on my own. But I approached NITDA. There is this UNDI. OFI is for National and Digital Innovation. Yeah, I know it's a department under NITDA. It's called UNDI, ONDI. The office is somewhere Wuye. Yeah, so I approached the agency. After listening to my business proposals and everything I've achieved, I was advised, because it's more of a mentorship and a coaching academy for NITDA to help startups in Nigeria. So after going through all of the processes, I was informed that if I need to position myself, this space and AI and all of this, in order to enjoy some benefits from the federal government, also to enjoy some funding from NIDA, and to be on this startup portfolio, database portfolio, so that I could be connected to other people that have something to do with NIDA and Nigeria technology landscape as a whole, I was advised to go in another direction. So registering these Alugoke Accelerated Innovations is more like a division of the original Alugoke Nigeria Limited, who has been registered for some other business sectors. But singling out this particular space project management or AI processing, whatever I want to do, in order to qualify for the mentorship and menteeship under NITDA, I had to go back to the drawing board and then position the organization in order for it to be tech enabled, and in order for it to be less than 3 years that it was registered, as at the time I approached UNDI. So from the guiding and counseling they gave me, I needed to re-strategize. So I needed to get partners who are specifically skilled in some areas that I will be offering business services. So the guy who is heading, the man who is heading my technical office, like the chief CTO, is a Kenyan man. Yeah.
Okay.
Nick, Priest Nick, is a specialist in GIS and remote sensing. I'm sure we are familiar with what that means, geographic information science. Yeah, so the mapping, the flood water monitoring and all of that. I have some ideas about that, but I'm too busy looking for money and deals. But the guy is a specialist in that. And there's also someone from Ghana who happens to be our partnership and brand manager. She has done a lot of things in space and she's passionate about that, and she didn't charge me much. So we are a team for Alugoke Accelerated Innovations. Yep.
All right, so Alugoke Accelerated Innovation.
Yeah.
What does it stand for? What do you really do?
We are project management firm.
Okay.
But we leverage space data for our project management. So what that means is that from the beginning, we can't even take a lot of project management. We are not into construction, but there are some new fields that relates to construction. For example, location intelligence, one of my core areas. Okay, let me talk about agriculture because I'm passionate about that. Imagine if you have 10,000 acres of farmland. It's a lot of work for physically going around to inspect your farm. So what people do now, I mean, what somebody in that shoe will do right now is to buy a drone, or probably partner with a drone company so they can pilot the drone using the cameras to pick information to know what they need. But that still require an experienced drone pilot and also a data analyst to bring up all of these information and portray it for data-driven insights. But in our case, we use satellites that are in space already. We all know from our usual Google Maps, the popular OpenStreetMap, where you can just go on Google and search an address, zoom, zoom, zoom. Even right now, this studio, we can zoom down from the Google camera and see the roof, or if we are standing in the bare space, we could see ourselves depending on the quality of the camera. Yeah, so what we do is to take on space project management at Alugoki Accelerated Innovations for location intelligence, for flood or water body monitoring, and also any kind of GIS, right, environmental modeling or road construction. These days, people have to use space data to plan for a road. There are some roads that was constructed 50 years ago. It's still intact. Meanwhile, some others are constructed few years down the line, but they need maintenance work. You find out people are abusing those contractors. They use substandard materials, blah, blah, blah. It might not be the case. Usually, there needed to be a soil test or to know the kind of soil that is under those lands. Because, for example, a water area might seem dry during the dry season. So if you award a contract and somebody just constructs a road on that, it would not be his fault if during the rainy seasons the roads keep cracking up. So what we do is, by the help of my organizations, my company's partnership with a whole lot of people all over the world, we have access to some space data that can be used to get location intelligence of wherever there needs to be an activity. It could be farm for agriculture, it could be a building. Buildings close to the airport need a different kind of structural integrity test because the aircraft flying above generates sounds and wave shocks, I mean vibrations from up where they are. So over time you could find out a building close to the airport can just collapse because of consistent flight of airplanes over. But with appropriate space technologies, we could even detect how long that building has to go down, or we could know exactly where is the weakest pillar or beam on the building, so you can just reinforce it. Goes for bridges, dams, and a whole lot of big projects. Most of those project managers use space data to know what to do and what not to do on where and where not to do stuffs. So that's kind of strange in Nigeria because most people do not think about that. Disaster recovery, now disaster mitigation, most people don't think about that. They just think of rescue people in problem, but they do not think about, let us build something that will not even put people in problem in the first place. So yeah, we are positioned as an innovation management company, but we like to do turnkey projects. That's why we just register as a project management firm. Turnkey project means we get the scope from the customer or the client, then we handle the project and just deliver the deliverables to the customer. So it's not there telling us how to do or how not to do, because oftentimes the clients that we get do not even know exactly what they want. I'll make an example of my most recent client. She wanted a website. I think she's a fashion designer. She has some branches scattered all over the city. So she just wanted a website to harness every outlet they have and all of the services that they could offer and all of that. So I sat her down and she was not even having any idea of what she wanted. But based on the trust of the person who referred me to her or her to me, whichever way, she believed that I could offer something that would make a business worthwhile. But while I was standing right in her front, I had no idea what she wanted, but I know she would pay me for whatever I would do. So that makes us, that positions us on the kind of responsibility platform, because we are here talking about all of this technology, AI, space tech, and people are blown away and they don't even know what exactly we are talking about as like at the breaking down level. They have no idea, but they don't have to go through space tech, but eventually space tech has this sustainability concept from the very beginning, because even if you're looking at somebody from 3-story building, you can see the person you are looking at and any danger coming closer. Yeah, so that's the idea of the space cameras. There are cameras in space that we can get data from. Yeah, so we use this data to plan ahead while studying what has happened in the past.
Seems like a big project here.
I'm trying not to sound
I'm
technical.
amazed.
I'm trying not to sound technical.
Yeah, okay, so behind the scene, you told me that one of the biggest challenge you've encountered is keeping your mouth shut. Can you explain that to our viewers?
Okay, yeah. For a young man who is inexposed and who has a lot of enthusiasm, a friend of mine, Abubakar, always advises me to think more than I talk.
Oh, that's an interesting angle to it.
Yeah, it goes both ways. But for technology, it's a very fast something that I don't even know what to call it. That's why I say something. Let me make an example. I could be in a public transport, what we call taxi, and I'm receiving a call, and I'm like, "Oh, my friend, have you signed up for okay, Pi? Yeah, Pi is this cryptocurrency that is currently trending." And I'm talking to a friend in the public transport. "Hey, bro, download that Pi app. Don't worry. Before next week, you will get $20 and all of that." I'm just talking to my friend on the call in a taxi. Another person who doesn't know me, who is seated at the back seat, could be there downloading that Pi right away. And my friend that I'm talking to, if he doesn't take action on time, could even lose that. So you see the technology world that we are now. You could mean no harm. What you say could step on somebody's toes. You could mean all the best, but end up getting the worst for the person you intended it with. So oftentimes saying a lot of things can make you lose money or can just waste a lot of potentials. Yeah. You could say the right thing to the wrong person. I could be a graphics designer, and I'm just having these great ideas in my head of how I want to make a motion picture. There's this picture that is different from a JPEG, like a GIF. Yeah, it moves like 3 seconds movement. Yeah, maybe I'm thinking and cracking my head with all of the softwares I have, trying to make a motion picture. And I just jump on a WhatsApp group or a Telegram group, and I'm talking about my challenges, and I can't do this, I can't do that, and if I can do this, probably the company will pay me 20,000 for doing this motion picture. Somebody else on the group who's just scrolling by might not really be a graphic designer. He could be a JavaScript designer, and it could be like, wow, I know I could just do these things with some line of code in JavaScript, or I could just do this with just HTML. And if I had talked too much by saying where I got the job, somebody else could just go there, submit that job.
Well, to our amazing viewers, you've heard it from Mr. Bamiyo. Like he said, think more than you talk, right?
Yep.
So you don't find yourself sharing too many information that might just cost you a lot. So we talked about a lot of things, but let's talk about what I feel like is the most important: how you manage disappointment. I'm sure you've had people tell you, "Oh no," you've had people, even friends, even family. There are times we have ideas, right, and we share with the wrong people, and they're like, "Just go and get a job, please. Go and get a job." What are you saying? Go and get, and the idea to them, it seemed like an impossible thing to do. How have you been able to overcome all of that?
I would say I'm still trying to overcome that, because not as if these circumstances you described have stopped. They are also everywhere. But the greatest challenge or setback I can recall right now is from family. Yeah, but it's no hard feelings. I had just finished NYSC. I happened to have gotten some money from my PPA, apart from the money NYC was paying us. So I was being paid salary at my place of primary assignment. So I saved up all of that for the 1 year, and I had that money, and I wanted to do something. So I called my sister. As at that time, she's not in the country. So I was like, okay, let's do this thing, jackpot, and all of those right there. And that was just
the Nigerian dream.
Yeah. So I think that took a lot of energy away from my passion, away from my innovation, and I still regret sometimes that I should have not channeled so much energy on trying to leave the country, because there is so much to do here. Even after you go, you realize that, and a lot of guys that go start up or register a company that is still doing something for Africa. And but I would say my greatest setback was when I tried to leave my business. I wouldn't say leave the country. When I tried to leave my business, because after NYC, I was already doing fine, seeing close to 200,000 naira as at 2020 from my shop. Just a shop. I had people selling stuff there. Sometimes people bring goods.
Okay, so sorry to cut you short. So I understand better. You had all of these ideas and this business idea, but then you still had a business.
No, I had business going on.
Already going on.
Yeah.
With all of these
during
ideas still
NYC.
in place.
Yeah,
okay.
I'm talking of like 5 years ago.
Okay.
Yeah, but because I was so promising, or let me just use a normal term, because I was so active in trying to succeed in my business, a family member who happens to be older than me and has seen life and has traveled a lot of places believed that I shouldn't waste my energy doing that. Instead, I should go for a master's or probably whatever outside of the country. So coming from somebody who has done that, it was really encouraging. So from that moment I received that call, I remember I sent money, documents, international passport. Then I didn't even have one, but I was just carried away with trying to leave the country, so I channeled a lot of energy into that. Even most of the money that I realized profits as at that time was channeled into trying to escape this matrix that we call Nigeria and all of that. Yeah, but it really turned around to bite me in very, very not nice way. But I had to drop all of my business and come to Abuja to beg and look for a job. Started with 80,000 naira job, then 100,000 naira job, then left the company to another company before I eventually got the US guys that came to me based on referral. But I just kind of believe, even though everything is coming from God, but I kind of believe that if I hadn't lost so much energy and funds as at that time, I might have transitioned better into Abuja, or probably hand over the business there in Zamfara where I did my NYC to someone before coming. But it really crumbled my world before I now had to come and start picking up myself back here in Abuja with a salary job. I mean, I've never done a salary job ever since. I never thought of it, but here I am. I needed cash and I needed to get something going.
So your business was in Zamfara before you moved to Abuja? Yeah,
as a couple. I grew up in Lagos. I was in Lagos. I was posted to Zamfara for my NYSC. I couldn't redeploy even though I tried. So during that 1 year, I had to start up a business because it's in me. I just thought about it.
So what business was that?
A friend of mine, his dad has a filling station and they no longer use the property. So there was a shop kind of in a popular part of town. There was like a building that was converted into a shop. So we just wrote our names and the business name on it: agricultural processing, produce store. Yeah, agricultural produce store. Yeah, it still has my name on it. So my friend and I would follow his dad's trucks, who goes to Lagos to buy the petrol and diesel. So we join them in the trucks. We go there. We'll go to my hometown somewhere in Kogi State, get goods from people in Ekiti and nearby. So we'll bring like 20, 30, 40 bags of gari, elubo, whatever agricultural produce, plantain, palm oil I could lay my hands on. So we moved it without the transport fare because my friend's dad has drivers that are going to get their products. So, they just load our products on their truck and then bring it to us in our store. We could sell 100 naira less than the market price. Moreover, it was Southwest product, different from northern product. So if you see the quality of product, people appreciated that more. Moreover, it was being run by coppers. So it was really I was like a celebrity then.
You obviously were. All right, you talked about Japa. It seemed like that's the average Nigerian dream, to run, go to a foreign land, maybe because the system works better there. But for those who chose to stay, taking us to the next question, the challenges that comes with being a young, aspiring entrepreneur, right? Let me put it that way. Now, what are the major challenges you've encountered since you decided to do something great for yourself and to change the world at large?
Okay.
The challenges, like, it can be financial challenges. But what do you think? Let's equate it. Let's talk about Africa, Nigeria as a whole. What are challenges young entrepreneurs encounter that make some people just, what, is it worth it? Can I do this? Can I really do this?
Okay, yeah. I understand your question, but I still do not understand the reason behind why people think they need to change a physical location to impact the world.
Okay.
I mean, my Gary shop in 2020 was a big deal to people who are my age. I mean, there are people bigger than me as at that time, but they weren't making waves in that town because they're not the copper that came from Lagos, and all of those advantages was my selling point then. But now, if I'm talking to you in 2020 and I say I want to change the world just by running a garage shop or a factory, no, it's not feasible.
True.
But what I would say is how I'm better positioned today as a space technologist, because I work with Space Generation Advisory Council. That's more like a division of United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs. Deals with data, remote sensing, and a whole lot of scientific research. I think on my group, we're only 2 Nigerians out of like 12. Others are Indians, Singapore, and all of those guys are passionate. Their country makes them love astronomy and space and all of that. Yeah, but for me today, having a project management company, Alugoke Accelerated Innovations, I don't think I need to be anywhere to make my money. I mean, today, positioned as a global entrepreneur, I do not need to be physical. I could be in my village for what is what. My product is online. The internet is what I need to do. Just get my product onto the internet.
Okay.
So if we take a look at it, I could rent a shop in Abuja central area for ₦1 million. I mean, I rent somewhere in the plaza and I'm doing my digital solutions. We make a lot of things that people pay for. It doesn't have to be the big ideas. We could just make a map. I remember I did a map for digital challenge, something Africa, recently. I didn't check my email. We had to get the data of all of the health centers in Abuja city. Then we made a map, like it's an online map. You go to the map, for example, if I name it Idea TV, www.ideatv.com. When you get to that homepage, it shows you like a map of Nigeria. Okay. So, but you don't see states, you don't see Abuja, Kaduna, you only see hospitals by local government in FCT. So you see Buhari, you see Kuje, you see Amak. So if you click on Amak, for example, you do not see AYA, you do not see Gwarimpa, you don't see all of those places. You only see health centers. So if I'm a stranger or I'm an immigrant, I just got to Nigeria and I just have a heart challenge. Oh no, heart is too serious. Yeah. Just a little medical challenge, and I have nobody. My driver doesn't even speak English. Maybe I'm from Cameroon on a UN mission and all that. I could just go to that website and search for the health center that I need to go to. It will show me the map directions and I could drive there.
All right, sorry to cut you short. I want to understand better the challenges that comes with starting that business.
Exactly.
That comes with having an idea alone. Just being able to dream, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Then putting those dreams into reality. I'm sure when Elon Musk started, it looked like an impossible thing to do. But today we see him doing great things and all. I want to know the major challenge. Would you say money, not having enough money to fund it was a challenge? No. I want to know the challenges you've encountered.
Yeah, personally, that's why I'm telling you this story. It sounds like a story because I'm saying now after overcoming this challenge. What I'm saying basically is the positioning. Okay. Before I answered your question, I said I wouldn't be approaching a global entrepreneurial landscape with a gari or agricultural producing product. I'm approaching the global landscape now as a digital solution. I can offer solutions that people can access on the internet. Okay. So when I create a map for health centers, or if I create, like we have, my company just released a map, like a picture, we have a map of the farming seasons in Nigeria from NIMET, Nigeria Meteorological Agency. They released some data, but we collated this data and made it into a map. Okay. So on our website, you can just access this map. It tells you when to plant and what to plant. For example, the rainfall has been delayed by some weeks. So farmers in Niger State need to start planting from May and not April as before. So the major challenge is not even the money. The major challenge is positioning yourself to something that people can run helter-skelter to access.
Now, the reason I ask that because I've spoken to young entrepreneurs, and most time you hear them say, oh, one of the challenges we have in this part of the world is not having enough income to start.
Wow. Well,
so it makes me wonder, okay, so money is like the #1 factor you start thinking when you want to go into, when you want to really put your dreams in, make your dreams become reality. So I want to know.
I disagree with that.
All right.
Although I can say money is #2. But yeah, the positioning is #1.
Okay.
Yeah. You are a lady, for example, there's some kind of things that will sell to you by default. Even if your husband doesn't like it, your dad doesn't like it. So if I bring those products to where I can meet you, even if I borrowed transport fare to get there, I know that women pass through this location and this Brazilian hair in my hand is original. I mean, even if I stand at the door of ShopRite, it's still going to sell.
All right.
So yeah, positioning. I'm only talking as regards global entrepreneurship, not some local. In some local businesses, you have to open a shop. But I, as a global entrepreneur, I would rather not pay shop rent.
Okay.
I would rather host my services on a website, because I know people from all over the world can reach that website simultaneously. 10 people can be checking the website right now while I'm here. 20 people could have made an order on my website. 30 people could be, asking me questions on my LinkedIn. So I could be online doing well, but physically I don't even have an office. But that's what 2025 does. 5 years ago, you might need an office for people to come there and talk to you. But in 2025, they could just reach you on a video call. So positioning yourself, in my opinion, when it comes to technology, is more important than finance. I could even go to the bank to borrow money if my idea is sure. Like, I can do this. Borrow me 20 million.
Okay, I love that. I love your I love everything you're saying.
Yeah.
I love how confident you are about your business. And speaking of LinkedIn, I hope for our viewers watching this, you have a question, you want to share your insights and your challenges or everything you're experiencing right now, you can send us a message across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. All right. How do you handle failure?
I still don't know how to handle failure, but I would say I have a support system that happens to be family.
Very important.
And after family, should I say religion or should I just say religious people? Yeah. Okay. I'm not the best religious person in my house or among my friends, but I have people who hold me extra accountable. They are religious people. Yeah, those are the kind of people that will feel bad that I didn't come to church on Sunday. Okay. So I have to lie to them that I was on a trip or yeah. But they are people who are in high positions of authority in their individual religious establishments, Christian and Muslims, or even traditional worshippers.
All right, that's fine. Yeah. That's fine.
So support system helps me to.
Okay, let me ask you a question outside the box, right? You're offered $30 million to sell your idea. Will you take it? Like, dash me your idea and go and do something. Just go and enjoy your money.
Okay,
Will you take it?
Have I already said this business idea, or the person who is offering me this money doesn't know what the idea is?
You've already like sold yourself to let's say I am Elon Musk. You just sold yourself to me, and I'm like, I see potential, and in my head I'm thinking, let me take this guy's idea, like turn it into something for myself. And I'm like, you know what, let me pay you 30 million for your idea. Will you take it? Yes or no? I want a straight answer.
No, I won't.
Be honest.
Yeah, the money.
So let me put the cards out there. You're Nigerian, you know the state of the economy. $30 million can change your life forever. You can decide not to work ever again and still be comfortable staying in Nigeria. You can even go for holidays with $30 million. So are you genuinely, are you honestly telling me that you will not take the money?
I wouldn't. Especially, I'm more convinced now because I heard what you just said to the viewers, that take $30 million, you don't have to work again. I mean, that's my greatest fear. How will I not work? I have 24 hours every day. I mean, if I have all of the money, I still want to wake up to do something. Like, I wouldn't feel normal if I don't have what is making me...
I'll throw this question out to our viewers. Would you take $30 million and sell your ideas? Let's know.
But I think the person offering the 30 million should be close by, so I would know you are really...
So because you don't see the money.
But I wouldn't really sell any idea that worth 30 million without being tangible yet. If an investor is willing to pay me $30 million without being tangible, I will turn that down. And I'll make it 20% tangible, then increase the stakes to about $200 million. That sounds smart.
All right, you've heard it from Bamiyo that he's going to reject $30 million because he believes in his idea. Now, you talked about harnessing space technology via AI for Earth applications. Now, it takes me to my next question. How has technology, helped, and how has it helped? Just tell me, just run me through how technology has made things so easy for people and, easy access. You think technology has made it easy for people to
Yep. That's my selling point, right from when I was a kid till university till right now.
Yeah.
If I can tell you something you've never had before, it gives me an edge, it gives me dignity, and it gives me respect. I know a friend, Shola Amuso. He has a startup. He's based in the US now, but he was my senior colleague in school. He drives a Tesla here on the streets of Abuja. But in as much as all of these frenzy about electric cars and all of that, I mean, my egbon will be Yoruba bros, don't they drive Tesla? I mean, I feel technology is everything I need to do, because I cannot imagine how the bros from Ekiti or Oshun should order a Tesla that was manufactured less than 3 years ago, have it delivered to Abuja, and he's driving around and he's interacting with his vehicle. They are discussing the weather. You know, your car can tell you it's hot, the AC, and all of that. I mean, I feel technology gave him that access. There is no how you work for 35 years with your pension in this country and you can even afford a brand new Mercedes Benz, man. It won't work. So technology, I've seen it. It has made people millionaires. It has given people flight tickets to go on symposium. Last year, November, at the 8th African Workshop for Space Generation Advisory Council at Nishcomsat.
Yeah.
I met a guy who was still in his undergraduate who flew in from Ethiopia. People came in from all over the country, the continent, just to attend the workshop. And I did here for Abuja. I see, now this program, come for, it's technology just makes everything worth it to me now.
Research and whatnot. We've got you covered. If you've got thoughts, questions, opinions, we have all the answers for you. You can follow us up on. You can follow us up online at Idea Television, and yes, of course, via email at ideatelevisionlimited@gmail.com.
All right. Good to hear from you. We came here to, read your messages, read your opinion, read those things that you want us to do or improve on. So let's just head right into the news story. What's before me is federal government begins reconstruction of collapsed Kefi flyover, pushes ahead with trillions in road projects. The federal government has commenced reconstruction of the collapsed Kefi flyover in Nasarawa State as part of a broader effort to accelerate key infrastructure development across Nigeria. Minister of Works Dave Umahi disclosed this following Thursday's Federal Executive Council FEC meeting, which was chaired by President Bola Tinubu, describing the July 4th collapse of the Kefi flyover as very unfortunate. Umahi confirmed that the families of the 3 victims who died in the incident have been compensated and reconstruction is now underway. He explained that one side of the flyover has been shut for urgent repairs based on structural assessment to avert further danger. The Kefi flyover is a critical connection between Abuja, Nasarawa, and other parts of Nigeria's northern central region. Minister of Works further revealed that the FEC approved funding and scope adjustment for several major road and bridge projects nationwide, many of which exceed 10 billion naira. In 2023 alone, the ministry completed 360 road rehabilitation projects and inspection exercises are ongoing in all 6 geopolitical zones. To improve transparency and oversight, state engineering chambers will now
be involved in monitoring federal road projects within their respective states. Among the projects receiving significant attention are Abuja Road Lot 1, which covers 118 kilometers at a cost of 275 billion naira, with 30% of the work completed. Abuja Road Lot 2 spans 164 kilometers and is estimated to cost 502 billion naira, with 150 billion naira already released for 6 key sections. The Enugu-Onitsha Road, covering 72 kilometers, is valued at 150 billion naira, of which 45 billion naira has been disbursed. Work on the Abuja-Kano Road is ongoing, with 220 billion naira being allocated and 30% of the funding already utilized. The Bauchi-Jigawa sections of the highway are fully funded. Construction is also progressing on the Dembe-Brass Road, with 30% of the 156 billion naira cost already released. The 35-kilometer Port Harcourt-Bodo-Boni Road is nearing completion at a cost of 200 billion naira. The Benin-Ifon-Akure Road, spanning 108.4 kilometers, has received 30% disbursement as well, with the Akure-Ado-Ekiti Road, which covers 256 kilometers, being executed at a cost of 761 billion naira, with a similar funding release rate. Newly approved or revised projects include the Bunuma Road in Borno and Adamawa State, which has been revised from 15.4 billion naira to 61.76 billion naira. The Maraba Kefi Road in Nasarawa, undergoing dualization with over 43.6 kilometers, is now valued at 76 billion naira. The list is going on, and I must take a pause here. You're just hearing billions and billions of naira, trillions and billions of naira, and with a completion span of 30%. I don't know if it's a round figure thing we are doing 30%. But anyway, we can all see that Dave Umar is working. We can see that the Minister of Works is working, especially after the incident at the Nasarawa flyover, the collapse, which caused at least 3 lives to be lost. It was very brutal, and sometimes I hate to say that I don't like us to hold on until something bad happens for us to know the right thing, because people started raising alarm over that flyover for a while, and it was as though the government wasn't listening until calamity before people. So we do not always have to wait for those kind of things to happen. But be that as it may, families are being compensated and more works are ongoing. You can see that the works are being spread across the different geopolitical zones in Nigeria. So there's a lot already being ongoing, and I'm hoping that this doesn't just end at the 30% work rate. Let it go beyond that. We want to see 100/10%. This money being released, our taxpayers' monies are part of it. So Nigerians and the citizens of this country will be looking forward to see that the work goes on as said. It doesn't just end on paper. We do not want to see 45% completed next time we come here to talk about, to review the work being done. But I'm hoping that it doesn't end that way. So looking forward to see what the Minister of Works and his team are going to do. But one thing I must mention is the fact that they are now domesticating the federal works. So at the state level, you can now monitor what's being done. Because, sometimes people just say it's federal work, so it doesn't concern the state. But now they're getting the state involved in the work, which is a good thing to do. So let's look forward to see how speedy the work can get.
Okay, very important that you're involving the states this time around, because I'm just hearing trillions and billions committed to just road projects. And I think that if we can commit trillions and billions of naira, which in some years is not the budget of even the educational sector and even the health sector, then we must call for accountability at this point in time. We must call for transparency, because, this bad construction only shows that development without integrity, as I see here, is unsustainable. So we need to do better with these. We need to do better with our constructions. We need to do better. If we can commit, and I'm repeating again, if we can commit such huge amounts of money for, I don't want to say just road projects, then we should be able to follow up. We should be able to monitor, and ensure that there is standard delivery in such projects. So I just want us to having a better Nigeria is even having good infrastructure. So I just hope they do better flyovers. next time. And even I heard they are also constructing one, I think Abuja, Kaduna also.
Yeah.
So I just hope we put more, not just more money, but we put more into evaluating all of these things, checking that they are standard delivery and, there are no lapses again. So let's move on to the next news. Navy destroys 10 illegal refineries, seizes over 27,000 liters of stolen products in Niger Delta. In a major crackdown on oil theft and illegal refining, operatives of the Nigerian Navy attached to Forward Operating Base (FOB) Escravos have dismantled 10 illegal refining sites across creeks in the Niger Delta. The operation, part of Operation Delta Sanity 2, was aimed at curbing economic sabotage and increasing Nigeria's daily crude oil output. Speaking in Warri, Delta State, the commanding officer of FOB Escravos Navy, Captain Ikena Okoloago, described the effort as a strategic move guided by intelligence and the directives of the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Emmanuel Gala. The dismantling of the sites led to the seizure of approximately 20,950 liters of stolen crude oil and 6,395 liters of illegally refined automotive gas oil. The products were hidden in 92 dugout pits, 60 polythene sacks, and 2 locally fabricated ovens. Key operations included July 1st, 3 sites at Obodo, Omadino, Warri South, West Local Government Area, with 7,200 liters of crude and 1,575 liters of refined agro. July 12 and 19, 2 sites at Otegele. So let's just round this up. We know that this has carried on for a long time now, and this is not even to say that the Nigerian Navy isn't doing their best or they are not capable of bringing these people into justice. But what we see here is an institutionalized problem through local community, through some underground bodies, through weak enforcement, and I think even the states as well. There has been silence in this area for a long time because each and every day on the news we see these problems. We see oil theft, we see illegal refining and what's not. Even some of the black markets and all of those stuff being sold, petrol being sold to us are from some of these places, because where else will they get oil to come by the roadside and sell to people? So I think we need to do better with bringing such acts into justice rather. And what the Navy has done is commendable, but they have to put in more tactic. They have to be more strategic with this. We need a deeper community. Our community must be seriously involved. We need to integrate sort of like a framework for the community, let them understand this. We need to put in place task forces. We need to put in place intelligence operators, and just ensure that everybody understands that this is well, how should I put it? This is affecting our economy in a bad way.
I like that you've put it that everybody must now be aware that whatever you do that's illegal around the refineries affects the economy. That means it affects you and I. It may not affect you directly, but somehow it comes back around to affect you. But I must also emphasize that tax force thing, I'm nudging to it. It has to stand. That's why I think I'm somebody who always advocates for community policing. Make the people in the community become their own security chiefs, security guards, and you'd realize that some of this criminality will reduce drastically. So I'm nudging to us having task force around refineries to curb illegal refineries. Some of these people will tell you that they are going into this because they do not have jobs. So what? Exactly. So anybody who is able to refine something illegally has a skill. Why don't we capitalize on those skills and train them and see what becomes of them in the bigger world? How can we utilize those skills that they have, those talents? You'll be amazed how, with little or nothing, they're refining oil They're refining things and able to push them across. That's intelligence. That's being very smart. That's thinking on the spot. And it's what a lot of people have to spend the millions of naira to go and learn. But the local guys, they have this knowledge in their head and looking for how to explore. So why don't we tap into that potential and expand the scope of things around the refinery? We cannot just push them away. I think it's enough of arresting and locking people up and just keeping them to languish away. That's whole talent we are wasting away. So let us do well to bring them in, train them if we must train them. A lot of them need to be empowered.
True.
Many of the people who go into oil bunkering are jobless people who are looking for means to survive.
Exactly.
So if they're empowered, I'm not saying it will end the whole oil bunkering thing, but to a level, it will bring it down, at least to a minimum. It will bring it down. Because you can even see women are involved. You see young teenagers are involved. So when we say oil bunkering, a lot of people just think it's men. It's not just men who are involved. Women are involved, children. Young children, you see a child who is 9, 10 already understands what to do around bunkering.
Wants to survive.
Because the only thing in the head is how to survive. It's survival. So they're not thinking, oh, how does this affect me? They don't even think about how it affects their health. Because if there's any, I'm not sure anybody will willingly see that and walk into it. If you, as long as you have your sense intact. So you see, we have a lot to do around awareness, around sensitization, around empowerment. And I'm hoping that the government of Delta State will see this as an opportunity to expand the empowerment scheme already happening in the state. So let's move on to the last story now. Stakeholders urge full port automation to end cargo delays and boost trade. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, LCCI, has called for urgent reforms in Nigeria's maritime sector, demanding full automation of cargo clearance processes and redeployment of digital scanners at major ports to address chronic inefficiencies. In a recent statement, LTCI President Gabriel Idahosa criticized the slow pace of Nigeria's port operations compared to regional counterparts such as Ghana and South Africa. He noted that the average cargo dwell time at Apapa, Lagos stands at 26 days, far longer than 5 to 7 days observed at other West African ports. He warned that these systemic challenges were eroding Nigeria's competitiveness, citing reports that global shipping lines are diverting cargo to neighboring countries due to delays and unpredictability at Nigerian ports. Idahosa emphasized that a swift implementation of the long-delayed National Single Window NSW project is essential. Reports indicate that the U.S. Coast Guard and Russian export stakeholders are increasingly turning to Togo's Lomé port, citing better clearance efficiency, lower costs, and fewer bureaucratic hurdles. The LCCI also criticized the Nigeria's port authorities' recent 15% tariff increase, warning that the hike imposes further burdens on freight operators already struggling with inflation and exchange rate volatility. He also highlighted the delays caused by excessive customs queries on imported goods, which not only slow down clearance, but in some cases open the door for abuse. The Chamber has now called for deeper collaboration with customs to streamline procedures and eliminate arbitrary bottlenecks. Despite the challenges, the LCCI acknowledged some positive development in the logistics ecosystem. Idahosa also commended the Nigerian Railway Corporation for expanding cargo transport by rail from Apapa to Lagos and Ibadan, describing it as a vital step away from road dependence. Meanwhile, other stakeholders, including the Importers Association of Nigeria, IMAN, echoed the call for reforms. Stakeholders are continuing to urge collaboration among the Nigeria Customs Service, the Federal Ministry of Transportation, and other key agencies to fast-track reforms and reposition Nigeria's port for global competitiveness. Is it not frustrating to still read that we still have ports not cleared for, cargoes not cleared for, at 26 days at least, when our counterparts are talking 5-7 days? You can imagine how business can get slow and how business can get fast. And sometimes you see that we are the cause of our problems. Why? We are saying how, sometimes I'm very proud of the achievements of Nigeria, and then sometimes you read some news stories and they just kill your spirit again. We have imports. We push for imports to come in. We have businesses coming in that should boom and expand our economy. And then we have these things truncated because of arbitrary authorities. We have these things, you know, truncated by bottlenecks and a whole lot of things. Why are we not moving with the time? The world has gone digital. Other ports that are doing their clearance faster are adopting a faster means, which is a digitalized means of clearance. Why are we still doing manual in 2025? Why are we still slowing things down? You can see the frustration in Mr. Dausa's voice, because that is money going into other countries. Money that should have come here is being diverted to other places. And that is how we do until we shut the doors and we are wondering why is the economy dwindling. It is things like this. It's high time we moved away from, you know, just saying to doing. Practically, let us fix the thing. What are those things that we need to do? What training do the people at the customs office need to go in? What collaboration does the Ministry of Transportation and the customs service need to go into to ensure that all of these things can be sorted once and for all? Because it's not a good look for Nigeria at all, if you ask me. What policies do we need? What kind of things do we need to do? And the truth is, it's not as if we don't know these things. It's really just to push them up to get them done. We are all using our smartphone. We see how we order things and then they arrive in no time. So why are we not doing all of that? He's also complaining about the plenty. If you know anybody who does importation business, or if they tell you the stress they go through to clear their goods, you realize that you must be very dogged and very strong-willed to still import things into Nigeria.
Yeah. So it is very, very sad. We have to complain about different sectors in our country. It's very, very sad that our ports are broken, and we are not talking about, maybe some heavy equipment spoiled the ground, spoiled some, some equipments are not working. We need to fix new ones and all of that. It's very sad that these ports are broken because of corrupt systems, because of bribery, because of, our scanners are not working. We are not, because of inefficiencies from the custom. It's really sad. It saddens me too much, if I must put it that way. And we have to even rely on other shipping lines, like even neighboring countries like Togo, for us to ship our vessels and ship goods. It's really sad because Nigeria is one of the biggest and largest has the biggest and largest economy in West Africa. But we have to suffer all this just because of our system is poor, because of our system is broken, because of negligence in some of these little things we can, solve from our end. And I just it's not like Nigerians are exhausted of, or Nigerians are anti progress, but we are exhausted of promises. We want things to work. That's why sometimes when we see news like this, just take a deep sigh and you don't even know what to say. We just want progress in our country. There is way to go. We are in a digitalized world. We can automate everything. We can do digital tracking to clear goods. We can, there has been promises of automation for a long time, but we didn't see it happen because there are people there who are stifling this progress. There are people there who will not rest because they want to gain, because of they are seeking, rent, they are seeking money, they are seeking something from people. I think the major problem here is this inefficiency in people that work in this sector, in this called middlemen. There is a serious problem there. Everybody just wants to, gain something, earn something at the detriment of others. But the way forward is what we always like to look at, what we always like to call for. If we can do, we always advocate for private public partnerships. If that is what will help us incentivize this sector, then we should do it. Technology is there. We cannot turn away from it. Like Chinasu, we always say it has come to stay. We must see how we can use it to, find solutions to our problems. the government must. It's high time they call the custom service restore enforcement wherever there are poor or weak laws or policy that needs to be reworked on, that needs to be, re-strategized. They should do it. It is the right time to do it, or else we'll keep losing out. We'll keep our economic, like China to say, will keep on dwindling. So it's high time that we looked into this, and we are talking about global relevance here. We know what some of these things can do for us. Some of these rail lines, some of these vessel lines rather, are what links us with the global world. So I think we should do better with it. And yes, it's kudos to even the railway cargo system. It's working, but at the end of the day, we do not just need one. Even if what the business people have been, they are happy that it has reduced the cost of them transporting goods from by as high as 60%, and that's a good one. But we don't just need to rely on one railway system. We need more railway cargo system. Yes.
All right, you heard from Cynthia. We do not just need to rely on one transport system. We need multiple. We need diverse so that we can have alternatives at any point in time. That's what business does. Business thrives on variety. But we have to wrap up now on the news by bringing you up to speed with the headlines we brought your way. And the first is, federal government begins reconstruction of collapsed Kefi flyover and pushes ahead with trillions in road projects.
A Navy destroys 10 illegal refineries, seizes over 27,000 liters of stolen products in Niger Delta.
And finally, stakeholders urge full support automation to end cargo delays and boost trade. That's how we call it a wrap on the news segment. Stay with us as we bring you the discussion segment. Don't go anywhere. Still Idea Morning Digest.
And welcome to Science on the Streets, the show where we explore science, technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship in everyday life right here on the streets. I'm your host, Cynthia Bassi, and today we will be talking about something that is helping power cars, buses, and even some homes in an eco-friendlier way, and changing the way we think about energy in Nigeria. So today I am live at Airport Road, Abuja, at NIPCO filling station to talk to people about what they know about CNG. What is it about? Why is it such a big deal? Let's go on the streets and talk to people about what they know about CNG.
Compressed natural gas. But what is it really? How is it different from petrol? Why are people saying it's cheaper and cleaner? Let's explore all that through a simple but powerful experiment anyone can understand. Let's imagine each of these balloons. contains the type of gas used in engines. CNG is mostly made of methane gas, a clean, light fuel that burns efficiently. Petrol, on the other hand, contains heavier hydrocarbons. It's more volatile, produces more smoke, and burns hotter. To demonstrate, we'll simulate gas creation using something many of you already have at home: baking soda and vinegar. The reaction creates carbon dioxide gas, which we'll use to inflate our balloons. It's not exactly CNG or petrol gas, but for visual learning, it helps us understand how gases behave. Watch this. When we mix baking soda with vinegar, it fizzes up and produces gas, just like fuel releases energy in an engine. Let's see it in action. Boom! That's pressure. In real engine,
Change is a good idea for this country, but only the challenge where we get is the things not available as we suppose. Because if we get a standard one like this NIPCO, GOSA, like 2 or 3 places in Abuja, so we don't have any problem for CNG. It's a good to be used, so very relief for everybody, and if you are using it, we are enjoying it. So, but the challenge where we get as at now, the where they are selling it is not much. It's no more plenty as we supposed to be.
Yes, now feel like the buy. I don't, because I see long queue for the CNG and the thing is not available. Why government are not making it available to us? Even our garage now, some of us will give us, but to go and queue get it is getting a problem.
A friend that has a CNG car, I've been using the car before. quite alright. It's a very right decision because of the climate weather. Yes, I support that. The outcome. Yeah.
Because this CNG stuff now, we see a lot of people queue for it. It means they don't have availability. The availability of their station not really much. So unlike fuel, it's true you actually get fuel and it's expensive, especially with our current economy. But getting this CNG stuff now, sometimes I see when I pass, sometimes I see cars queued and people will tell you, my car has been here for 2 days, for 3 days, you get. So if you ask me, I think the fuel stuff is still okay. I don't know, but my husband has another view of it. But me, I feel the fuel stuff is still okay.
The government has to make it affordable for us to do the CNG and everything. Or if the government can help us do it on our cars so that it will be easier. So that we know we are just buying. And for the fact that it doesn't even last long, I think it takes only a day for those who work throughout the day. That's I think about 3.5 they said full the gas tank or cylinder also. So I think that won't be enough for someone to use for a week. At least something for a week. You can just fill your tank and use it for a week without going into a fuel station. That's for cars like this that doesn't consume. So why should I be stressing myself following all this queue? Just like that is actually stressful for me.
Okay, so if it is made widely available,
I
is this
think
something you can help on?
if the price should come down for the CNG, maybe.
So you think 3.5 is too much?
Not the price, for the conversion. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes. In the sense that one is economically good at this present time for us. But the only thing I need to say concerning how we are suffering for it is for government to provide more gas to come in and more filling stations to open for people to be buying. If that one can be there, well, it's good for everybody to be used.
Before you go on something like this, there need to be structures on ground. The big challenge now, yesterday I spent 7 hours in this place trying to get CNG. You understand, but NIPCO is the major dealer. NIPCO is the major dealer now. And hundreds of cars are converting every month. That put a lot of pressure on the available infrastructure by NIPCO. You know, when I started...
A very necessary break we had. Welcome back. It's now time for the Idea Morning discussion segment. In a time when Nigeria grapples with rising inequality, sluggish economic growth, and shrinking global competitiveness, the question of how to unlock sustainable and inclusive development is more urgent than ever. Today, we'll be exploring the theme, free trade and inclusive economic growth, reimagining Nigeria's development path. And joining us is someone whose work is helping shape that reimagination. Favor Adeboye is a pro-freedom journalist and development advocate committed to advancing ethical governance, gender equality, and economic freedom. Her published work spans both a local and international platform, where she has consistently highlighted the importance of transparent policy, market reforms, and civic engagement in building resilient economies. Currently, a fellow at the Minera Initiative for Economic Advancements. It's good to have you join us on I Am the Favor.
It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Okay, Cynthia.
Yeah, Favor, welcome. Yes, so you're a free trade fellow, and we have a whole lot of questions concerning our economy have so many questions to eat, so many questions we want to ask. But first of all, let's just start with you telling us you are a strong advocate, we already know, of the free trade and ethical governance. So what personal or professional experiences shaped your views on free trade and open markets?
Okay, yes. Actually, there's a lot of them, right? But I'll talk about the one that resonates the most with the audience. That is a very common one in Nigeria, and that's the issue of border closure in 2019. You know, I was at uni then. I know students had the idea of, we have some basic amenities that we must not finish in our house, and it includes rice. That's a major one. So imagine coming back from school one day and then you want to purchase a food and you're saying that this price has skyrocketed, like times three that your price was like, okay, what's happening? And then you know to embarrass them that they've closed the border and Nigerians must purchase local rice. So the foreign ones became expensive to access. Now even the local ones too even became even more expensive. So that experience then, I just had it in my hand. I didn't know much about free trade then. But then knowing about free trade, I was like, okay, fine. If border closure, which is supposed to enhance local production of food, to make things easy for local producers, is causing this problem. Markets were shut down, women, people that saw food could not have access to, purchase food at the price they used to access it. Operations are, when the cost of food arises, it affects every other thing. And then when you want to purchase something, you have to pay more. The purchasing power is affected. So I was like, okay, fine. If free trade, before there was free trade, so when the border was closed, that wasn't free trade anymore. It is protectionism. Now, that tells me something. Free trade enhances a merger of goods. When people import food, it's given the consumers the right to choose from anything they want to choose. They're not forced to buy local products.
Okay, I need a little clarification to that.
Okay.
Does that mean it lowers the cost of goods?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's the impact.
Okay.
Because when people are being confined, we all know there are some systemic issues in Nigeria. First, Nigeria is trying economically, but there's some systemic issues that we cannot avoid but tackle first.
Okay.
And that is the issue of infrastructure. When the operational cost is expensive, you cannot avoid expensive food. But when the border is open for people to, bring in their food, the consumers themselves have the right to choose freely. And that is already telling the producers something. The producers locally, you have to reduce your price. You have to cut costs. If you don't, consumers, of course, will divert. They want to buy from you. They'll go for local and cheaper, foreign and cheaper products. We are all humans. We all have this mindset of, I go for whatever is cheaper. Even if they tell you one, you have to price it down with your Nigerians.
Favor, it's good that you've made that a very practical example. But, one of the reasons that was cited for the border to be closed was because we wanted, or the government wanted more local production. That was the idea, to encourage more local producers to produce, to farm, than relying on external, sources. Because over time we've had a situation where our local goods are not consumed. People are more interested in external goods. So that over-dependence on the things coming in became a burden. And that was why we now said, or the government now said, no. When we close this border, we'll encourage local rice farmers. So I'm wondering, why is your argument not about the government practically empowering those local farmers in Nigeria? Why should they not be more empowered? Why should they not be more pushed to carry out the work? Why are you focused on let the border be open for things to come in? Why not let the border be closed and let us have things in-house done? Because trust me, I am sure that if the local rice farmers, for instance, are properly empowered, there won't be any need to think of going outside to outsource rice. So why is your argument for the external, not internal?
Okay, my argument is not against internal and for the external.
Okay.
I mentioned that there are systemic issues that you've not tackled in Nigeria. And that includes what you just mentioned, empowerment of local farmers. When I said it, I said the operational cost is higher. So when the government not create an enabling environment for producers locally, what will happen? They will have to, use their own personal costs to source to, make business flow, and then add the same cost that they do. It's business. You can't run at a loss. You have to make the same product expensive. So, and when it comes to free trade, Nigeria, it's not only comes to Nigeria, it's unique to almost all government across the globe. they don't see a present problem. Of course, it's been existing, but if they don't see a push, they won't do anything.
Okay.
Now, free trade is a push. This has been existing for decades. If the border is not opened, they won't see the need to empower local producers.
Okay.
Do you get that?
So,
So I feel like that will propel them. When they see that the local farmers are suffering and foreigners are enjoying, they'll be pressed to do something real quick.
okay. So, so far from your stance or your perspective, how do you think that free trade policies can practically improve the lives of everyday Nigerians, especially young people? How can it? I know you've started talking about the impact, but how can it really? Do we get to see the impact? Am I experiencing that impact? Are you experiencing that impact? Let us know practically.
Okay, so basically it does. It is already.
Oh,
And it's
okay.
also have better, impact on Nigerians if implemented the way it should.
Oh, okay.
Now, one of those is standard of living. It will be improved. Exposure does a lot of things to people. When you're confined within a particular area, you will know what's going on out there. But when you get to taste something from a better person, you'll be like, oh wow, this can actually get better. Even as a local producer, when you produce things, you've been doing things the way you should do it, within what you think, what you know as a person. Until you now see a foreigner or a foreign producer do something better, you'll be pressed to innovate. And when you innovate, it will have direct impact on your consumers because they will also get to enjoy your innovation.
Okay, speaking of innovation.
Okay.
Yes, let's throw it back to the border.
Okay.
With this innovation you've mentioned. Innovation is relative. When we are talking about free trade, the economy, when we're talking about business, you understand, buying and selling, it could mean anything. It could mean illegal, importation, smuggling, and all of those things. And Nigerians, whether we like it or not, we clung to all of these things. We like it. We like over-regulations. We clung to some of these, ban. We clung to currency distortions. So I want to ask, like in 2019, there was the land border was closed to transport rice into the country, and this we saw an increase in inflation. So we saw an increase in inflation, and we still saw high rate in smuggling of rice, this local product. So what can you say about smuggling?
Okay, so basically, smuggling is a result of is a switch of rice. I know smuggling comes as a result of overregulation, like you mentioned. When the government is telling you pass the normal way, which they believe will cost them more, it's of course we tell them let's just find another way to get this. And Nigerians, even any person, any ill man will be like, I can do this other way around, and it will cost me a dime. So when I go the other way around and get my things, instead of passing through the border, going through processes that is even bureaucratic, and having to pay to get things done.
So how do you think now we can, reduce this for, a better future?
Empowerment of the at the border. That's number one.
When you say empowerment, how do you empower people at the border?
Okay,
with arms?
I would not arms. I would dream of that. That's where innovation, like I said, innovation is very relative. People, even thieves can be innovative when it comes to stealing. Of course, they commit heist, and when you commit the heist, okay, now the mask they wear is that not innovation?
Yes.
Everybody just go and just show their face. That will put them at arm's risk for the policeman, of course. So innovation is very relative, like you said. So now, when I talk about empowerment, it may be empowering them with advanced technology. I wrote a piece recently on this since in fellowship about our bureaucracy and poor facilities is hindering fruit at the Nigerian borders. And when I talk about bureaucracy, when there are so many things to go through at the border, you're transporting a good that is not up to, let's say, 100K at the very least. I know that's barely impossible at the very 100K. And then you have to go through a long process, spend 2 days at the border just to import how much goods.
You'll be tired.
Now, smugglers will be like, instead of going through this stress, just pass the way. I don't have to pay money. I don't have to go through the whole stress of getting checked by different custom officers. At a border, you can see about 10 people within just a kilometer. That's bureaucratic processes. Now, when the government empower them, number one, they are informed. We need to reduce these things. Bureaucracy is not good for business. Yes. Number two, empower them with technology. the old stress they go through, manually checking goods. When they have technology, all these things won't be there. And even a smuggler in his right common sense will know that things are not improved. Instead of putting myself at risk of being caught, let me just go through the normal process. And then security too. Let's say there's adage that says it's more like an age-old thing. It's a common thing. When they say in a crate of egg, there will still be one bad egg. Now, no matter how much people try, no matter how much good people try not to smuggle goods, there will still be that stubborn person that want to smuggle. And that's where security surveillance comes in. When there is technology, you have to be innovative with that. Survey. And people that will be there have to be active. They have to be actively working. When they survey people, those that smuggle things in, and one person is caught, trust me, not to put that smuggle, so they will think, what if I'm caught as well like somebody? Do you get? So when they see these things in place, they won't be encouraged to even smuggle. They will be scared.
Okay, I like your submission around empowerment and how we can, through innovation, make sure that things are easier when it comes to importation. And it was very interesting because right on the show earlier, during the news segment, we spoke about how the Lagos Chamber of Commerce is raising alarm about automating port clearance. They're saying that in Lagos, it takes at least 26 days for goods to be cleared, compared to other countries like Ghana, I think, and Togo. So making sure that importers are now towing other routes to bring in goods. What's happening to our economy? We are breaking, we are losing out. And so I really buy this idea. But now let's speak as a fellow with a Mineral initiative. How has your work revealed the relationship between free trade and human development?
Okay.
What's that relationship? I feel like there's a thin line, but I like you to define it. From your work so far with a Mineral initiative, what would you say is that relationship between free trade and human development, especially in Nigeria?
Okay, so it has so many chances to improve human development in Nigeria and even in Africa. And my work at Nigeria over the past 4 months, 5 months now, I've learned a lot about free trade and how it can impact human development. And I've mentioned some of these things earlier. And one of these things is when people experience free trade, their standard of living will increase. It will be higher. That's number one. And also, this issue of being economically empowered is really a thing. The word is actually underrated. It's really, really a thing. When someone is empowered economically, there's some things that they will not even have time to do. Like, they won't even think of even doing these things. Now, in one of my articles at the United, I mentioned how Botswana have been able, they also have a border. They're Africans too. Their border process is very, very easy. Things are very easy. There's an online portal for people to, before drivers get to the checkpoint, they already input some details on the portal. So once they get there, just for the officers to just confirm these details and let them in. Now, seeing these things now, Nigeria have to be like, okay, fine. Free trade means we have to improve our border processes. Now, telling us these things, we have to also improve our technology. That's human development. Advancement. Nigerians are very innovative. When it comes to technological, we are very, very innovative. And that comes from human development. Those brains, those talents out there that are not being used, let's get them in to improve on these things. They're being developed. And the government can just bring in a raw thing. Of course, the brain, the talent is too raw. As a government, you are obligated to train these people, develop them. Do you understand? Develop them. When they are developed, they will also get that entitlement of, oh yeah, this is my country. I have to do more for my country. That's number one. That's for the technical aspect of it. Another one is access of bigger markets. When people in Nigeria's informal sector, they take more of the labor force, basically, almost about 198% of the labor force. Now, these people are at the moment more confined to local markets than to the regional markets. If it has the opportunity, it has the possibility of exposing them to a larger market where they can sell their goods, access more customers out there. Now, they won't just rely on local fronts, what they gain from the petty trading they get locally, but when they have access to bigger market, they will have that thing to innovate, to compete. And when you want to compete, you do what? You have to think, let me get my things right. And when you think you're innovative, you get the benefits, you get profits. That's human development.
Mm.
Now, healthcare too, there's the limit of foreign direct investment. When foreigners say that an economy is good for business, they want to invest in the economy to gain profits. But while they're getting profit, they also impact the economy because there will be flow of cash, there will be cash inflow, and there will be this ease of business.
Very good, Favor.
Thank
So let's
you.
talk about one critically overlooked aspect of this area you're talking about of free trade and all of it. How trade policies, affect women. You've been advocating for this as a gender advocate or a gender rights advocate or a feminist. And in Nigeria, we know women dominate the formal trading. We know women dominate
The
informal
informal
trading
trading
rather.
sector.
So I want to ask, how can we ensure that Nigeria have an inclusive, market? How can we harmonize it? How can we formalize this sector, especially for women?
Okay, so basically, one thing to do in that respect is that women have been over the years marginalized from economic processes, and then even the science to operate informally is a form of getting money for themselves to survive. Now, when women are being empowered economically, it's to give them the voice. The voice will be there, the power will be there, right? Now, when policies like this are being implemented, one way to get women to participate, to get them in, is to simplify processes to formalize their businesses because free trade, of course, before you can trade, you have to have a formal business. Of course, in Nigeria, even Africa, it's called this system of for you to trade, you must be formalized because government has access to your data. You have to pay tax and all of that. Now,
to unions.
exactly. In that respect, the government should find a way to simplify this process for them. Because not all those women are educated. Some are not educated. Find a way to simplify this process for them. They can't. Someone can't want to just formalize the business and start going through days of bureaucracy processes, just to free farms, go to CSC, do all of these things. These things are hectic. Now, women formalize these things for them, simplify it to them, take it to them. Do they even know about what it means to formalize a business? They don't. Take it to their ear, let them be aware of these things. Create awareness for them. And then by doing so, also create a system to help them do these things easily. Because when they are formalized, when they're formalized, they will be encouraged to want to trade with other for producers from other countries to sell their things outside that basically. And they can't do this until they're formalized, obviously now. So simplify the process for them.
Okay, Favor, I like that you've spoken about policy. I'd like to ask you now, how would you describe the current policies around trade in this administration? Is it supporting economic liberty or is it not? From your own assessment, what would you say?
Okay, I'll be on the fence. Do you know why I said that? Why the government is trying, because some things are not attended to. Nigerian government, I'm not criticizing, I'm just pointing out some things we need to do.
I mean,
Nigerian
that's why you're
government,
here. You should put it out.
Exactly. They have a way of cutting legs instead of healing the leg. When we see an issue, we don't tackle the cause, we tackle the symptom. For example, your leg is hurting. Instead of it to find a way to cure what's happening to the leg, look for the root cause of what's causing that pain. You want to cut the leg off. Is that the solution? It will even cause more harm because that way you're amputating yourself. So find a way. Policies that Nigeria is implementing, and of course, there are policies to liberalize the economy, to make things work. There have been in partnership with private entities, the economy, all of that. But then, how about we focus on addressing the systemic issues? It is causing the lapses. When it comes to production, the sector has been undermined for decades. They don't have infrastructure to even produce. They don't have the capacity. They don't have enabling environment to produce goods. Why not create policies that will enable businesses to thrive instead of finding a way to just liberalize? And I'll give an instance now. The recent tax policy that the president introduced. Of course, it says small businesses won't have to pay more. That is, of course, cool. It's a good thing when you don't make more money from a business. You at least it's not cool to burden you again with taxes. Imagine a business that a man that borrowed capital out of a business and is paying tax on this same capital he borrowed. How is he making profit? No way. So I would say the tax reform up in a bit to simplify and unless at least letting the burden on them.
But the burden is on the big players.
On the big players now. Now, of course, I support that, but
the support burden being on the big players.
That's progressive tariff.
It's progressive tariff, but then I have a boss to eat.
Okay.
Won't that tax motivate people to remain poor?
If not even shift the business to other areas.
Number one, taxes. When they are not asked to pay taxes, will they be, motivated to grow? Because once they grow, they'll be taxed. That's a normal in my mindset. But for a smart mind, you know that once I grow, I'll get my profits. Of course, I'll pay taxes, but I'll get my profits. But then, in that way, when the big guys are being taxed, what is happening? They dominate the industry. Their products dominate the industry. Won't they charge more on the same products they're selling out? True. Come on, let's consider these things. The policy, of course, in a way, it's good, but it has some buts to it. And the issue is that instead of Nigeria trying to just make tax look like, oh, we were helping you, you make this thing make sense. Let's be realistic. Make it make sense. These loopholes, of course, there's a lot of a saying that says every law has a loophole, and that loophole is what the bad guys look out for to bank on. Do you get? Now, everybody look for these loopholes and tackle them. Everybody don't even give them any space to even, act on.
Okay. So before Cynthia asks you the next question, you've mentioned loopholes. And I think one major loophole is the lack of collaboration in the region. Many West African countries are not collaborating when we talk about free trade. So what do you think that we can do to ensure that this lacuna is filled? Not just on paper do we have agreements, not just on paper do we have, we are collaborating, but in actual terms, how do we bring this to the fore? How do we really collaborate to ensure that the economy of these West African countries are higher than what it used to be in terms of free trade?
Okay, the AfCFTA is an agreement that binds all countries in Africa to, participate in free trade. And it's the biggest globally, and so far so good, it's the biggest. Now, when we say we have to find a way to tackle these loopholes, leaders are good at making policies, but implementing them, I don't know if they're good at that. It's easy for you to sit down, write a policy brief, pass a bill. How do you implement these things? And that's a collaboration with citizens comes in. I'll demystify that in two ways. Number one, when people are aware of their rights, obligations, and when they are upheld, not infringed by the government, they will not intentionally be the bad guy. That's number one. So the government should do more of telling people, these are your rights. This is what you should do. Aware them, I will pardon on that. Create awareness for that. Inform them. Do you understand? Inform them. And then this issue of enforcement in Nigeria, law enforcement is not meant to, they are known in Nigeria to do a lot of things. They are supposed to protect, but at times they cause harm. And about there's a system that rules out hurting people. Only one person is liable to kill someone in Nigeria, and that's the military, not the policeman. Only one person can, tell someone, I'll shoot you. And that is that's if a criminal is a criminal. But you can't shoot someone because they choose to think or act the way they want to act when it doesn't hurt you as a person. So to address these loopholes, the enforcement operatives themselves have to be called back. They have to revisit their responsibilities in Nigeria and in Africa. They have to know why they are called enforcement.
So that means they need a retraining?
They need a retraining, I think. Or let's say, I don't want to say retraining because, of course, they're
already trained.
They're already trained. So I think it falls back to resetting their mindset and creating systems that punish them, not by using one scapegoat once in a year, and that doesn't work. Scapegoats appear every day, but you overlook them. Those ones you overlook, call them to paper. Deal with them. These things will reduce. And also, another thing is incentives. There are two things. Justice is being fair to people, but incentive is a motivation to make people to act the way you want them to act. Now, when people are being incentivized, trust me, people, we are all humans. Humans have a way of acting the way you want them to act when you give them something. It doesn't have to be monetary. But the government can adapt this principle of incentives. If you obey a law, it's not only there are incentives in there's a negative opposite incentive. One is negative one is when you catch a thief, you deal with him. That's like it's an incentive for acting the way you acted. Now the good guys, what happened to them? No, Nigerians will be like, there's nothing good in being a good person. Good might be bad, and that you are bad. But when you are good, we should know that it's not about being patriotic. When you're being patriotic, there's a form of motivation for you to keep being patriotic. Do you understand? Okay, let's say for instance now, this issue of traffic rules. People violate traffic every day. Those that obey traffic, bad, you see the camera there and survey. Those that do not violate it, you can announce the best regulator of the month. I think that can work. An instance that, when people are being recognized for doing something good, they are also allowed, they will feel like they should keep doing what they are doing to keep being good. That's a form of incentive. The government needs to adapt that, to find a way to, to recognize people, Nigerians that are good. That will at least go a long way.
Sure. You spoke beautifully well about
you.
policies, about, civic engagement. I like that you've, most of our policies, especially in Nigerian trade now, is like a patchwork. There are so many reversals. There are so many, waivers. There are a whole lot of loopholes. Just like let me, if I can steal your word, and I like that you have reminded us of transparency for policymakers, and most importantly, you have reminded us of civic engagement. But I want to ask you this question now as a journalist, not just as a free trade fellow now, but as a journalist who is also a free trade fellow. As a journalist, we are supposed to be, watchdogs in the society. We are supposed to be educationists as well. So, what can you say the role of journalism is in this? I'll give you an instance. Customs usually puts out, auctions, goods for auctions.
Yes.
And then the last one that came out, everybody were happy. I know I wanted to get some stuff to resell. And then there are so many, okay, then another circular came out that first circular that came out was fake.
Okay.
Yes. So that people should hold on, the public should hold on that there will be another circular. But then how can we curb misinformation, especially now that AI, the emergence of, AI, deep fakes and whatnot? How can we curb, what's the place of journalism, first of all, and how can we curb misinformation?
Okay, so journalists are one of the most important people in Nigeria, even globally. We are pressured, we are burdened with so many things that are our responsibilities. But because someone out of the side to just misbehave, we are burdened even more to counter them and to make things right. And why still carry out our own normal obligation as journalists. So, of course, we can't stop. There are different forms of organization that focus majorly on fact-checking information and countering this misinformation. Now, this is where the big guys come in the media. Of course, every media outlet is supposed to, work constantly to get things right. To, this cycle of this cycle that you mentioned just now went viral on social media.
Yes, it did.
Now, the media at that point, every media is obligated to confirm anything from the government. You have the right to ask them, is this true? You can counter it without even being asked to counter it. Do you understand? Now, there's always Nigerian government always find a form of way of releasing information out there. And of course, media, of course, expect a form of compensation for them to publicize it or to counter whatever. And I feel that's the way we make mistakes sometimes. Things like this that affect people, the public basically, we should be concerned about these things. We don't need to be paid to counter information or to, come and talk about a government stuff. Do you get my point? For example, now, if the government is recruiting people, then that is allowed to, post, okay, the government is recruiting.
True.
But before the media will expect the government to come and pay them for advertisements. When it comes to infrastructure, we shouldn't expect them form of payment because it affects people. So we're obligated to even take care of with information.
True.
So I feel like that's why we need to cut down our hopes, cut down our take of being paid for information that affects people. If it's about the government recruiting now, of course you can charge for that if you want to. But info such as this affects people a lot. I think that's where we can come in that respect.
Okay, thank you very much. But as we get near to drawing the curtains, I'd like you to let us know right on IMD what reforms you think that you would like to propose to Nigeria's port and customs system to make sure that the trade is more friendly and efficient. Against the background that a lot of people already criticize that free trade is hurting local industries, but it's good for the open market. So while you're speaking about the reforms, have this at the back of your mind, that balance, and then speak about what reforms you propose.
Okay, so when it comes to reforms, I know striking a balance of free trade out local economy, I beg to differ. It's only all them when the government isn't doing their job. If the government empower them, if the government invests in the sector that manufactures, if the government creates policies that enable a very business environment, it will not hurt them. In fact,
So
they'll be happy to
if I am a local rice farmer,
yes,
the government has supported me to have a good farm, to have the tools to farm. First of all, we must understand that there is an ideology in the head of a lot of Nigerians. Now, when it's coming from outside, it is quality.
Yes.
But the government has empowered me as a Nigerian to have access to all the things I need to farm well, to descend my rice, to make the rice okay. But it will now be only people who are interested in very local foods that will patronize me. But the government has done their job. The government has done its job.
Okay.
By empowering me. I don't know if you understand. So there's free trade and then there's me who is a local farmer. Where is that balance? So I'm going to hurt because people will still prefer the foreign rice.
Okay. I don't want to differ on this one, but I have an alternative view to that.
Okay, go on.
So there is one thing. If you are good, you are good. If you are good, you are good. I will not say a local package that makes sense, is attractive, has 0 stone in it, and sounds good with foreign rice when it's cheaper. It's not possible. Okay, so in that case, the government can do a bit of sensitization by creating awareness of making Nigerians believe in local industries. Of course, you've empowered them. Nice, good job, guys. But then, make them have this belief in these things we're purchasing. And of course, the government is trying. The Nigeria First policy is out there that says all government MDAs should purchase.
The Buy Nigeria campaign, yeah?
Exactly. That is a step towards making this happen. But before you can do that, again, I said, we tackle the symptoms, not the systemic issues. The government is not investing in these industries. But it wants MDAs to purchase, to buy things from them. That it's certainly a standard already. We all have the ideology of Nigerians. No, once the government buys something, it's government money. Nobody cares. Now, producers have the method of, okay, fine, they already set the price. So as a Nigerian, if you want to purchase from me as a Nigerian, you must have money too. That's number one. But like you said the
reforms are appropriate.
The reforms, that is creating an enabling environment for people to thrive. You can give incentives. As a farmer, you're already empowered to farm with products. You already have your things out there. The government can create policies to make these things work. And that can include, you can't force people to purchase things. They have the right to purchase whatever they want to purchase, right? But then, when the package is good, you can't tell me not to buy if I want to buy. So the primary thing comes from, because the issue you mentioned is the fact that you already have this mindset of foreign things are better. So we should also find a way to tackle. Now, to tackle a problem, you must think of 3 things. The person that is the problem, where their lens. See from their own perspective, why are they choosing foreign over local goods? When you understand that perspective, you'll be able to propose solution to that issue and also counter that mindset. So we can come in here by having counter narratives, positive ones, to enable people to find this thing. Nigerians too are good. We are good in our country. We have resources. Let's make use of them. We have resources. We have everything. We have the brain. We have the time. We have everything. So let's embrace our local products. And we have resources, but we're not owning it. In that way, the government can incentivize access to these resources. That producers don't have to purchase imported products to produce our local products. Do you get? So that way, I feel like we can make things work out. It's a process, but of course, we definitely get it.
Cynthia, do you have any last question for Favor?
No, she said everything. I wanted to ask what she the potential she sees lying here in the next, say, 5 to 10 years. But she has talked about incentivizing this area. So I think that answers it.
All right, so Favor has answered lots of our questions, and I'm sure that our viewers have more questions around free trade, but we invite them to engage across our social media platforms at Idea Television. What questions do you have for Favor around trade policies, around free trade, around the economy, whatever it is? I'm sure that Favor will be available to answer once you respond as you see this video. But thank you so much for coming, Favor.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having me as well.
All right. I mean, a lot of the things Favor said, what the government needs to do, hammered on a lot of policy framework readjustments and civic engagement. So we're looking forward to see a Nigeria and Africa that really works around free trade. Thank you once more for coming.
It's a pleasure. Thank you for having
And
me.
thank you so much. And to our viewers, this is how we call it a wrap on Idea Morning Digest. Today, we are so glad to have you join us. Like we said earlier, do well to engage across a social media platform by asking questions. Or if you want to say something or even come on the IMD, you can do well to reach out to us at ideatelevisionlimited@gmail.com. And who knows, you can be our next guest. Until we come your way next time, it's bye for now. Welcome to another episode of African Innovation Landscape. On this program, we delve into thought-provoking conversations with Africa's leading changemakers in science, technology, and innovation. We provide a unique perspective on the opportunities, challenges, and prospects of Africa's innovation landscape. So whether you're a researcher, an entrepreneur, investor, policymaker, or simply an innovation enthusiast, this program is a gateway to the exciting world of African innovation. Today, we will be looking at unlocking Africa's innovation potential, challenges, opportunities, and the way forward. We will explore the ecosystem that shapes our continent's future. And we have an expert in innovation management and technology transfer who will be sharing his knowledge with us. So, we're going on a quick break now. When we return, you will be meeting our guest, and we will move on to uncover the keys to unlocking Africa's innovation potential. It's good to know you're still tuned to African Innovation Landscape. Before we continue, I'd like you to meet my guest. My guest is Dr. Umar Bindri. He's a distinguished engineer and academician with a remarkable career in agricultural technology and engineering. He earned a Bachelor of Science degree with first-class honors in agricultural technology from the University of Maiduguri, followed by a Master of Science in agricultural machinery engineering and a PhD in agricultural machinery design from Cranfield University. His expertise lies in machine design and development engineering, and he has held key positions in various institutes and government organizations, including the Appropriate Technology and Community Development Institute in Northern Australia, and several directorates within the Nigerian government. From 1998 to 2000, he was the Director of Operations for the Family Economic Advancement Program. He continued to impact the nation as a Director of Monitoring and Management Information Services at the National Poverty Eradication Program, NAPEP, from 2000 to 2005. He also served as a Director of Sports in the Federal Ministry of Sports and Youth Development from 2005 to 2006. His leadership as Director General and Chief Executive Officer of the National Office for Technology Acquisition and Promotion, NOTAP, from 2009 to 2015 has been instrumental in promoting technology transfer in Nigeria. Currently, he serves as the secretary to the state government of Adamawa State. Dr. Umar is a registered engineer with the Council for the Regulation of Engineering in Nigeria, COREN, and a chartered engineer with the European Engineering Council. He is also a fellow of multiple professional organizations, a council member of the Nigerian Academy of Engineering, who is passionately driving initiatives to establish Nigeria's Science and Technology Parks program. He pioneered Africa's premier Science and Technology Innovation Center. He pioneered Africa's premier Science and Technology Innovation Corridor in Abuja and developed capacity-building strategies like the Technology Storyboard Project and the untapped Industry Technology Transfer Fellowship. Among his notable inventions are a once-over groundnut combined harvester, a coconut dehusking machine tailored for small producers in Australia and the Pacific, a solar water desalination plant for rural areas, a vegetable storage system, and a 16-bed slaughtering kit for small-scale poultry processors. Dr. Umar Brindi's contribution to agricultural engineering, technology, and innovation continues to enhance the livelihoods of communities across Nigeria and beyond, which is why he is a perfect fit for our conversation today. Dr. Umar, welcome to African Innovation Landscape. It's so good to have you.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here.
All right. So let's just dive right in. My first question to you is, Doctor, you have very vast experience in African research and innovation. So what is your take on African research and innovation with emphasis on the challenges, the opportunities, and the progress?
Well, yeah, thank you very much. You know, this continent made out of 55 countries, and disappointingly, all the 55 countries are developing countries, an index that something is wrong. You know, the first is science comes from scientific institutions. It comes from intelligent people spending time in laboratories, in their universities, in workshops, and so on and so forth. And this country has these institutions. Nigeria has approximately 300 universities, you know, around 600 to 700 National Board of Technology education accredited institutions, including polytechnics and monotechnics, not to talk of South Africa, Egypt, and so on and so forth. So when you look at the numbers that are supposed to cough out the required science, which probably should be transformed to solutions for our lives as technology, and then move this technology to our people to create jobs and products and create wealth, this continent is very, very rich. However, your question is asking, what is happening? Is it working or not working? I can tell you without mincing word, in any country, when such a system is working, you will see three things. The first is that you will see poverty coming down. Poverty hates good research. Poverty hates good technology. And poverty hates it when you are transferring technology to give young people jobs, to create. So poverty will start running away. But when in our countries, in this continent, poverty is relaxed, is getting fatter, it means we are not scaring it away. It means either the science is not the science we require, or we just do the science for the fun of it. It does not indicate that our science is transforming technology to solving our water problem, our health problem, our food problem, our shelter problem, our roads problem. And then certainly, because of the huge unemployment in both educated and non-educated young people in this continent, it means that that science and its technology is not creating the jobs and is not making sure that young people are engaged. So that is number one. Two, even if it works and brings down the poverty, so that every year you study the data of poverty, you see it is 60%, it's becoming 50%. It means this system is working. You move to the next level, whereby you ensure that young people sort of basic education is accessible to every child. The language that we use in this country of out-of-school children or Almajiri children or, you know, whatever children is totally an index of inefficiency. So you now move to the level of everybody can go to school. They can have skills on how to do these things you do as young people, how to set up technology, how to build houses, how to repair trains, how to make sure that cars are well. These skills and competencies is what gives them jobs. And so you succeed in creating a huge middle class. Everybody is moving to do something every day. I have worked in many countries. I have not seen you have the large pool of jobs. They're making a bit of money. They work for 5, 6, eat dinner, have shower, and then say, hey, let's go and kill some few people. That doesn't happen. When you see young people coming together to say, let us go and steal, let us go and rob, let us also carry knife, if the person resists, we kill him, is because they absolutely have absolutely nothing to do. They're totally hopeless. So now even when you quench these two, your energy in research, science, engineering, and whatever should be able to move your country to the highest level to become a knowledge economy, to become a country where you are breeding complex things and solving it. Your institutions are maturing. You don't have, your election institution is good, so that once election will come, you see what happens in America. Election will come, they campaign, no fighting, they vote, and 10 minutes after voting, they announce and everybody goes back. Matured institution. You don't have institution that is lingering, go to court and abuse this one. No. The same thing, you have the police system is working. If you do wrong, it will address you. If you don't do wrong, you are smooth. Everybody is moving very well. Police is looking very fine, and so on and so forth. So these are the 3 levels. Quench poverty, create middle class, and raise the profile of your country to the extent that everybody will respect you. Now, in Africa, that is not happening. We are a continent with countries that are not respected. We are a continent with countries that are literally the custodians of bad practice. Anything you're looking at, as I say, in Africa, in Nigeria, whatever, So this is the situation. But that does not mean that it is totally hopeless. The fact that you have institutions is good. The next thing is you have to try to make the institutions work for you. And what do you need to do? Number 1, you need to be serious with your policies. The government has to make sure that the policies are based on numbers that are real. Even if they are showcasing that you are weak, make sure your policies will say, I need 1,000 primary schools to educate all my children. I have only 10, meaning that I need 990. So if you need 990, these are the resources you have, then it means next year I will introduce another 10 or 15. So you have a logic of moving from the level of lacking to level of prosperity. That policy must be matured. Secondly, we must also take steps to make sure that we too, our universities are very good. They are attracting the very best. The science coming out of our universities are good, not only good, but science that are relevant to develop and solve our problems. So that as you type on your smart device, top 100 universities in the world, you should see 3 or 4 from Africa, but now it is not possible. 3, we must also create what we call as the national system of innovation, meaning agencies must come together. You are working in immigration. You need data of people to give them passport. You are working in the National Identification Management Commission or Council or whatever. Then you need the data of people to make sure that you give them national ID card. You are working in INEC. You need the information of people to give them a voting card. You have a telephone. You need the information of people to make sure that their phone is not utilized wrongly. So you have their picture, you have their height, you have their eyes, and so on and so forth. How come that we have all these institutions, still we don't have data about Nigerians in one place? Meaning that we're not working together. So in countries where this is working, everybody works together such that the system, once it captures you, everybody will share the data, and you find that you are using your resources very well, the data is credible, and you move forward. First, in countries where this is working, when you have raw materials, you don't carry the raw materials out and sell it, and then start importing the finished product. What that means is that you are exporting prosperity, because that crude you have in Nigeria, it has kerosene in it, it has diesel in it, it has petrol in it, it has aeroplane fuel in it, it has all sorts of things. You just get it into a barrel and sell it off. Those people where the science is working, where the technology is working, where they're innovating, cracks everything, brings out petrol and brings some back to you. And then when you don't have enough, you are abusing your leaders and saying the price of this thing. After all, you have the... So when it is working, you know how to do all this. That is where the jobs are. That is where the prosperity is. And that is where the respect for your country is. And so on and so forth. There are many things that you have to do. Unfortunately, in our continent, either you do one or two and you start getting better. After some time, you collapse again because the system is not smoothly coordinated to make sure that it's work. These are the challenges, but following the menu is the opportunity to actually address the challenges.
Okay, Doctor, I'm very tempted to call you Prof because of how you analyze things.
Yeah.
All right. So you've spoken so well, and I was going to ask you about intellectual property. But now that you've already spoken about it, I'd just like you to let us know why Nigerians are not making progress in that area. You've highlighted reasons why, but I want you to make more emphasis. Why is it a problem for us?
Well, it is improving now, but the generic problem in many things in our country is partnership, is synergy, is complementarity. We're very good in creating the sentimental islands. This is my place. This is my office. This is my vehicle. This is my budget. This is my mandate. And you don't want anybody. Once you continue to do that, you lose a lot of momentum. You lose a lot of energy. The spirit should be to create an innovation system, a system where everybody is talking to each other. If we can do that, you will find that we will utilize our resources more effectively, we will improve our performance, and the impact of our work on our people will just skyrocket. And you don't need to ask anybody whether it is happening or not. Once you see the poverty levels in any country, it will tell you if your policies are good, if your leadership is good, if your technology is good, and so on and so forth. The fact that our own poverty is endemic, look at out-of-school children everywhere, look at the unemployment everywhere. It's supposed to be an indicator to tell you that no matter what you are trying to do, don't praise yourself. It is not working. So this is the thing, but we have to break it. And that is why traditionally in the academic institution, there's something we call the triple helix. That is 3 points or 3 lines joined together. What are these lines? First is the government line. The government must be able to provide crispy political system, a system that is thinking about the country, wanting the country to change, wanting the country to be better, wanting the country to be respected. So you are operating at the highest level compared to anybody. 2, it must provide a very strong moral leadership. That is, don't do bad things as a leader. Don't be corrupt as a leader. Don't be stealing things as a leader. Be very sharp. Be law-abiding. Lead people to abide the law. So that moral leadership should be able to be very crispy. Third, you have to also demonstrate economic leadership. Make sure that the resources you have is working for you, is expanding, and it is effective. And then you can give the technological direction, meaning, hey, we also have to behave like other countries. We have to be creative and so on. When that particular line is working like that, it affects the second line, which is the academia. The research institutes will start looking at the policies coming out, will start respecting the leadership, supporting it with good budgets, supporting and motivating them with good services. Professors should have houses in their universities. They should be given car loans. The lecture theatre should be good. There should be internet connectivity in the system so that the young people are absorbing modern things. When that is functioning, it will be producing technology, producing competent people, producing skilled young people who now will support industry. Industry will find it very cheap to find workers that are good. Industry will find technology that they can make money out of this working system. So government its strand works very well, powers the intellectual system, which produces the energy for industry to benefit. This is the triple helix. So now when this is not happening, you cannot make mangoes out of neem trees. So you find the things that you are doing, you are tirelessly working, you are shouting, you are busy, but the outcome and the impact is very, very weak. Why? Because that synergy is very, very weak.
There. Okay. Thank you very much. Very insightful again. Now, let's go back to your time at NOTAP as the DG. What were those indigenous inventions or innovations that you were able to successfully transfer, indigenous ones? And I mean, I'd like you to share with us those examples and how they were able to impact the society, because you did very notable things during your tenure. So I'd just like you to share with our viewers.
Well, you see, NOTAP is not a research institute. NOTAP is not a university. NOTAP is not it does not have labs and workshops. NOTAP is a soft contributor. It's literally a catalyst. It's a facilitator. The function of NOTAP actually is not this. The function of NOTAP is NOTAP stops as a policeman at the gate where foreign technology is coming into Nigeria. And I can tell you, foreign technology literally is what drives everything in Nigeria. The cameras you have here are not Nigerian cameras. The electricity bulbs here you have are not Nigerian electricity bulbs. The Maggi you eat is not a Nigerian the original food. The Indomie you eat is not the Nigerian knowledge product, and so on and so forth. All these people come into our country with their own technology to invest in our country because we have a consuming population. So NOTAP is saying that when you come with your technology into Nigeria and take a lot of money and pay for that technology out, please wake up universities and reduce this cost. We call it capital flight in our technological area. If you allow that you are not doing anything technologically, people come with their technology to do things for you, you have to pay for the technology because their universities are good. Their research institutions are good, and that's what they're showcasing to. So what NOTAP does is when it sees this data, it analyzes it and then tells the secret to Nigerian knowledge workers that this is what you need to do. So during my tenure, we tried very, very much or very hard to ensure that we popularize the culture of intellectual property. We want to see patents coming out of universities. We want to see patents coming out of our research institutions. We hold a lot of workshops and seminars on the process of commercialization. So we bring industry, we bring the innovators together in our workshops to talk so that they can be able to see the opportunities to make money from technologies coming from our institutions in form of technology transfer. We even encourage the foreign technology users in our country to share their own platform so that we can also catch up by pushing them to support PhDs, to visit their own facilities, to utilize a bit of our own know-how and so on and so forth. So it's not that we have specifically, this is the technology, we have commercialized it. No, we have generic things. But when we do this, you find that the Nigerian National Board for Technology Incubation improves in its working performance. Why? Because it now understands that for you to establish incubation, you need technology from the research institutions, and NOTAP says this is the way to do, and you have seen them actually grow. We have seen companies that are evolving in Nigeria. For example, Computer Warehouse Group. It is our invention, our intervention that ensured that that company becomes a multinational software company in Africa. They were just in a small cubicle like that. Wow. All software that used to come to banks were all foreign. And even the service of the software, when they are using it in the bank, Oracle and so on and so forth, it is foreign people that comes to do. NOTAP says, no, we have intelligent IT people. They have graduated from good universities. This maintenance, you must work with them so that they know. Right. And we made sure that 60% of the payment for maintenance goes to Nigerians. Wow. And then you can manage with the 40 because it's your software. By rubbing shoulders like this, gradually, Computer Warehouse started coming up with a lot of software that are commercialized, not just in Nigeria and elsewhere. They have opened their energy of service delivery in Ghana, in South Africa, in Kenya, and so on. Now it's a big company, courtesy of what NOTAP has done. And in many other small efforts, we're doing that. But this is still not enough. We have to do more. And still I come back to that secret. The secret is synergy. Yeah. Understand what all the people who are doing things relevant to you, and then work with them to be stronger. But maybe because in our country, corruption is very endemic, so everybody wants to capture their resources to make sure that the benefit only comes to them. That is wrong. That is not good. That is not cannot develop a country. We have to relax to make sure that if we are succeeding, all the money you take is about training your children. What about if the universities in Nigeria are very good? You don't need that money. All the money you carry is to carry your wife and children to go to hospitals outside Nigeria. What about if Nigerian hospitals are using Nigerian technology and good doctors to provide you the service? You don't need the money. So this is the concept that we have to understand, that all these things that we do, we distort here and there, can all be solved if our science becomes our technology. If our technology becomes our innovations, creating jobs for our young people, producing products to service us and others, then the whole system will be sanitized. And once you start doing that, people will start respecting you. It's not easy though. Why? Because other people want you to remain like this so that they continue coming to give you service. It's business. It is not that they hate you. No, it's an economy. They have a company to make money. And when they see you, I'm sorry to use the word, but they say, oh yeah, that guy is stupid. Let us go and carry his money. So they can come in with their technology, bang you here, bang, 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 bang. Software is not yours. Internet connectivity is not yours. IT things is not yours. And you need it. And therefore they take your money and give you the service. So you have to also be strategic. So once you have that triple helix, your laws and regulations will reduce that what we call as commercial injury. People can come and injure you commercially if you are not aware. So work together, understand what it is, and draw fantastic policies to make sure that you too, the first target of recognition and development is your country.
All right. Thank you so much, Doctor. So the triple helix is a way out of commercial injury. I love that. Now, I'd just like you to talk about this commercialization thing very quickly. How do you think the government can better support research and commercialization of our local products? Because we need these things out there. You've spoken about them a lot. But speak to the government now. What do we need to do?
Well, you see, the word commercialization is very simple. It's commerce now. It's about money. It's about creating wealth and sharing.
Right.
So commercialization is taking the technologies that we have internally to make sure that we are creating jobs and wealth for ourselves. Now, sometimes, I mean, it is not like it is easily erodable, but it hurts me when I see our politicians buying massively keke napep, so many sewing machines, so many grinding machines, so many generators and welders from outside in China, in India, or over, and then we are pretending that we are now supporting our constituencies. Those sewing machines should be Nigerian sewing machines.
Right.
The generators should be Nigerian sewing machines. And that is where the commercialization is. I think if we were to have a law to say that all our support for our constituency projects must be Nigerian products, I think our legislators and leaders will now task the knowledge system more to say that, hey, we don't condone this kind of nonsense. You are just doing research anyhow, whatever, and nothing is coming out. Sewing machine is not coming out of it. Generators are not coming. It must too. We are giving you 2 years. If it doesn't come, you will be fired.
True.
You have to be aggressive like this to make sure that young people again are assembling the generators so that they are good. They are packaged very well. And that is why intellectual property again plays. You need a trademark that says Bindir generators. Everybody knows that they work well, they don't consume fuel a lot, they don't make noise, and they produce stable electricity. That branding will mature if I am pushed. Then you make money, you generate jobs, and then people will respect you. So government is still the triple helix. Government must understand and decide to say that Nigeria is first. When we construct roads, the design and the construction should be Nigerians. When we make trains, that is billions of dollars or whatever, Nigerians should be the designers. We must have workshops everywhere making the cartridges, the rail, the whatever, so that it is made in Nigeria. Our electricity, we can produce any electricity we want. We have the gas. The thing is, the thermal stations are mechanical systems and thermodynamic systems. Nigeria has the intellect to do that. Government should say, no, from today, no more thermal station coming into this country, and we must have it. It's not that no more is coming and everybody will. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, you have faculties of engineering, departments of electrical or mechanical and whatever. We are going to ensure that we put teams all over the place to come up with thermal stations for Nigeria. And I can tell you in 3 to 5 years, you will see that happening. Even if they are small, they are just powering villages and so on, we will grow. So policies must be tied to the love of the country. And it is easier now because you can see countries that are performing very well. And you can see countries that used to be like us that have decided to lead well. Singapore, we were together at the same level. Korea, today everything you see is made in Korea. Our cars, our electric appliances and so on. Why? Because they said no. It must be Korean. You must design it, produce it and market it. And then look for other places where they are not doing. Sell it to them too. Nigeria has to make that decision. And it is only government that can produce or provide this kind of very firm legal and regulatory structures with very close monitoring and evaluation and constant sharing of information to find that it is happening.
All right. Now, thank you so much, Doctor, once more. Very insightful sharing you've been doing so far. Now, my final question to you. What's your final take on how to strengthen innovation and technology in Africa? I'm saying this because I remember that, I just like you also to confirm this, that in 2011, NOTAP was able to save Nigeria about 300 billion, right? Also, okay. So, I mean, with that, NOTAP was able to do that. Now, how can we now strengthen Nigeria and Africa as a globe?
Well, you see, that saving is not really like there is a bag of money. The saving is that when you do technology transfer, the guy who has the technology who is outside Nigeria, says that for this technology to produce this product in Nigeria, to employ Nigerians and do this technology costs this. So the local person who is facilitating for them to invest in Nigeria is sitting here. So they come with technology and they say, sir, for us to be able to design roads and be able to construct the roads, that capacity to design and select the equipment, select the kind of workers is money. You have to pay, let's say, 100 billion naira or 10 billion naira or whatever. Now, this is on paper. They write it as an agreement. So you sign, I sign. When that agreement comes into Nigeria, NOTAP is the one to register it. Because if you don't register it in NOTAP, you cannot go to CBN and buy dollars, okay, and take it back. So NOTAP looks at this agreement to say that, why? Why is it that they are charging you 5 billion? It should only be 1 billion, no? No. So you bring all of them to the table in NOTAP. They say, no, technology owner, this is too expensive. No, you cannot take all that money out of Nigeria. Is it not this and that and that? And so we know, we have capacity. So now you ginger this until you reduce it. But instead of 10 billion, it may become like 6 billion. So you have saved 4 billion. Okay. So when you do it to so many companies, you can get more than even 300 billion saving. If NOTAP was not there, that $300 billion or naira, whatever, could have left Nigeria through the CBN because we will give them the certificate. So, but then coming back to your question on how Africa can renew its hope using technologies, that is just basic thing. Try to do normal things. Try to ensure that your institutions are very good. Don't go to university in Nigeria, government university, you see dilapidation. You see grasses all over the place. Donkeys and goats are roaming all over the place. There's no water. There's no electricity. The technology that is going to come out of this will not be superior. You know that. So try to avoid it. The whole Africa should learn from that. When you get the workers, these scientists in Nigeria, most of us that have got PhDs and so on, have gone to those countries to learn to come back. Create an environment for them to work. Don't allow lecturers to be roaming about so ordinarily. They don't have a good house, there's no electricity in their house, they don't have car. No. Like in those days, make sure that they are working in their university, they can spend 8 hours in their lab and walk back to their houses. Good housing, 3-bedroom is enough. Electricity is flowing, water is flowing, so that they too, their children also can go to good schools. If you do that, you will find that the way they are motivated to work, the system will just start waking up. In fact, the whole redefinition of the Mr. President renewed hope, at least for Nigeria, I think lies in this. The renewal of hope is to ensure that we perform better. We take advantage of our capacity and capability. And in the course of doing that, we also raise the hope of the whole country and maybe the continent so that people can look at you and respect you. When you're self-sufficient, when you're doing things by yourself, people respect you. And in science, technology, and innovation, it's exactly the same thing. So my advice is, let us take our countries very seriously. Let our leaders take our countries very seriously. Let us also follow very, very seriously. And let us understand that this knowledge cannot come down like rain. We are used to rainy season too much. God is just giving us irrigation system for free. Rain will come and wet our soil. We just plant and it grows and we harvest. This is not going to happen with everything. There are other things that you have to work very, very hard to be able to do that. So all of us combined should do that, and we should do it in a combined way. Partner, partner and partner. Help each other and measure whether you are going to, but the ultimate measurement is, as I said before, is this poverty level. Once the poverty level is high, whatever you are doing is not working for your people. But when it is working, you will see that the data is telling you that it's getting out. You will see employment for young people. You will see wealth creation. You will see sanity. And this is my final word, partner to be efficient.
Thank you so much, Dr. Umar Bindi. It was so good to have you. And something that you've said that kept ringing is collaboration, partnership. Nigeria has everything it takes to succeed. Yeah. We only need to work together and collaborate. And I hope that when we invite you again, you will grace us.
I will.
Okay, thank you so much for coming. So this is where we draw the curtains on African innovation landscape. It was so good to have you join us, and I'm sure you've learned a thing or two about the potentials that abide here in Africa. You've learned about the opportunities, the challenges, and everything in between. My name is Chinatoji, and do not forget to share your thoughts on this conversation by visiting our social media platforms. Until we come your way again, stay safe.
Thank you very much for the excellent question. The first thing is that I was lucky to be born into a family that valued intellectual activities. So I really did have the advantage of having special teachers teach me since I was 3 years old. So that brought me into science and made me curious of a lot of the things I heard about, and I was determined to learn more about them when I would come up. Another real situation that helped me was that when I was 5 years old, my father, whom you see there on the wall, is now late, developed a library for me at home. And I had the opportunity to read about the great scientists like Einstein, and many, many others. I also had the opportunity to read the classics too, not just science, but some of the greatest poets and people who were in the literary arena. So I read these things early and they caught my interest. You know that right now in itself, I am in two basic careers. One of them is science, the other one is the humanities. So I'm professor in both fields, and I don't really recognize any boundary between or among fields. But out of intellectual things, I think I would have been in fashion. I really think so, because my mom was in fashion, and earlier on I took a liking to that sector. But we were not encouraged to be there. My mom always said, Hillary, read, 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 and read, because she was my primary school teacher. Yes. Very difficult to choose, because I have been in very extreme parts of the world. I have led U.S. scientific expeditions to the Amazon, and that's in South America, Chinese Academy of Sciences expedition to more than 500 villages in China. I have gone towards the North Pole, as being one of the American scientists selected to do expedition with scientists of the Russian Academy of Sciences in the very far northern parts of the world, in Siberia. I have been everywhere, basically. But I think, in direct answer to your question, the most fascinating place I have been in is Nizhny Vartovsk in Russia, Siberia, because it was so out of this world, the nature of life in those northern territories of the world. And having to be in a place that was 6 months daylight, that would be followed by 6 months of nighttime continuous, is something that is very strange. But so I would choose Nizhny Vartovsk, Russia, near a place called Novosibirsk, as the the strangest place that I have had to do my scientific work. The personal ones, or the ones by all the other folks? Let me have some humility by talking about the breakthroughs by my competitors. Sometimes breakthrough by people who were there before my time. I think one of the the most important one in science, I think, is something that happened a very long time ago. You are even involved in that industry. Capacity to capture a picture here and transmit that picture to another location. That has to be very spiritual, beyond scientific. That is, to capture the scenery and then have that scenery play thousands and thousands of miles away. And sometimes it can even be capturing the scenery in space and transmitting it from that space station to some location here on Earth. So we have to look at that as one of the greatest accomplishments in science. Well, let me say that, let me comment about the remark you just made about scientists. Yes, quite some people think that scientists are very queer. Not all the time. I remember science itself is exploration of phenomena around us. There is the formal science that I would go into a laboratory. As I don't know, you may realize I live alone in this place. Workers come and go, but I live alone to think. That's very formal, right? But there is the informal way that scientists also operate. So if I go outside and see some phenomena happen, that may attract my curiosity. So science is sometimes exploration of the things around us. Not necessarily when I sit down and say, okay, now it's time to write the equation between this factor and those other things. There are those other times when things have been tackling for a long time and I'm not able to grasp them. But one day I try to grasp them in a formal way. The answer to such a mystical or a mystique may be when I'm taking a shower. It may be when I'm walking down the street and running. I may suddenly realize the linkages that have avoided me for so long. So science is like that. But in direct answer to your question, what does a person like me do? I listen to jazz music. Sometimes I listen to the blues. Sometimes I even get lost. I don't recognize where I am. I don't remember where I am. That is the truth. Even some people, they say, oh, that man, maybe he's very intelligent. We are not intelligent all the time. I can tell you that sometimes I don't know where I am. I have to be touched to realize that this is where I'm sitting. I'm still Hillary Young. Yes.
Welcome to the very first episode of InnoVenture, the show that celebrates the skilled hands and brilliant minds reshaping our industries with creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurial spirit. I am Cynthia Bassi, and I am thrilled to take you on a journey into the world of innovation in its rawest form. Water is essential for life, a basic necessity for health, sanitation, and well-being. Yet, in many parts of Nigeria, access to clean, affordable drinking water remains a challenge. On today's debut episode, we visit Gwagwalada in the Federal Capital Territory to meet a remarkable entrepreneur who transformed this necessity into a thriving business. Driven by a passion for providing safe, affordable water and lifting her family out of economic hardships, she shares her journey of resilience and innovation while navigating the challenges of local production. In Nigeria, sachet water, popularly called pure water, is a lifeline for millions. The pure water industry is supplying a basic necessity to communities and creating jobs at every level, from production to distribution. Today, we visit Abachini Pure Water Factory in Gwagwalada, one of the businesses powering this industry. What began as a humble idea has grown into a fully operational facility producing thousands of sachets of clean, affordable water daily. At the center of it all is Fatoumike Audu, an entrepreneur driven by purpose. Her mission is to provide clean water in her community and uplift her family's living condition.
2018, when I lost my husband, I just thought the breadwinner of the house is no more. How am I going to cope with the children he left with me? And I discovered that my salary was not much. 100,000 would not be enough, to pay school fees, to help relations. I have my father and mother and my siblings all around here. So I now started thinking, what will I do to add to my income? So I started praying. I said, God help me. I don't want to go out and beg. What will I do to add to my income? So one day I just got up and started thinking. I said, okay, can I start with water? Water. I discovered that they buy water. So I said, oh, how will I sell the water? So okay, let me buy cool room. So I now asked my younger sister if she sees anybody that want to sell his cool room or her cool room as second hand, because I was thinking I would not be able to buy new one. So it was my younger sister now that got somebody that wanted to sell her cool room, even with her gen and the deep freezer. I said, no, it's only cool room that I wanted. That was how I got the cool room and I started selling pure water. So I started this business from pure water with 60,000 naira because the cool room was 60,000 naira. And I now, they used to go out just like my boys are going out now with water. So I now bought 10 bags. I started with 10 bags from the people selling. So the first day I started selling 600 naira that I got, and I was happy that my income has increased with 600 naira. At least if I want to go to office, I will be able to have transport. Then transport was not up to this amount now. To town, I go to work in town. That was what prompted me. That is, I wanted to cut off poverty. Don't want to beg. That's the reason. Before you start like this, you have to like go to CAC, you register with CAC, and you have NAFDAC approval. So by the time you have NAFDAC approval, then you have to give sample of your water. Then, which means you have to have the equipment on ground first. So that was how we got the tanks, the machine, the machine you saw inside, and the ones, the pumping machine outside, and the 2 tanks, and the treatment plants at the back, and the connections of the pipe. So after that, NAFDA will come and assess to see the environment, whether if it's fit for the production of pure water, because it's something that you consume. So they want to see a neat and a good environment. So it was before the approval, you have to like pass through the production of sample of the water that you're going to give to the general public. So they took the water to lab in Kaduna. That was where it was tested and it was okay. It was based on the approval and the acceptance of the water in Kaduna lab. Their laboratory is there. That was how they gave us approval on how to start our pure water. Now, sourcing for the material, you have to now go to, they have a particular group of body that produces leather. This Abachini, you are saying, they have a rubber steel in their lab there where they produce leather. So you give them the name of your water. So, and all the address and whatever thing you want in your pure water. So that is how they put it in their machine. It's from the machine now, anytime we want leather, they will now produce. It's just that the leather at the back of the machine that time was almost finishing, but we have big one on the ground. But maybe by now he will fix it after he start the journey again. So it's from there we produce, and you see them cutting it into the shape and the size of 35 cl. I think it's supposed to be 50 cl, 50 cl. That's the size of big bottle water. Then apart from the production letter, we have this white one that we bag inside. So we buy them from Suleja. So that is how we get our material. It's from China. It's not Nigeria made, it's from China. Even though I bought it from somebody, because it was from a lecturer that retired and he bought 2. So after he bought 2, I think maybe the business was not booming for him the way he wanted, so he wanted to dispose one. It was my consultant that, he was also the one that consulted the team for the man, the business. So he now told me that it's a machine, because I wanted to buy a machine. He said there's a machine for sale that the man bought 2, and he wants to sell one. The one that he has not used, he's using one for now. So that was how I bought it from him. It was chassis.
From boiling water over firewood or using alum to purify it, now to large-scale purification plants, the evolution of water treatment is a testament of human ingenuity. As we walk through the production process, it's clear that innovation drives every step in Abachini Pure Water Factory.
I all started this work
2011 as a bagger. So I started bagging from there. We had an operator, so it was the one putting me through for like almost 2 years. So from there, I learned how to operate. Initially, I was learning how to fix the roll. We taught me how to fix the roll first. Then you give me the roll, and I'll fix it through the back of the machine, and I will pass it to the front. So through that, I began to learn how to operate the machine. But I've been an operator for like, let me say, 7 years now. Yes, so I've been doing this operating work for the past 7 years. But I've started the work since 2011. Yeah.
From automated sealing machines to rigorous quality checks, every detail is meticulously managed. The team also prioritizes hygiene, ensuring the facility meets strict standards. And with their clever use of locally sourced materials and efficient energy management, they are finding ways to stay sustainable while meeting demand.
It's called degree machine, or you can call it degree packing machinery. So it's used for production of pure water, and you can as well use it for yogurt. For production of yogurt, depend on the size you put it. So I don't know. This is the dragger. We call it the dragger, and this is the heater. You can also call it block. So it helps to cut the size of the machine of this sachet. And this is the temperature. So this is what controls the heat of this place. You understand? If this place is not set, then you cannot get your work done. So you use these 2 meters here to control. This is vertical temperature, which is this one is meant for this one, and this is the horizontal, which is for this. So each of these controls those 2 temperatures. So at the back here, or you can call this place the chest. Yeah. So at the back here we have our filter. We have our filter. This is our filter, and this black wire is called carbon. So we take the water from outside down to this very place. This is the first filter. It goes like this, comes like this, goes like this, and this is what this is our UV light. Yes, so this helps to terminate any bacteria inside the water. So it goes like this and comes like this through this pipe, or you can call it hose, through this place. So and comes down like this. So this pumping machine here is the one that helps to bring the water from outside to this place. So if I put it on, you will hear the sound of the pumping machine bringing in water. So if I put it off, the water will stop. So without this pumping machine, I can't get water here. Yes. So that is it.
The pure water industry in Nigeria is valued at over 50 billion naira annually. With an average Nigerian consuming at least 3 sachets daily, demand remains high. Many small-scale businesses and large companies have entered the market, making sachet water a widely available commodity in urban and rural areas. The challenge today is not just purification. So what are the challenges facing this business, and how sustainable is it?
Our challenge is the light issue and water issue. And the only time they really give us light is maybe they will give us from around in the night, then the next morning they carry the light and we used to produce water. The time we do produce the water is in the morning. So government, they will not give us light in the morning, it's only at night, and we don't have a chance to come and be doing it at night. So that is it. And the issue of water, let me say in a week they do give us water like 4 times in a week, and it's not enough for us because the company is doing very great and then the supply is great. So we need as in enough water. And what I want the government to do for us is to as in let them work our electricity, that our electricity aspect. We need light often. So that is our challenge now.
The work I normally use a pure water. I'm a pure water driver. So actually the challenge we have in the pure water is that our customers always complaining that we are not coming in time based on at times we don't used to have lights, and again apart from the light issue, then our motor used to get problem at times. Then they always complain that we are not used to supply them in times. Even as I'm even talking right now, there is not even lights. Then we have a challenges of lights and challenges of vehicles and stuff like that. Yeah, stuff like that. So what we want if government can help us about motor and can help us about the vehicle and other things like lights that are not stable. And that was our challenge that we have. They said no, they talk good things about the water. They said the water is good, but the only thing is that we cannot meet up. Cannot meet up to the demand based on the light issue and the motor. There are times our motor just get break at the road. So that is the challenges we are having. But if the water, they talk good thing about the water, that the water is good, it's nice. They like the water. Yeah, that's the challenge that we are facing right now. At times, I used to drive from Gwagwalada to Zuba, to Kwali, and to Abaji. People call us on phone that we should bring water for them because the water is good. But the challenges we are having in the water mainly is vehicle. It's the vehicle and again the lights. Then at times we don't used to have lights. So, and again, people call us, we don't used to meet up the demand based on the light issue and the vehicle. That was the challenge we are having in the water. If for the water, but if it's the water is okay. People recommend the water that is okay. Yeah, really, we still have challenges of fuel because the fuel that take us from here to Zuba at times it costs us like 10,000 naira go come. So we have challenges of fuel, and again, if you tell the customer that this is what we sell the water, they will not be able to buy it like that based on what we are facing, based on the challenges of the fuel that we buy. So to sell them costly, they will not be able to buy it based on the fuel issue.
Like now, you people came and you met me using gen. We bought fuel for the two vehicles now, and we bought fuel for the gen. And you discover that the way you are supposed to like gather more money to put into the business, you discover that the money goes back into expenses. The expenses are much. You understand? The expenses are much more than the business. That is why you discover that some businesses have collapsed. Some businesses have collapsed because of all these challenges. Light is another one. No lights. Water, we thank God, water is a little bit better. We discovered that among all the bills, water bill is a little bit better. But the leather that we use in this production of water is very expensive because I think the leathers are not produced here in Nigeria. Another challenge again is that when you are selling it to meet up with the high rate of prices of commodity, you see them telling you that ordinary pure water, you are adding money. They don't know that it's not just the pure water. I was just listening that say it's not just the pure water, but the material that make up the pure water. You don't just face pure water in the cup. It passed through processes. You know, instead of like in some other places now, they are selling pure water 400, 500. But here, even if you say 300, 350, they will say, it's too expensive. Some they will not buy. You know, they prefer to fetch water from the tap now and drink. Except if they are pressed, they are far away from home, they can now buy. So you discover that the sales is not much the way we expected because of lack of money. So I think many people want to enter into business and there is lack of capital and all these challenges. Like as it is, we produce in a large quantity. At times we have 600 bags or 700 bags. Then I manage it. I count my water. And again, if you pack the water before you go out to sell, I come out to count it. So that I just want to check losses so that there will be no losses. So we count each trip. Like as the carry now is 110 bags. For 10 bags, you give you one for leakage. We give you one for leakage. So, and again, how you in the open market, it depends on how your water tastes. Assuming they take my water, if my water is not good, you discover that next they will not want to buy. And again, we welcome challenges. If at all the water has any taste or leakages, because at times the sealer will not seal well, you discover some of the leathers there. You see me pack them outside there. These are all waste from production. So we pack them like that and keep them for recycling, you know. So that is how we manage. In the open market, it depends on how your water tastes and how good it is. If not, people will not buy it. They will not continue to be buying it. Yes. I started this business without even a vehicle. We were pushing the water in wheelbarrow. So thank God that now we have 2 vehicles carrying the water. And we're believing God for more expansion. How do I do it? I borrowed money from the bank, add to the ones we sell, so that I'll be able to meet up. So now I'm still believing God for another branch and also a Bachini bottled water. So money is a challenge, and also a place. You know, without a place, you will not be able to. It's either you have a place to build or you rent. I'm believing God for an expansion, and money is the key thing. We call friends to say we are selling water, and now it has even helped when somebody needs water, because our signpost is there. And again, since 2018 we have started, and people have got to know about our water, and like they call us, "Madam, we need water, let your boys bring water to us." This it has so much helped us. So many a times we just sit down. Even if they call now, I will now call them directly and say, "This person needs water, go and give to the person." You know, that is how we sell. It's just the phone we use. Phone, and maybe like our WhatsApp statue and other things. I have not advertised it in any other way. It's just the phone. Communication, you know. We communicate through phone. That is the only means we use now. My advice to anyone that wants to start business, even to the ones that don't want to, my advice is that let somebody make a move. Because without business, there's no how you can sustain yourself. Even the white-collar job outside there, the money cannot be able to sustain you. If you are just believing God for that one alone, you will not be able to meet up with standard of living and also to extend helps to others. So my advice to anyone that wants to start, and the one that are not even prepared, bear it in mind to start business, I encourage them to start business, because business is far, far better than white-collar job, just sticking on one. I remember when I was just working without doing any business. In fact, it was like you borrow, when you collect pay, you now clear the debt, you start again. So business is far better. Well, the thing is that people are afraid of starting because the fear of the unknown, and you don't know what to start. You can pray to God. God is the giver of wisdom. He will give you wisdom, and He will give ideas for the direction that you need to take. There are so many businesses outside there that one can do to be able to sustain himself and his family.
The science behind pure water production involves multiple stages, from removing impurities to balancing essential minerals. Abachini Pure Water Factory uses advanced reverse osmosis and UV treatments to ensure every drop is safe.
It's been an eye-opening experience at Abachini Pure Water Factory. Fatu Audu and her team shows us what's possible when innovation and determination meets entrepreneurship. They are not just delivering clean water, they are driving change and creating opportunities. Do you know someone who is reshaping their industry with innovation, or maybe you have a story worth sharing? Connect with us on our social media platforms at Idea Television. We'd love to hear from you. Thank you for watching this episode of InnoVenture. Until next time, keep innovating and inspiring.
because we need to bring these entities together and get them to collaborate. And the essence of Triple Helix in itself is to foster innovation. And without innovation, you can't really have advancement. Today, we didn't know that many years back, our world would be like this today. Today, we're talking of AI, digital technology, and all that. Even we don't know what was going to happen tomorrow. So we need to really innovate, especially utilizing our individual, resources as a nation to build homegrown technologies that can work for us as a country. So I believe that this is one of the best things we've done for ourselves. It's a step in the right direction. In fact, they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. It may not be perfect, but we have started and we are focused. And I believe with time, the industry, the academia, and the government will come together on the same table to see how we can advance the things that we have been doing over the years. Thank you.
For 3 days or so, discussing about triple helix, Nigeria. As far as I am concerned, triple helix directly means three things. Helix is what we inherit from genes, that they come together for progress. But in our sense, it's for prosperity, it's for success, it's for pushing our people to live well in the country. And these three elements, by standard, is the academia. This is where the knowledge workers are. This is where they do research on things. Their outputs are normally, like we're doing here, are either presented or showcased. And if these things are not useful to our people, then that line is on its own. This line has to be connected to the second component of the helix, which is industry. So industry must find an opening through the results of the academic work so that they can be able to make more money. They can be able to employ people. They can be able to showcase products, goods, and services so that Nigeria can be respected. For these two to work very well, then you look up to the third string that forms the helix, which is the government. If the government is not making the knowledge system to work very well, motivated to produce solutions and so on for the country, it is not going to work. If the government does not make it easy or very comfortable and conducive for industry to utilize the results and make more money and create jobs, it is not going to work. So these three, when they are entangled, that the government is sincere enough, is good enough, is leading politically, is leading economically, is leading morally, and is leading technologically, these good elements will ensure that the universities are working very well. The research institutions are working very well. Our PhDs will become good PhDs that can change the landscape of our country. The students coming out of that will become people who are creative, innovative, can work straight in industry and start earning money and producing things. And this is what industry wants. So I think this particular conference is very, very important for Nigeria. See the challenges we have. We have challenges of poverty. Triple helix, if it is good, poverty will run away. We are having challenges of insecurity. Some of the insecurity we have are very primitive insecurity. Even the people who are killing people, you see that they don't have shoes. They don't have good dress. If the triple helix is working, that kind of insecurity will run away. Why? Because these people will have something to do, they are earning money, and nobody can destroy a functional system. Number three, we are seeing intense corruption in our country. You know, again, if we are working together, evolving solutions, and industry is pouring its own energy for people to be happy, the corruption will go down. So this conference is fantastic as far as I'm concerned. Yes, this is the maiden conference, but I pray and encourage the organizers. Don't worry about some of the observations if they are lowering your morale. Don't allow your morale to come down. Intensify, I'm sure. Next, the second conference will be a very, very strong one. We hope that we can see government people here, we can see core industry, and your exhibition will even turn out to be a marriage space for industry to be taking results of your research. So I'm so excited, you can tell.
This is the key, actually. As you see me, theoretically and practically, I am a symbol of the triple helix. I'm an engineer by training to start with. I've done a lot of engineering research, a lot of engineering publications. I got promoted to the highest level based on this. So I know the academia very, very well. While within the academics, doing this academic work, I have had patents of inventions and innovations that I have come up with. So I understand intellectual property and also intellectual property rights system and commercialization. So that is now the linkage, the transfer of technology to industry. I have also participated directly as an employee of industry, plus I did a lot of consultancies ensuring that technology moves into industry, particularly through my services at NOTA. So I know connectivity of the academia to industry. So, and while a civil servant, I know policies, I know government, I know how to structure things for the knowledge system to work, to be linked to industry. So putting all these things together, events of this nature, with direct implication of triple helix is actually the way to go. This is the key process. There is no cutting corners. It's either we get this right or we don't. But if we too, as Nigerians or as Africans, want to construct our roads, wants to ensure that we grow more food to make sure that we are eating well, wants to actually breed our animals so that we are drinking enough milk, eating enough meat, eating fish, and also generating jobs for our young people, triple helix is the key. Unless you are investigating very well to know your onions, unless this intellectual property is moving to industry, to create jobs, to create wealth, and raise your country to the level of being respected, unless this is actually making you to evolve as a united country, peaceful country, progressive country, and this is the definition of triple helix. If we can't do that, then sorry about that. This event is key, and I hope that we can sustain it until we get it right. I think the exciting thing is that there are a lot of young people here who are demonstrating very, very progressive posture in terms of knowing, practicing, and even creating good things for themselves. Secondly, we've seen a lot of academics. So many professors have come here with their own ideas so that they can be able to unleash it to demonstrate to the young people this is the way to go. There are very few industrial players here that we need to strengthen. But most importantly, there were very, very few policymakers, people who can make it to shake it, to make sure that we now evolve a functional knowledge system in line with our desires. Unless these researchers are researching what can solve our problems, how can our research solve our flooding problem? How can our research solve our food problem? How can our research solve our insecurity problem? The connection is not going to be seamless. So I am sure with the experience of this one, when we go to the next level, we will see more government people, we will see more industry people, and certainly the young people's energy coming to these kind of functions will actually be unleashed, and I'm very hopeful.
Blending humor with lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer, and there you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV. Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast. This is the podcast, an initiative of Idea TV, where we bring science, technology, innovation, entrepreneurship in a fun, engaging way to your views. And of course, we have various segments of this podcast. We have the In My Opinion segment, where we talk about expert opinions on policies, on policies, on rules and regulations. We have Science Chatterbox, we have Share Your Story, and we have the Young Einstein. On this episode today, we are having the In My Opinion, where we talk about the role of free trade in the entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria and with extension in Africa. I am not alone today. I am here with one of top experts, if I'm permitted, one of the scholars in very knowledgeable about free trade, very knowledgeable about the African market landscape. I'm here with Dr. Olalekan Afolabi. It is a pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, if you will permit me, before you introduce yourself, I will just read a little bit about your bio. So, Dr. Olalekan Olariwaju is Dr. Olalekan Afolabi, I beg your pardon, is a seasoned program manager at the ECOWAS Court of Justice, bringing over 16 years of diverse experience in program development, management, and regional cooperation. Before his current role, he served as the trade policy expert at the ECOWAS Commission, where he coordinated the development of a number of regional trade and investment policies. With a strong commitment to fostering sustainable development and collaboration among West African nations, Dr. Olalekan plays a crucial role in implementing initiatives that drive economic growth and enhance regional integration. In addition to his professional accomplishments, Dr. Olalekan is passionate about networking and empowering others. Dr. Olalekan was a master's degree in public policy analysis and a doctorate degree in mediation and conflict resolution. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Probably from everything I've discussed, I've not said something about you personally. I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers.
Just to say thank you for having me on your show.
It's a pleasure, sir.
I am here to discuss with you and discuss with the viewers. So thank you.
We begin with the headlines. Federal government approves 68.7 billion naira for solar power projects. LASU staff unions begin indefinite strike with examinations disrupted. NCC hosts legal leaders to modernize telecom laws amid digital growth. South Africa eyes satellite internet deal with Chinese LEO provider. In health, FCT targets nearly 1 million children in 2025 malaria prevention drive. In business, Rwanda tests digital currency in move toward cashless future. In sports, Nigeria's Musa leads MVP fan vote race at 2025 FIBA Women's Afrobasket. Now the news in full. The Federal Executive Council has approved 68.7 billion naira for solar-powered electricity projects in federal universities, teaching hospitals and rural agricultural centers across the country. The initiative announced by the Minister of Power Adebayo Adelabu is part of a broader 200 billion naira solar electrification plan aimed at improving energy access in critical sectors such as health, education, and agriculture. The first phase will focus on engineering, procurement, and construction of solar mini-grids under the Energizing Education Program managed by the Rural Electrification Agency. Institutions set to benefit include the University of Lagos, Ahmadu Bello University in Zaria, Obafemi Awolowo University, University of Nigeria Nsukka, University of Calabar, University of Ibadan, and its teaching hospital, University College Hospital, as well as the Federal University Wukari in Taraba. The projects are expected with 7 to 9 months, building on previous successes in institutions like the University of Abuja and the Nigerian Defense Academy. The ministry says the broader 200 billion naira funding will also extend to agricultural centers of excellence and rural farm clusters, supporting micro and small-scale agro-processing businesses in underserved communities. According to Adelabu, the solar program is not only about reliable electricity, but also about driving inclusive growth and boosting productivity in rural Nigeria. Moving on. A major disruption is unfolding at Lagos State University as staff unions have commenced an indefinite strike halting academic and administrative activities across its campuses. The strike, which began yesterday, July 31st, was declared by the Joint Action Committee comprising the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, Senior Staff Association of Nigerian Universities, SANU, Non-Academic Staff Union, NASU, and the National Association of Academic Technologies, NAT. In a later address to the Vice-Chancellor, Professor B.M. Olatunji Bello, the union stated that the action follows unresolved issues with university management. The directive affects all staff across LASU's main campus in Ojo, the College of Medicine in Ikeja, and their paid campus, who are now instructed to withdraw their services and vacate their duty post immediately. The union leaders, including ASU LASU Chair, Professor Ibrahim Bakari, and SANU LASU Chair, Oluwase Lawal, emphasized that the strike will remain in force until all demands are met. Development comes just days after students were scheduled to begin their second semester's examination for the 2024 and 2025 academic session. In another news, the Nigerian Communications Commission has conducted a 2-day high-level workshop in Lagos bringing together attorneys general from across the country to strengthen legal frameworks and around telecommunications in the digital age. The event, which ended on Thursday, July 31st, was themed Building and Driving Synergy in Regulating Communications for the Digital Transformation of Nigeria. Declaring the workshop open, the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Lateef Fagbemi stressed the importance of a whole-of-government approach to harnessing the opportunities and managing the challenges of emerging technologies. He underscored digital transformation as a cornerstone of Nigeria's socio-economic progress. Key discussions at the workshop focused on streamlining multiple taxation, eliminating regulatory overlaps, and strengthening the protection of critical national information infrastructure. They were also called for a review of the Nigerian Communications Act of 2003 to reflect today's digital realities and create a more attractive regulatory environment for investors. The initiative reflects the NTC's broader commitment to building strong collaboration between the legal and telecom sectors, ensuring Nigeria's digital future is supported by a coherent and adaptive legal framework. Moving on, South Africa is exploring a potential satellite internet partnership with China as part of efforts to close the country's digital divide. Communications Minister Soli Malatsi recently held talks with the China satellite network company CSNC. A statement from developing a low-Earth orbit satellites constellation in Abuja by Lutomi Sodipo, State Project Manager for the SMC initiative. The program targets children between 3 and 59 months old, the most vulnerable to malaria due to underdeveloped immune systems. Since its rollout in 2022, the SMC program has grown steadily, reaching 689,283 children in its first year, 917,586 in 2023, and 939,729 in 2024. The 2025 campaign is already underway with the first 2 cycles completed and achieving over 98% administrative coverage. The third cycle is set for August 8th to 11th. The campaign uses a door-to-door delivery model where trained community drug distributors administer a monthly 3-day course of sulfadoxine, pyrimethamine, an Amodia queen known as SPAQ, SPAC, during the peak malaria season from June to October. To improve reach, faith-based organizations are now also being engaged as additional distribution points. However, challenges remain, including poor house marking, incomplete data, and inconsistent application of national guidelines. Sodiko called for stronger government backing and urged caregivers to grant access to trained health workers and ensure children complete full dosage. Also speaking, Ihao Manzekwe, SMC program officer, stressed the need to combine the SMC intervention with other measures like insecticide-treated nets for full protection. Haja Zainab Ibrahim, program manager for the FCT Malaria Elimination Program, noted improvements in accessing children within gated communities and underlined the crucial role of the media in fighting misinformation and boosting compliance. In business now, in Rwanda, the National Bank is moving closer to the future of money with a new digital initiative. The bank has begun a 5-month closed-loop pilot to test the feasibility of a central bank digital currency, also known as CBDC. This digital currency, issued directly by the central bank, is designed to function as a secure and efficient complement to existing payment methods like mobile money and bank cards. It is expected to enable faster transactions, support offline payments, and underserved areas, especially during network or power outages. The pilot currently underway includes a select group of participants, central and commercial bank staff, merchants trialing offline transactions, and institutions testing USSD compatibility. The focus is on technical performance, user experience, and assessing legal and cybersecurity risks, as well as how seamlessly a CBDC could integrate into Rwanda's existing financial systems. The National Bank of Rwanda says 4 key drivers are behind exploration: enhancing payment resilience, encouraging innovation, and market competition. Speeding up the shift to a cashless economy and boosting the efficiency of cross-border payments. The trial is scheduled to wrap up in October this year. While no launch has yet been confirmed, the bank notes their result from the pilot will inform future decisions on a broader rollout system. This move marks another step in Rwanda's ambition to lead in digital finance and build a more inclusive, tech-enabled financial ecosystem. In sports now, at the ongoing 2025 FIBA Women's AfroBasket Tournament in Abidjan, Nigeria's Mojanatu Musa has emerged as the country's leading contender in the most valuable player fan vote. Musa, alongside teammate Amiokonko and Ezine Kalu, have been shortlisted in the 20-player list for the MVP honor as fans gear up to cast their votes ahead of the tournament's conclusion this Sunday, August 3rd. The Tigress forward has been instrumental in Nigeria's strong performance so far, posting consistent double-digit scores of 12 points in both the 92-45 win over Rwanda and the narrow 60-55 victory against Mozambique. She currently averages 13.5 points and 8.5 rebounds per game. Ameokonkwo added 10 points in the opening match and 8 in the second, while veteran guard Ezine Kalu scored 7 points in the opener before delivering 16 in the next game, showcasing her experience on the court. The Triers joined in the MVP fan votes by top performers from across the continent, including Cameroon's Dolce Fankam and Jessica Thomas, Egypt's Ranim El Jawadi, Rwanda's Bella Murekatete, and Senegal's Sierra Dillard and Ndioma Kane. Others include Mali's Sika Kone, Uganda's Jane Asinde, and the Ivory Coast's Kariata Diaby. While the MVP fan vote is not an official FIBA award, it offers fans an opportunity to show support for standout players as Africa's top women's basketball talents battle for continental glory. Voting continues as the knockout stage unfolds at the Palais de Sports de Techville in Abidjan. And that's all we have for you on Idea TV Midday News. But before we go, here's a recap of the headlines. We brought you news that the FG has approved 68.7 billion naira for solar power projects. We also told you the LASU staff unions begin indefinite strike examinations disrupted. NCC hosts legal leaders to modernize telecom laws amid digital growth. South Africa eyes satellite internet deal with Chinese Leo provider. And in health, FCT targets nearly 1 million children in 2025 malaria prevention drive. In business, Rwanda tests digital currency and move toward cashless future. In sports, Nigeria's Musa leads MVP fan vote race at 2025 FIBA Women's AfroBasket. Do not hesitate to follow us across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I am Chinatu Oji. Enjoy the rest of our programs.
Blending humor with lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer, and there you find us anytime, anywhere. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV. Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast. This is the podcast, an initiative of Idea TV, where we bring science, technology, innovation, entrepreneurship in a fun, engaging way to your views. And of course, we have various segments of this podcast. We have the In My Opinion segment, where we talk about expert opinions on policies, on policies, on rules and regulations. We have Science Chatterbox, we have Share Your Story, and we have the Young Einstein. On this episode today, we are having the In My Opinion, where we talk about the role of free trade in the entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria and with extension in Africa. I am not alone today. I am here with one of top experts, if I'm permitted, one of the scholars very knowledgeable about free trade, very knowledgeable about the African market landscape. I'm here with Dr. Olalekan Afolabi. It is a pleasure to have you, sir.
Thank you very much.
So, if you will permit me, before you introduce yourself, I will just read a little bit about your bio. So, Dr. Olalekan Olarewaju is Dr. Olalekan Afolabi, I beg your pardon, is a seasoned program manager at the ECOWAS Court of Justice, bringing over 16 years of diverse experience in program development, management, and regional cooperation. Before his current role, he served as the trade policy expert at the ECOWAS Commission, where he coordinated the development of a number of regional trade and investment policies. With a strong commitment to fostering sustainable development and collaboration among West African nations, Dr. Olalekan plays a crucial role in implementing initiatives that drive economic growth and enhance regional integration. In addition to his professional accomplishments, Dr. Olalekan is passionate about networking and empowering others. Dr. Olalekan was a master's degree in public policy analysis and a doctorate degree in mediation and conflict resolution. It's a pleasure to have you, sir. Probably from everything I've discussed, I've not said something about you personally. I would like you to introduce yourself to our viewers.
Just to say thank you for having me on your show.
It's a pleasure, sir.
I am here to discuss with you and discuss with the viewers. So thank you once again.
Yes, so today we want to talk about the role of free market in building sustainable entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. We all know how the market is right now. We all know how Africa particularly, I don't want to say Nigeria now, is taking the initiative of starting their own business, which cuts across continent. So the first question here is, how do you see free trade benefiting entrepreneurship development in Africa in the context of the Nigeria or the Africa we have today?
Thank you very much. And like you rightly said in your intro, entrepreneurship has been with us for a while and is still with us now. And who do you refer to as the entrepreneur? Is somebody that has identified a challenge or a problem and is solving that problem, based on his ideas, and trading it out for value and for profits.
Right.
That's an entrepreneur. And looking at the landscape of the country, looking at the landscape of the continent, a lot of people are entrepreneurs either by design or by accident. There are no jobs.
So, by design or accident.
Or by accident. So there are no jobs. So a lot of people, of course, move into entrepreneurship. But in a capitalist market
Right.
like Nigeria, what you see is that the laws of demand and supply is always there. So free market involves when you allow the laws of demand and supply to determine what happens. Basically, the principles of free market evolves around freedom of choice between the buyers and the seller. So I can freely go and choose a particular product against another product. I am not being compelled by any government regulations or agency to buy a
Right.
particular product
Yeah.
as against another. So there's freedom of choice. And that brings healthy competition.
Right.
So if I come to you and your products are not within my expectations or my
Jurisdiction.
standard, I move into another
person.
So that's why you can even go into a market and see two people selling side by side, yet the price of one is higher than the other. You simply move to the other person and buy from the lower price. So there's competition, there's freedom of choice, and reduced or limited government intervention. But basically,
Sir, sorry, a lot of knowledge is going on here, but for the purpose of diverse range of audience we have, I want you to define free market in a layman term. If there's anybody here who is a medical doctor and is solely a medical doctor and is listening to us right now, I want you to explain to them what free market is, because the path you are going is more deep, and if they don't understand the fundamentals, it might be very difficult.
Okay, thank you. Well, I thought I was taking the basis, but you see, the principle of the free market simply says that um, demand and supply determines the market. That is what determines what happens in the market. So, and like I said, it has some basic principles, which includes free choice, between the buyers and the seller. Nobody compels you to buy or to sell. You have competition that exists in the market. You have low government intervention, self-interest. So you buy based on your own interest. So those are the principles of free market. But there is nowhere in the world where government do not regulate some aspect of the market. Yes, but whilst the government is regulating, I think what we are pushing for is that the government should not determine prices, price control for certain products, or fix certain prices. And you will see that even in recent times in Nigeria, there have been more move, even towards the regulation of certain products.
Yes.
Before now, there was price control on petroleum PMS, for example. But now the government is saying we are fully deregulating. We are allowing the forces of demand and supply
to determine
the price. Government before was also regulating the currency sector. You see, and that's why the government was providing subsidy for currency sector. Now the government is saying we are removing our hands, we are deregulating that sector. So the principles of free market
is left to the people to decide.
So that is the principle of free market.
Okay.
And sometimes where you see these restrictions are also when government is trying to push for the use of a public product or public service. So for example, government is saying, oh, we are producing a particular product, or my country is producing a particular product, like maybe cars, for example, and I want to subsidize that. So
for the
people, when you do that, you are negating the principle of free market. You allow demand and supply, you allow the forces of the market to determine the price and the exchanges.
So speaking of these free markets now, because to me it sounds good, because that basically means that the people determine what they want currently, urgently, and what they want to say, okay, you stay, we don't need you now. Okay, it's Christmas time, we need this urgently. I think that's very cool. But what do you think are the opportunities presented by the free market for Africans, and what are the challenges? Because I don't think anything really comes freely. There will be challenge somehow, somewhat. So what are the opportunities presented? You've mentioned some part, but I want you to reiterate about it and the challenges about this free market.
Okay, thank you. You see, the opportunities are great, they abound, and a lot of entrepreneurs will tell you that if you are focused on your immediate environment in selling and in exchanging your goods and your services, then you are not into business. So one of the opportunities that free market offers you is that you are able to sell freely across wider range
of
people,
right?
you know, across the
No
borders,
restrictions
across the countries, and that is why institutions and organizations like ECOWAS, which is the Economic Community of West African States, have been able to you know, come together and develop what you call the ECOWAS trade liberalization schemes that allows products of origin of a particular country to move freely into another country without paying tariff, and you can sell. So
is that within the African countries or all over the world?
No, that's within the West African countries.
Okay,
that's within the 15 West African countries of ECOWAS, and the same thing now is being done under the African Continental Free Trade Area. That's the 55 countries within the African continent.
So the AFCFTA is like a broader term of the ECOWAS.
It's like a broad. So the AFCFTA is a free trading area for 55 countries of Africa. So that means that you can sell your products, you can make your product available, you can market it, you can appeal to customers and appeal to you know, people that have interest in your product within the 54 countries. That's the opportunities that free market gives. And why we are able to do that is because we believe that countries in those 54 countries or 55 countries of ECOWAS, depending on who you are speaking to, have also, you know, imbibed the culture of free markets and the principles of free markets within their territory. That's why it's easier for you now to move your goods and trade within those countries. In countries where free market is difficult or does not exist, they don't even allow you to trade your goods with them. Yeah, because government determines the price of products, the type of product and everything. So it's difficult to even trade in those countries.
Okay. The challenges what are the challenges? You haven't spoke about the challenges.
So those are the opportunities. Now you see the challenges, of course, may be lack of greater opportunities for citizens within our countries. So, for example, it's difficult for you to be very competitive from this part of the world if you are having challenges with electricity. It takes so much for you to produce products. In fact, let me just say this before I move on. It is believed that, or there is a study that shows that 50% of businesses, of startup businesses in Nigeria fails within 1 year.
Within 1 year?
Within the 12 months of startup. And then 90% fails within 5 years.
Wow.
And some of the reasons for the failure includes one, overtaxation. Overtaxation, you know, that the businesses are subjected to. Most of businesses
by their home country.
By their home countries. Most of the businesses in Nigeria pays between 1 to 5 taxes to different, you know, tax bodies. So
for person just struggling up.
Yeah, so that is a major challenge, you know, and major reason why businesses fail. Another major reason in Nigeria, of course, is electricity. Energy is a big issue here.
A very big one at that.
Yeah. So with that, it's more difficult for you to produce or to render a service within this country and compete favorably with countries that have electricity, constant electricity.
Yeah.
So because that will, of course, increase the cost of your production. And of course, the third you know, challenge that has been alluded to is insecurity, which of course is a big challenge. So some of those reasons are why it is difficult, even though you have the principles of free markets you know, existing, it may be difficult for you to be competitive. Don't forget that one of the principles of free market is competition.
Yes.
Yeah. So if your cost of production is high and your product is expensive, I go for
a better option.
Yeah, that is cheaper or it's better.
For me.
So those
so
are some of the challenges.
From what you said now, let's say I'm a president of this country, and I put out a policy that this particular product, Nigerians should be put first, or being patriotic first. Does that mean I'm practicing free market? If I put my people first, like, okay, let's do Nigerian first before other people come in. Is that free market or it is not?
No. So and that reminds me of one of the slogan of the newly elected United States President,
Donald
Trump, when he was elected, in his previous administration, he always says American first. I don't know, there's a phrase he always says American first. Well, you see, what most government do is that they encourage their entrepreneurs
Right.
in producing. In fact, some governments have been known to subsidize a particular sector so that the sector is more productive
and more accessible.
Yes, has more fund, is able to produce more. I know the US long time used to subsidize their agricultural products, and so they produce en masse. What typically happens is that when you produce those products after subsidy of government and you export it into another country, what may likely happen is that the product or the prices of that product
Yeah.
will go lower than the prices in the country that is exported to,
Oh,
thereby affecting the entrepreneurs in those countries or the farmers in those countries.
Right.
And so that is what in in trade palace is called dumping. So your government subsidizes your product, and then you dump the excess of that product in another market.
country.
Yeah. And when you have that, the country in which is experiencing dumping can of course make appeals to we have the WTO settlement dispute settlement board can make such appeals to that. But what you can do as the president, if you are the president, of course, is to be patriotic by using your country's products. It's your choice. One of the principles of free market is also freedom of choice. So as a president, I may say,
Nigeria first.
I want to use Nigerian's products all around me. And when you start doing that,
that doesn't mean other people don't have access.
Yeah, everybody will also start doing that.
Yes.
When the president says, "Oh, I want to use Nigerian's products," you see that every other person follows. When the state governor says, "I want to use this product," every other person follows. But that is one subtle way of doing that.
Well, thank you very much, sir. You come from ECOWAS, and I know that ECOWAS has put a lot of planning, a lot of strategies just to make sure that there is a free flow of trade. I don't want to say free trade now. There is a free flow of trade between West African countries. Now, do you think, or what do you think government and policymakers can do to support free trade to enhance entrepreneurship in Africa? We want to make sure entrepreneurship in Africa is not just determined by the Western country. We are not following their footsteps. We want to create our own. But how do we think free trade can come in? What are the policy governments can put in place? What are the policymakers can do to make sure that this thing actually works? Because for me, I don't know, but for what I've observed so far, looking at it holistically, I think Nigerians always want to follow the white people's style. Say, okay, it has worked for them, let's follow this style. And it does not necessarily mean that's the best way. It might work, but that doesn't mean that's the best way. So what do you think the government or policymakers can do to make sure the free trade or free market enhance entrepreneurship landscape in Nigeria?
Okay, thank you. One of the challenges to free trade
right.
Is one, the legal framework, some of the policies that we have, and basically when you go across the border, there's something called not even only across the border, even within the states, there's something called the non-tariff barriers to trade. So the tariff barriers are the taxes, are the import duties that you pay, the excise duties that you pay, but the non-tariff barriers are more or less in terms of the procedures, the custom procedures, the papers that you fill, the forms that you need to get to be able to export your product to another country. And some of these forms or some of these certificates that you need to get, they are very cumbersome to get. Sometimes in a particular country, you may have to visit like 10, 15 agencies.
Mention Nigeria now.
Yeah, no, we're talking about Africa now.
Okay.
You may have to visit like 10 to 15 agencies to be able to get those
which
forms.
might be very exhausting.
So that is exhausting, that is expensive, and sometimes
frustrating.
Yeah, it makes your product even stay longer and more costly. So those are some of the things that we are hoping that government can start working on. Streamline the process for getting documentations for products, for exports, you know. So that is the first thing. If the government is able to do that, then it's easier for people to access international markets, and then, you know, you make more money from that. And of course also trade infrastructure. We have huge deficit of trade infrastructure in this region. It's cheaper for you to export your products from Nigeria to the west, than to move it from Nigeria, for example, to Kenya, or even to Sierra Leone, that is within the region.
Country.
Yeah, it's so difficult, because if you are taking a ship from here to the US, or to the you know, to the west, you are taking a lot of vessels. Some of those ships also dock in some other areas and picks a lot of vessels to the west, and a lot of vessels come from the west to various parts of Africa. But when you are moving from here to Sierra Leone, for example, you may see only 2 or 3 cargoes that are going. And so it's not profitable to move a whole ship down to Sierra Leone directly. But you move it to the west, you get a lot of cargoes there, and you move everything back to Africa. So you see, the same thing even for rail, the same thing for road. Our trade infrastructure is we are in deficit of trade infrastructure. So the government needs to come together, keep working on improving that. I know a lot of work is being done in that regards, but government needs to continue.
Government of various African countries.
Various African countries needs to continue.
It's not a one country
no,
thing.
No. Needs to continue to push for that.
Okay, so let's say I want to start a business now. Let's say I want to start a business. Probably maybe I want to be a fashion designer, but I want to put this business of making locally made clothes with it. Let's say I want to start a dire, for example. And what you mentioned something about documentation. What are those things I must have in place? If I have those in place, how can I access free market as just a recent graduate who wants to start localizing our Nigerian stuff and putting it out internationally?
Okay, let me say that, like I said earlier, under the West Africa, you know, design,
right?
If you have a local or locally sourced product, if you can tell us, or you can ascertain that this product is sourced locally, there is a protocol that allows you to move that product to another country within the region, within the West African region, without paying any tariff.
Any tariff.
Any tariff.
Okay.
You're not paying any duties. You're just moving it out because it's from here. But you see, so that is within ECOWAS. Within AFCFTA, that's African Continental Free Trade. There is also some arrangement on moving some of those products to other parts of Africa with very limited tariff being paid on it, reduced up to, I think, about 90%, in some cases 97%. Wow. Now, how do you assess this? So one of the things we encourage businesses, entrepreneurs to do is that before you go into any business, you have to understand the market that you are going into. One of the other reasons why businesses fail is that people do not take time to know the market in which they are operating.
They think it's the same for everything.
Yeah, it's not just for me to wake up and say I have cashew nuts. I want to move cashew nuts. No,
I have cocoa.
I have cocoa. I want to move cocoa to one country. No, you need to find out how it is being done. What are the documents that you need? Where do you need to source these documents from? Who are your competitors? Right. Which market are you trying to access? Are they ready to buy your product? Are you sure that your product meets the normal standard, the minimum
people
standard?
Actually need this at this time?
People actually need the product. So those are the information that you need to source for. When you source for those information, and where do you get them? You can. So one of the things we encourage entrepreneurs to do, look for associations. There are business associations that are already set up, that are involved in that business itself.
Right.
If you go around, you'll see that you have a national association of adire sellers, for example, or adire producers.
These associations, are they the same with those local markets?
They have a lot of their members in the local market.
Oh, right.
Yes.
Right.
You also have,
because in the market, even if you are selling crayfish, you have
associations.
You have associations.
And the associations are guided by specific rules. And the associations also provide the opportunity to know what is happening in that area.
Right.
You also have the National Chamber of Commerce and Industry in Nigeria. You have a lot of associations that can really help you, give you this information, tell you where to get things done. And that will help you as a business person to quickly advance in what you're selling.
So if you are going to rate if you are going to rate Africa's approach to free market, what are you going to give it at the moment?
We are still backward.
Ooh,
a
wow.
lot.
That was very
Yeah, we are backward, especially in terms of one, like I said, governments trying to regulate certain aspects of the markets, which, like I said, Nigeria now is also trying to improve on that and deregulating some of the markets. Also in terms of taxation, one of the
taxes are too much.
Taxation is one big challenge even in free markets. When you go to the free market, the taxes are well structured. You pay tax to government, of course, but well structured.
Well structured.
In Nigeria, you have various layers. The federal government will collect tax based on the Federal Inland Revenue Services. The state government will also collect its own tax. Local government will also collect its own tax. And you can collect all those taxes from one person. In fact, Nigeria has about 60 taxes, official taxes that you pay, and over 200 unofficial taxes. So that is a lot. And you can see an entrepreneur will easily be burdened with this. So the tax system has to be harmonized and simplified. And I think the Nigerian government is also doing something in this light, because there is the tax bill of 2024 that has just been submitted to the National Assembly. And let's hope that when
we keep hoping.
when this bill becomes an act, hopefully it will help streamline the taxes in the country.
So the last question here before we call it a wrap is, can you provide examples of successful businesses in Africa that have thrived due to the availability of free trade opportunities, or a potential business that you think can thrive under the opportunities provided by the free trade market?
You're just looking for difficult. Sorry, I'm just pulling your legs. Well, but you see, in Africa and in recent times in Africa, you see a lot of businesses are moving towards digital technology.
Right.
Services is constituting a very important part of our GDP. It's making a huge part of the GDP. And in that services, you see, mostly you are looking at banking services, you are looking at IT services and stuff like that. Now, let's take the banking service, for example. Nigerian banks, based after the last recapitalization that was done by the CBN, I think during Sanusi, sorry, let me be guided. Former governor, His Royal Highness Sanusi's administration as a CBN, there was a recapitalization that was done that strengthened the bank. Moved the bank now. I think then a bank must have 25 billion naira as the capital before it can operate in Nigeria. I think this current government is also trying to even increase that. So when that was done, you see Nigerian banks now becoming very big, and they are able to access other other markets. And if you go to most of the countries in Africa, most in West Africa and the number in Africa, you would see Nigerian banks there thriving seriously.
Wow.
In fact, in some countries, Nigerian banks are even more than indigenous banks of those countries. So that's one aspect of companies thriving. Most of the Nigerian banks, GT, UBA, a lot of them.
Let's not mention names, so
Yeah,
we don't
sorry.
need people.
Okay,
So before I call it a wrap, actually, is there a way that the free trade can actually inhibit the way product flow in the country? Let me cite an example. So there was a particular time that the former president blocked the border for rice importation, and because of that, we appreciate the local rice, and people start eating local rice. Before we know it, people who have not even eaten it in their life, so they say, oh, I like it, and I think I can do with this. So somehow, somewhat, at that period that the border was closed, the Nigerian rice was appreciated more than the imported rice. But there was no free market because the border was closed. And so that was why I'm asking that question, that is there a way that the free market somehow can inhibit the growth of indigenous products in a country?
Okay, so one thing that I would like to say is that entrepreneurs are known to take opportunities from problems that arises. So wherever there seems to be a challenge or a problem, entrepreneurs are known to find a way around it and make more money for themselves. So like the example you cited, there was a closure of border. rice imported from other countries or rice produced in other countries could not be imported to Nigeria at that time. So local entrepreneurs took advantage of that, and now Nigeria within that time grew its rice self-sufficiency, I think from about 20 to 30% to about 60 to 70% as it is today. So I leave you to answer the question directly.
Okay, so sir, from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you, that's the last question, sir. Don't worry. So from ECOWAS standpoint, what would you say is the progression of Nigerian market at the moment?
Well, I think Nigerian market, Nigeria one is the biggest economy in the region.
In West Africa?
In West Africa.
Okay.
Is the, in fact, it used to be
the largest all over Africa.
It used to be the largest all over Africa, but now I think is the largest in West Africa. Currently is the 5th largest in Africa. So Nigerian market is improving, and we have also seen the World Bank, projection that there would be a growth in the market. The government is also putting in place some measures, though a bit difficult for the citizens now because of the hardship that is being experienced. But some of these measures in the long run are expected to free up cash and use those monies to develop the infrastructure of the country further and place the country in a better position economically.
Right.
But let's hope that will actually pan out very soon.
Wow. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, our audience, for joining us on this wonderful podcast. I hope you've learned about the free market and the importance in developing or sustaining the entrepreneurship landscape in Africa. Don't forget, one of the things Doctor mentioned is that if you have any business at all that you want to start, the first thing to know is your market landscape. Do they want it? Is it going to thrive? Who are your target audience? Who are your target customers? All of these things should be put in place. And don't forget the legal framework too. All of these things are what make you stand out in the competitive market we find ourselves today. Thank you so much for joining us. You are welcome. Doctor, please, if you'd like to introduce yourself again.
Thank you for having me. I would just say that we should continue to thrive. We should always aim high as entrepreneurs. It may be difficult, but aim high. The first thing to do, identify your vision. What is it that you want to do as an entrepreneur? Get to know what you want to do, and then you learn. Take time to know how the market is, how the market operates, what are the regulatory frameworks within the markets, and I'm sure we would all succeed.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And don't forget, this is the Idea Game Changer podcast, an initiative of Idea TV. If you'd like to join us for further conversation, you can follow us across all social media platforms at Idea Television on LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, and X. Or you can as well follow us on YouTube, live stream Idea Television or the Idea Game Changer podcast. And we'd like to have you. If you have any question, shoot us a mail at theideagamechanger@gmail.com. Till next time, I am your host, Olalekan Mandela.
Welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where innovation meets ambition. I am Dearest Mba. On today's episode, we are joined by a passionate agripreneur and a founder of Valo Farmi, a thriving poultry enterprise based in Abuja, Nigeria, with a background in international relations and a professional training from the institutions like the U.S. Soy Excellence Center. He's on a mission to fight malnutrition and improve food security through sustainable agribusiness. Tune in as we explore how he's transforming agriculture into a tool for national development and youth empowerment, changing the game in the agricultural sector. On that note, I'm thrilled to introduce today's guest. He is Joshua Iguala. Hello and welcome to the show.
Hi, dearest. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for being on the show. A privilege to have you today.
Same here. Thank you.
All right, Joshua. You know what? I always like to start easy. So, can you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Wow.
Yes.
See, that question about yourself sometimes is a bit difficult when you're asked on the spot. So, but still, okay. My name Joshua Iguela. Background from River State.
Yeah.
BSc in International Relations, and currently in the agri space as a poultry farmer. So that is, I mean, that's a brief about myself.
All right. I like the fact that you kept it short and simple. That's fine. Anyways, let's talk a little bit still on your background.
Yeah.
So you studied international relations.
Yes, yes.
So what inspired your transition from diplomacy to the agribusiness?
Okay, so I think generally international relations has a way of, of broadening my perspective of global issues, and one of the thing that stood out for me is food security, because as we tackle other aspects of development, food security is the core of everything, and this is one thing that's prevalent here, especially in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. We have serious food crisis across Africa, and so that aspect of development was what caught my attention, and so this is a lot of, amongst other things, obviously, that led me to venture into agribusiness and other sustainable practice.
All right.
Yeah.
Tell us about your early days. What sparked the whole idea?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think let's say, after my NYC, I worked with a consulting development firm. And so most of the work we did was conducting research for international organizations on different aspects of malnutrition, policy, and different development issues. And so working in that sector as a research assistant, I was in the field, I followed up on different issues on ground, and one of the core aspects of things, or one of the core issues that we faced, or I saw in the field here, especially in northern Nigeria, is the issue of malnutrition. And it is very prevalent here in Africa, especially here in Nigeria when you go to the north. I know when you talk about development in Nigeria, most of all development efforts are channeled towards the north, and you find a lot of malnourished children, and one of the aspects of this that causes this malnutrition is protein deficiency, and so this is also a leading cause of malnutrition. So looking at this, and that whole sector, studying about it, so the concept of nutrition was in my heart. So now, judging from, I think last year or 2 years ago, I came in contact with a nutritionist based in the US who produces premix and concentrates, which are what is used to produce feed. And so I established contact with him, got to know more about his product and all that, and then from there I even signed up to be a distributor for his concentrates. And so based on this whole experience, it made me curious about, okay, I could actually use this as an avenue to
make money,
make money, one,
feed the nation,
make money, one, and also achieve or work towards solving a problem.
Okay.
And so looking at the fact that, okay, if protein deficiency is a core cause of malnutrition, then access to high quality protein sources is needed. And so to get that now, you need to be very, very mindful of the feed that these livestock feeds and all that. So that exposure or connection with this nutrition is sparked up almost just when you're on a pathway, or when you have something in your mind, different things just keep coming in place to lead you to this direction. So meeting these people also encouraged me to now set up my own poultry business. That's where I am now.
Interesting. Well, the whole idea of the show is innovation meets ambition, and game changer, obviously, is talking about people that are making the mark in the society, changing the game in different ways, and you're doing that in the agri business. So your company is called Valo Farming.
Yeah.
Did you come up with that name, or was it something that happened over?
Okay, so initially, I always liked the concept of light.
Okay.
Light is, there's no way you go in this life. Anybody that sees light is always excited at any point. So the idea of light. So I started looking, okay, what other word or what other language can represent light? So I came up with Valo. It's a Finnish word.
Okay.
And so Valo is a Finnish word for light. So Valo Farming. So with the whole CSC, I wanted to just go with Valo Farms. But CSC now could not give me the whole value farming was taken, so I had to go with value farming. Farming is still a Finnish word, so for farm, so I just went with value farming. That's the concept of value farming.
Right, because when I heard the name, I thought that was creative.
Yeah,
Name.
that was the concept behind the name.
Interesting.
It's light, so more like light farm or something. Yeah.
All right. So how long have you been in this business?
So I've been in it for straight, like without breaks, let's say 2 years, running 3 years now. Okay. Yeah, but on and off on other activities I've been into. Yeah, but full time 3 years now.
All right. Yeah. But was there an experience that happened that made you realize that, oh, this is what I want to go into?
No, first, I don't think, we as Nigerians, I don't think there's anything that happens first that wants to make you, when you see an opportunity, you seize it. So that is what I did. Apart from the fact that it was purpose driven, I had this ambition to, solve this issue of malnutrition and food security. But the major core of it is the fact that there was an opportunity that presented itself to make money, and I ventured into it.
Interesting. Yeah. And you're doing well at it. I mean, value farming is fast growing in the country, and yeah, we love what you're doing. Like you said, you're trying to solve protein
deficiency. Yes.
All right, interesting one. All right, so when I was reading about your company and all, I noticed you don't just do frozen food, you also do roasted chickens and all.
Yeah.
I love that. I mean,
that's part of adding value to the whole thing. What we are always common with frozen chicken. But I realized that there are also people that prefer this smoke because of the flavor that comes with it. So even me, I prefer it. Most of the time I eat the smoked chicken because once you put it in your meal, it just adds a different flavor to it. So that has.
All right.
That's it.
I mean, I would like to taste that, obviously.
No, if you informed me on time, I would have brought it.
All right. So you're obviously not the only one in the industry. There are so many people in the poultry industry. True. So what makes yours different, and what approach, do you use?
Okay, yeah. Normally, there's nothing you've done or anybody has done or is doing now that nobody has done before. And so the first and the most important thing is about creating quality. That is the most important thing. So quality, it's not just about doing something. You go about doing something, and at the end of the day, it's just like every other person. And so what we are trying to do now is to, infuse quality into our product, into our chicken production. Also, reducing the amount of chemicals we use to feed or to feed these birds. Most of the times you go through the whole, which is not bad though, the whole medicine and all that is not bad, because they are recommended medicines for chickens and all that, but still there's still an organic way people try to raise birds to reduce all these chemicals in the body, because at the end of the day we are the ones receiving these chemicals, so we are the ones eating everything at the end of the day. So we try as much as possible to minimize the use of chemicals in our bird production, and so that way I think that is one thing that I know that is quite different from what a lot of people are doing, and reduce the whole growth boosters, anything that all this artificial. We just go fully natural, and that way we are getting ourselves quality.
All right, but going fully natural, I'm sure that's going to cost you a lot when it
comes
to
it is, because feeding. Not just feeding, because it's not common. A lot of people, maybe more common when in the primitive days when people do all this household chicken and all that, but in the commercial space, poultry commercial, a lot of people don't patronize the whole organic method of raising birds, because one, it's still a sector that's being proven, although people are doing it and doing it well. Also, you find there are still challenges. There's no field without challenges. We still record mortalities, but what we just try to achieve is that we don't load our beds with so much chemical. So if they are even loading them with anything, let it be more natural stuff, herbs, bitter leaf, moringa. Most of those are the core of our bed production. Yeah.
All right, that's fine. So how long does it take for a chicken to grow?
So before now, I know when I was little, when you hear chicken, you think it's 4 months, 3 months, and all that. But if you are going commercial, if you are going commercial, 5 to 6 weeks, your chicken is fully ready for consumption.
Would you say that's why people venture into
poultry? That is it, because the fast turnover So if you start now, you know you're probably budgeting 6 weeks and you're done. And it's widely acceptable by all cultures here in Nigeria. So there's no culture in Nigeria that discriminates or does not eat chicken. So it's very common, well acceptable, affordable as well compared to other sources of protein. And yeah, basically that's it.
All right, that's a good one. Okay, so so how do you ensure quality and sustainability across your production chain?
Well, we take biosecurity very important. That is the core of everything, because as it begins and starts from there. Because biosecurity is how we, from the cleaning of our pen to how we handle, how our staff also, you know, handle the chickens. Because if you miss it at that point, you will suffer. Like you will.
What do you mean? Can you
elaborate
on
that? Biosecurity is just basically now, before, these are procedures you put in place before, during, and after your production cycle.
Yeah.
So before your production cycle, before you have your day-old chicks coming to the market or coming to your farm, the whole process of fumigating the whole place, cleaning up the place, we disinfecting every single, because chickens are very delicate, very delicate. One introduction of germ or something can harm your flock easily, because now you're putting them in a space and all of them are joining, are close to each other. So if one is infected, just be rest assured that you had out of 500 you have, just be sure that at least 20 or 10% or is definitely going to go down with that infection. And so once you have your biosecurity right from the beginning, now I mean sometimes you cannot always have it 100%, but at least strive to have it from 80 to 90%, right? So you know, you don't, not the same slippers you use to walk, go to the farm is not the same you use and enter the pen, because clearly you don't know what you're carrying. Also restricting the number of visitors that come to your farm, because you don't know who went somewhere, picked up something, came to your farm. I've heard of incidents where, you know, even vet doctors that work for farms, you know, a vet doctor is not just consulting for one farm, he can be consulting for several farms. So he goes to this farm, deal with an issue here, probably does the disinfecting himself earlier, he comes here, so drives the same issue that was there to your own farm. So if your biosecurity measures are not strict on your farm, so that doctor coming from there will still bring what he's having or solving there to come to this area. So that is the core of you know, maintaining sustainability, because our biosecurity and constant training of our staff, because now it's a field that is always evolving. Everything is always evolving. So follow up trends and try as much as possible not to be left behind in what is happening. So any new method that is applicable, easy and better for us to maximize profit, we definitely engage with it, not compromising quality either way. So that is our core of everything.
Okay, I love the fact that you always talk about quality, because for me, I feel like if we check the way things are right now, prices of things are going up.
True.
But then the quality is reducing. So I love the fact that you are standing on business, which is, you know.
That. I mean, you just have to find a leverage or something that just makes you better than the other person, because it's common with Nigeria. That's places that getting, people find different ways to make things easier and cheap. But still, you do that, we are not solving any problem. The problem we are trying to solve, we are not creating more problems. So if you are saying you are trying to create high protein to solve the issue of protein deficiency, why would you now bring in substandard chickens into the market?
All right. So do you partner with any NGOs or government right now? Like, do you have
right now, no, but I mean, I recently got in contact with an NGO, but we are still discussing, because I mean, they do a lot in this regard, and so we are just looking for avenues where we can collaborate and see what we can do, community development, especially, but in our own little way, especially in the community where our farm is, try as much as possible to even reduce the price of chickens we sell to the locals around that area. So that way we are not just doing it anyhow and just take. So we do, even the people that work for us right now are from within the environment, the community there. So that way we just try and create a more sustainable way for them to also be a part of what we are doing. So in the long run, once we are able to, you know, engage with more collaborations, we'll be able to have a wider reach of different communities.
All right, that's interesting. Well, I'm more interested to know how it all started. So I've seen interviews where people will be like, I started with 20 chickens. And look at me today, I'm making millions. I'm an employee of labor and all. So I'm more interested in your early days, how you started, how much did you start with, and why you chose the location you're right now.
Okay.
Yes.
So when I started, like I said, when I was trying out a new feed, and so I wanted to really know if it was good. And so, and that was my first. Not like I've done anything in poetry.
So, sorry, was this after NYSC, after school, everything?
This was after NYSC.
Okay.
This was after way long after NYSC. You know, I had worked for a consulting firm before, resigned, then went into starting my own business. And so, I started with 50 birds. 50.
So, I mean, the story is...
No, we always have to start small, because anybody that, except you've had an experience before and you know you want to, but you got to start small, watch the market and watch your growth and all that, then you find your way forward. So I started with 50 birds, and I think that production was really, really nice, because I mean, it was my first. My parents were even surprised that I've not raised anything before. You know, growing up at home, my junior brother was more of the person who was more interested in raising anything, because he had rabbits then at home.
Oh, wow.
So, he had rabbits then at home, but for me, so mine was just from the business angle of things. So I started with 50. I saw the market, it was productive. I mean, I went to 100. Then once my space could no longer carry, I think my space would carry max 150. I went to that 150. So because the cycle is just short, so you just have it done. Once you sell, you produce. Once you sell it, so from 50 to 150 to 200. Before I now moved from, because where I was doing it there was in Dawaki here in Abuja.
Okay.
And I moved to Buhari because I now needed a bigger space, because the profit is in the volume. So it's not, I cannot be doing 200 and 150 and be expecting massive profit. So for me to go big, I had to find a space that could accommodate. So I went to 500 from there, then now 1,000. So earlier this year, I was close to, entering a partnership with someone to produce at least 5,000. But
chickens?
Chickens, but there was...
Is it like in a month, or...?
No, the way we structured it then, because now the pen we saw could accommodate 1,000 each. And plus my current pen, we can accommodate 1,000, making it 5. So our plan was to develop 1,000 every, since it takes 6 weeks for every cycle to produce. So this week we put 1,000 here. Next week we put 1,000 there.
Okay.
Then we put 1,000. So that way, every 2 weeks, you are rolling out 1,000 birds, 1,000 chickens going to the market. So sure of constant supply to your customers and all. So, but we are still in the work for that. But it's something that we still look forward to achieving.
All right. So moving to Buhari was because you wanted a bigger space.
Exactly, I wanted a bigger space.
And like you said, bigger production.
Exactly, no, man. You need the profit is in the numbers. If your numbers are, I mean, you see money. If how much did I start with? 50. Then it's just that the price of things are just not the same anymore, man. As before, when I started, day chick was about I can't recall, I think 500 or so, or 400.
For one?
For one, yes.
Okay.
So, but now it fluctuates. There are times I bought day chick for as high as 1,600. So, so many people sometimes don't understand what affects the cost of chicken. You just say, it's not chicken. When you look at how you were buying, how much you were buying chicken, how much you were buying chicken before, you now be wondering, why is chicken so expensive? Someone is selling chicken 10,000. Someone checking it, but the first is the cost of our production that's making it.
I mean, during the festivities, some of us got chickens for as high as
20,000,
25,000.
And so Christmas period, because the prices of day chicks were just rising. I think there was a time I wanted to buy day chicks, and I did my maths, and at that point, my day chicks was about 470 naira. So I did my maths with the cost of my feed and every single thing, and I was good. So when I was now ready to buy, everything went up to 1,200. So you can imagine the gap. At that moment, I was like, how? So I had to, me that already budgeted for my chicks with 470, I had to now add up to make 1,200. And it was a lot. So we now consider the cost of feed, which is another major challenge we poultry farmers are facing, the cost of feed. I mean, even if you say you want to produce your own feed, now you don't just want to produce anyhow, you also want to get quality in your production. But, well, that's just it.
All right, so since you talked about challenges already, whilst you're sticking to challenges, what are other challenges you've experienced since you started this poultry business?
So I think, generally, we as young Nigerians, I just feel, one, if there's a way government can make, now agribusiness, we are encouraged to go into the agribusiness. But still, I feel there's more the government can do, because, if there's a way we can, you know, especially with the market. Now, we know people eat chicken, yes and okay.
Almost all the time.
Exactly. But if you look at now, okay, especially let me just judge from this, this is like the market generally across all board was not the same.
True.
Compared to how it was before. And you know, you would look at the economy, look at the way things are right now in the country. It's hard to get cash. So will I now, if I just get 20,000, will I be thinking of buying 10,000 naira chicken? What will I now use to make the chicken? All that kind of thing.
I can imagine.
And so the price of chicken, and even it's not our fault, because here we are faced with buying feed as high as 30,000 naira per bag, and you have your birds consuming almost 3 bags or 4 bags a day. And so when you consider the amount you're spending every day and throughout the whole 6-week cycle, that is a lot of money gone into feeding. So as in terms of business, it only makes sense to actually make profit out of it. So it's not a way of exploiting, although there are some people that try to exploit me. I try as much as possible. My profit margin, I don't try to be crazy about it. I just peg it in a way that I know that I make money and it's also affordable for people to get. So I don't my chickens don't get to that level where you see me sell chicken 20,000. People do.
I'm happy you said that. So for us that like chicken, we can be able to eat.
No, my chickens are actually affordable.
All right, that's nice.
So that is one challenge. Now another challenge is, I expect that the challenge of feed is a very big issue, because now one of the things that created that is because of the unavailability of maize and soy meal, because farmers now are facing serious insecurity issues. To now go to the farm and farm this is difficult. So feed manufacturers have resorted to importing this maize and soy meal from importing into the country. Okay. So that has also influenced the high prices of feed. And so if we can solve the problem of insecurity, people go to the farm, and the volume of maize and soy meal that is coming out from the farm is enough to meet the capacity of Nigerians, then I'm sure the price of feed will definitely go down, because feed alone constitutes at least 80% of your...
That's a lot.
80% of your production cycle. So you can't do without it. And so if the price is high and you're still venturing into it, you just have to, the price of chicken has to reflect in the price of chicken, that's for sure.
Well, so next time you go to the market and they tell you that a chicken is at the rate of 20,000, I hope you understand why, because the amount of feed those chickens consume is a lot. Well, let's keep the conversation going. You can send in your comments across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. How can the government come in to, help small businesses, in your opinion?
Well, in my opinion, I would say, first, access to market is very, very important. Access to market. If there's a way government can, just go produce, we buy it from you. At least if it's possible, to remove that headache of you, sourcing for market. But we cannot always be like that, government doing everything for us, because it cannot be like that for us. But at least starting in this direction, when government are saying that, okay, this person has been impacted by this has been impacted by what we are doing, that way we can stand on our own, we can go further and do greater things compared to what we are doing now. So first, access to market, and also funding. Now, because the issue of funding now, everybody says, there's this, the government has created this, but does this money, do you actually come to the actual people?
Grants.
Exactly.
That's the one that's
so
common.
So hearing grants is this, the government has released so money for agriculture, this, that. How many people are benefiting from this? And so I think if the money can actually go, if there's a way the money can actually go to the right set of people, it will go a long way, because when you look at the cost of production, man, we need all the help we can get in terms of finances. We need all the help we can get. So that's another aspect of that. And among that, those are just, immediate things government can do. But the long-term things are the aspect of insecurity. You need to, like I had someone that wanted to come and buy my chicken from Niger State over the weekend. The person was telling me, he's scared of the road, he's scared of the road, they used to kidnap people here, they kidnap people for here. I waited for this guy from around 8 till 4. Yeah. All he was just telling me is they kidnap. And so you look at all those kind of factors. I have something I want to sell. You have something you want to buy, but you're scared of
how
can you? So all those things now are things that, you know, affect businesses. I mean, you have chicken that is ready for sale. Someone is not saying I'm coming to buy it, and now you're now faced with the fact that this person is scared of his own life coming to your own farm. And so, if what's the distance? I mean, how bad can it be that you now say you cannot transport yourself easily from one place to the other? And so, each aspect of security is a very, very big, very critical factor of all of this. Very critical. If we can solve that, if the government can solve that problem, I mean,
to go a long way.
to go a long way, to go a long way, especially with the aspect of food production, it will go a long way. Farmers will be able to go to their farm. People, harvest is coming in. People are producing like a whole lot, because look at the vast land in the north. Everywhere is empty. How many people are farming? People are scared of even going to the farm because they are scared, oh, they'll get attacked. And so all that is very, very, for me to even witness that firsthand, that someone is coming to buy my product and is scared of insecurity, or scared of insecurity. I mean, it's affecting business. So I mean, who knows the money he would have given me that day? But now, because of that fear, he could not come to me. So I've lost that kind of. So if the aspect of security, it needs to be fixed, because it will go a long way to better the lives of a lot of Nigerians.
I mean, not just even in the agri sector.
Everywhere.
In everywhere of society.
Everywhere.
All right, we already discussed challenges. How do you handle challenges?
First, I think when you're purpose driven, almost anything that comes your way, you will definitely, you know, surmount it. And so that is one of my, that's my fuel. So when I look at what is fueling this motive or fueling this ambition, it almost feels like nothing is impossible at that point, because any moment, anything I say, I almost have to find a way to come around it, because it's just a burden in me that I have to achieve. And so that's the best way to handle challenges. I mean, if there's no purpose to what you're doing, it is difficult, man, because you can face these challenges and fall out. There are a lot of farmers who have left the business because of how expensive and how difficult it is. But I mean, in as much as people are living, there's still enough room for people to make money, because the opportunity is there. Someone has left the sector, there's still void. There's a void there, and so someone has to fill that void. And so for me, I'm just driven by purpose, and so with that, any obstacle, any challenge, nothing.
You're good.
I'm good. I mean, I just have to face it head on. I mean, Nigeria will obviously be a better place with a lot of people like me.
I mean, that's the prayer, hopefully.
Yeah.
All right, would you advise someone who wants to start this business to take a loan and start the business?
Now, it depends on, you know, yes, I will. It depends. I will, because, you know, there's what a lot of banks do, and not many people are. Now, you can take a loan, but it's difficult first to actually say you want to just go to a bank and pick up a loan to do something, because one, you need to have a proof of concept, that, okay, this is what I do, I did this, I put this, and it came out. Now, for someone like me now, I believe I can approach a bank easily, because now I have a proof of concept that, oh, in 6 weeks, this is what I have done.
Yeah.
This is, so that way now the bank can trust that if I give this man 5 million today, they are very sure that anyhow he's going to turn over. And so, but if you are just starting, just try as much as possible to minimize your risk. You know, don't go too big, I mean, always start small. Once you start small, if you can get 50 beds or even half carton, from there you grow. That way now, once you have an established proof of concept, it's easy for you to walk into any bank and get facilities. All
right. So because earlier when we were talking, it just took me back to one time I got chicken, but I didn't know it was already a dead chicken, right?
That's a very big
And you talked about when all the chickens are in an enclosed space together, what affects one obviously might affect the rest of the chickens.
Yeah.
And when I got that chicken, you know, I wouldn't know because I had already cut everything. I took it home and I realized that there was something wrong. A situation like that, when it happens, let's say all the chickens are affected, do you go on to sell to people?
No,
or how do you handle that situation?
I mean, chickens are just like, what I've noticed over time is just that chickens are almost like human beings.
Okay.
So it's just like we fall sick, we take treatment and we are good. And so how I approach my chickens, even when I tell my farmer, I approach these chicks straight among your chickens, we separate them immediately. And so that way now we focus more on treating these sick ones than the other ones. You know, there are some just like they build resistance because of they're more like the kingpins in the pen. So those ones now build resistance and they can move along easily. So, but once we identify, it's not that we just allow all of them to, you know, they require close monitoring. Just like a baby now, you cannot leave a baby here and go away. You follow up any small sound the baby is making, you are concerned. And so this is what we do. So we don't just. So I don't know. Farmers are so unfortunate for what experience you had, you know, getting dead chickens. A lot of people do it, and I don't know why. Like, if the chicken is dead, it's dead.
I feel like the fact that everybody was just make gain, make money, and they're not considering people consuming this. And I feel like most people into the livestock business, the agri business, should always, you know, think about the people consuming this thing first.
Because we are all here. I mean, that's like when Buhari came, like he was saying, change begins with you. I mean, if you need change, like the change that you desire, create that change. I mean, you cannot be saying you are expecting change. We will not be happy if someone is selling a dead chicken. I mean, why would you not sell someone dead chicken? And we need to create cultivate that habit of creating, doing what we will expect, or create the kind of country we want to see. That way now, everybody knows that, okay, if Mr. A is doing this, Mr. B is doing this, it's consistency. We are all doing the right things per time, not because anybody is putting guns on our head or watching us and telling us do this, do that. At least that way, small, little by little, we are changing the narrative and things are getting better.
All right. Okay, so let me ask you this question. I'm meaning to. We had a conversation earlier about it. So you talked about the fact that you're passionate about tackling protein deficiency in the country. What inspired that? What happened? Was this something that happened, an event, or?
No, not necessarily. I think, okay, like I said, when I worked with this consulting firm, I conducted a lot of interviews. And I even went to the field severally, and I saw the level you see children is terrible. Those kind of sites is not what you expect from a country that is this wealthy. You go here and you see certain things that just makes your heart melt. Because why should you as a Nigerian be suffering from food, like food? I've not seen anybody that has ever been unhappy when food is in front of them. Never.
I mean, I'm always happy when I see
there's no way you see food and you not be. And so why can't everybody have access to quality nutrition, not just I eat food and there's no source of protein and whatnot, because it aids your development, it aids growth, especially in young children. And so when you see them malnourished and all that, and it's a very sad sight. So looking at that, I mean, not necessarily going to go and open an NGO and say, okay, you want to be female, but I mean, there are other aspects we can also contribute. So this is my own way of doing my own quota to, you know, at least address the issue of protein deficiency.
All right, that means like the words of was it the former president when he said change begins with you. Yeah, I think I get it now. Sure. It starts with us. The little we can contribute to the society can go a long way.
Facts.
Do you think someone going into this business should have like a formal education, or just to know about this industry before going into it? Or can you just like have money? Oh, I have money. What can I invest my money into? Boom, poultry business.
So I feel generally gone are the days where people just feel agribusiness generally is just for people maybe uneducated or have not found a way to make it in life and whatnot. I think right now, with the way the trend is going, the agribusiness need, you know, educated people, tech-savvy people, because this is what is going to change the game in the agri space. And so the more we have more educated people coming, the faster things, you know, just like the way technology is making rapid progress everywhere. And so you have people coming, educated, like-minded, tech-savvy people coming to the poultry or agri-business as a whole. The narrative is changing, trends are moving faster.
Yeah.
We are now getting, you know, the whole industry now is just, you're blowing it open. I mean, now it's not just the whole primitive way of doing things, because now technology now comes and make it easier. That way you're now reaching people faster. I mean, not compromising quality either ways, but I mean, you just have a way of, technology has a way of, you know, speeding up things and making things readily and easily accessible to a lot of people. And so I feel not necessarily you need to, at least especially for us young entrepreneurs, I believe that aspect of education is really important, because now what an educated person will do now will be quite different from what someone who is not educated is doing, because that way the difference is clear. You can easily spot this guy goes to school, and this one is just still learning on the job. Although you can still come in, if you have money, you can come in the field, but I mean, strive as possible to hire educated people. That way, there's just a difference. There's a whole lot education does, and we should never ever take that for granted.
All right, for those who have the opinion that education or going to school is a major scam, you've heard it. In every aspect of life, you just need some, just a little bit of education, at least to be able to tackle situations and all. Let's talk about innovation. Let's still stick with innovation and all. So you had you went for a professional training with the US Soil Excellence Center.
Yeah.
So what shaped your business? Did it shape your business in a way?
Yeah,
Attending that.
a whole lot. Like, there's one thing knowledge can always do for you, because it improves your level of understanding of issues and things. And so we here in this part of the world, sometimes we tend to compromise knowledge. We just feel practical. We know how to do it now. We do it this way. We have done it before. We did it here in 1960. It worked like this. But the world is changing, and so it's knowledge that helps you keep up with trends of what is happening. And so learning, being a part of this program, it contributed a whole lot. And I mean a whole lot, because there are things that I thought I knew, but hearing from people, industry experts who have be not just in Nigeria, people abroad in the US and all that, and I've done this for a long time. And it was a mind opener, because now certain practices I was used to, I had to change now to be relevant, or to be constant with the new trends of things. And so in the aspect of biosecurity, and a lot, because before now, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that the height of your bed can also affect the level of growth. And I didn't know that people actually measure the height of your bed, so they put the bed down, and so from day old chick. So a lot. I mean, it opened my mind to a whole lot, and that particular training, I cannot take it for granted. If there's an opportunity for another one, I'll definitely venture into it. It's something that really helped me a lot.
I mean, like they say, education is something you do until the day you leave this earth. So yes, no knowledge will ever be wasted. All right. How has technology helped your business?
So I think the aspect of technology for us right now, in the poultry sector, I know there are people that are actually doing it big and incorporating different ways of hatching their eggs, getting their eggs, and all that. But for me, we are still growing to that phase. But I think the aspect of technology that has helped us a lot is social media. Social media, I mean, it's just a different world on its own, because if you look at how, let's still cast our mind back to people that were doing this business before, how were they selling their beds? It was mostly word of mouth. Oh, I have chicken, this, come and buy.
Or referrals.
Yeah. Although those traditional ways still work,
obviously,
but now social media gives you a wider reach. And so the advantage for us young people is that we understand these things, and we are able to key in, and that way the difference between what our parents or forefathers did is massive, because you can be here at this point, and because through social media, you're able to connect with someone in Lagos, and you're already supplying it without even seeing the person. And so the part of social media is one part of maybe the aspect of technology that has benefited me a lot, and probably other farmers actually.
So would you say value farming is value farming today because social media helped?
I know, definitely. Social media has also been a very, apart from other background forms, but social media has also been a great influence to the success of value farming.
All right. If you've been enjoying the conversation I've been having with my guest, Joshua Iguela, do not forget to send messages across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I think I asked you this earlier, but then I still want to, know more about that. Do you think lack of funds is the reason why so many people are not venturing into, business, especially for young entrepreneurs? Would you say
The latter would be good. So the Bible already gave us a template.
Yeah.
So start small, because it's not like I had all the money to even do anything by getting 50 beds. How much did it cost me to get 50 beds? And I think about 50-something thousand. So with that, bought the feed little by little. So just persistency. You start small, be true to what you are doing, and with time, I know there are facilities available. There are different government grants and all that. But the whole concept of funds is a very big issue for a lot of young Nigerians trying to start business. Is a very big issue, and so if there's a way funds can be readily available and easily access to funds, it will go a lot of way, because a lot of Nigerians, we are very industrious. You find how many businesses, because I think I listened to Pastor Poju one time was talking about the average Nigerian and thinking about living Nigeria. He talked about a medical doctor, how much will it cost you to go through medical school here in Nigeria. About he just gave a figure, but maybe not the exact figure, but pretty low compared to what you pay to study medicine in the UK or in the US. And so you look at and the same quality of education you're getting here, you can start peer-to-peer with someone in the US, or someone in the US and someone in the UK. And so you look at that aspect first. Now you look at the fact that even as a young Nigerian, you can start any business. Like, the way the country is configured is easy. If you just are able to navigate the terrain, it's easy for you to start something and be successful at it. See people sell wigs. You see someone selling wig of 400, 700,000, and people are buying.
Yes.
And so you buy that, and so there's just a way, like, we Nigerians can easily adapt, because Nigeria, is out there to favor Nigerians. Someone coming from abroad will be different for him to get it right here. But
True.
We as Nigerians, we've passed through this system. And so if you just find a way, just understand the terrain, look for a way you can be smart about it, not necessarily illegal, but find a way to be smart about the whole
Very
system.
important.
Find a way to be smart about the system.
Yeah.
Honestly speaking, Nigeria is a very industrial state, because there's nothing you want to start now that you will not make money. Even if it is, you say you want to sell bag, you'll find someone that will buy your bag.
Sure.
You want to sell wig, you find someone that will sell your wig. So yeah, funds is an issue, but just start. Just start. You will never know the extent where God wants to take it. So just start.
I love that. Just to buttress what you said,
Yeah.
there's something my dad always says. Said, if you go to any country and you don't find Nigerians there, please run.
Run.
It's a testament to the fact
True.
that Nigerians are very industrious people. Right. Now, you said so many people started this business, but some people stopped along the way. Why do you think they stopped, and why do you think you are going to continue? You talked about passion, right?
Yeah.
Passion is one thing, but showing up for your business, people don't talk about that enough.
True.
So what, fuels yours, aside from maybe the fact that you love what you're doing? Is there any other thing that drives you, that you cannot quit because of that?
Well, I think one factor would be, irrespective of the challenges, I believe I just trust God too much not to fail.
All right, a typical Nigerian.
No, not just a typical. I understand. Maybe the way Nigeria has shaped us and made us more dependent on God. But we can never eliminate the God factor in all of this.
True.
Because I've seen videos of people, even when their chicks come, you see them kneel down and say, "Oh God, please help us," all that kind of thing. Yeah. So, but you can never eliminate the God factor, because I think that's, aside from all of this, just the fact that God said He will prosper the work of my hand. This is what I table before you, God, to prosper for me. And so even if I want to go into another business today, it's still the God factor that will keep making me go there, or keep keeping me there. And so aside from maybe the challenges we face and all that, I'm not saying other people don't have the God factor, but there's an extent to what you believe, and this, what I believe, it always works for me.
Your faith can move mountains.
Exactly.
So stick to what works for you.
Facts.
Now, our time is already fast spent, but let's just sum it up. Looking at the agribusiness in Nigeria, how would you, in 5 years' time, where do you see the business going
to? It's untapped. Honestly speaking, when you look at the level of inflation in Nigeria, what constitutes the highest percentage of inflation is food.
True.
And so, looking at food, the opportunity is there. So everybody wants food. Everybody needs food. Food is like the fuel that engages all the energy you see that is making people make impact in every aspect of life in this country. It's food that is also helping them. And so you look at that vacuum, you look at that void, that margin just shows you there's an opportunity there. So with the level of inflation we have in food, if a lot of young Nigerians can come in and say, okay, venture into agribusiness, the agri space is wide, is vast. I'm not sure we will exhaust it to the end, but in 5 years' time, it's a lot. I can't project higher, but I know that it's massive. It's massive. So I encourage anybody wanting to do that. I think it's the easiest form of any business you can venture in and make money, because food is important. Everybody will eat food. So even if you have a little garden, you're doing something there, you want to sell it, people will buy from you. And so the agribusiness in the next 5 years is going to be very massive. It's going to be on a massive scale.
We can only watch and see. But if you have to do this business all over again, let's say looking at the state of the economy now, compared to when you started, would you still do it?
Wow, looking at the state of the economy now, it can be very discouraging, honestly. If maybe I'm starting now, I
Yes.
don't know.
You might not have.
Except I won't accept the level. Maybe the level of passion that or purpose driven that. But aside looking at the state of things, it's good, it's profitable, but I mean, you need to be your mind needs to be strong to say, okay, this is really what I want to do. Not just this business. I mean, the other businesses that you will probably have. Maybe if you started it before, you'll be good now. But starting now with the high cost of production, high cost of things in the market, and all that, it could discourage you from not even starting at all. So, but at the end of the day, it's just what fuels your interest that you obviously follow.
All right, you've heard it all. What fuels your interest? Please follow it. So, Joshua, do you have any advice for people watching you right now that want to venture into this business, or maybe they are thinking about it, or they have money but they don't know what to invest their money on? Do you have any advice for our viewers?
Well, anybody that's interested, if you have money, you can bring the money to me. I'm sure I can help you. I can help you. I mean, there are a lot of people that don't have the heart to go into businesses, but they can fund businesses. So, I mean, if you have money, maybe you don't have this, you can find Joshua, and Joshua will help you put your money where. But aside from that, if anybody really wants to enter the business, I mean, the poultry business is vast. The time frame is short, your turnover is short, and so if you're looking to make quick money with a sense of purpose, not just you come in and because you want to make quick money, you compromise quality, you compromise every single standard. So if you really quick money and easy, clean, you bring your money to the poultry business. Yes, there are challenges, but still the profit or the advantages supersedes the challenges. Just like every business has its own challenges, and so you just come face it head on, and for sure, you'll be successful.
All right, thank you so much for that. It's been an amazing time with you, Joshua.
Thank you, same here.
I mean, I'm sure if I allow you, you still have a lot to say, right?
Yeah.
But then our time is fast spent, and we have to call it a wrap. But are there any final words from you before I let you go?
Well, like we all discuss on this show, they say change begins with us. So let's just strive to at least make a difference wherever we are, whatever we are doing. Just try to be different from the. Let's not allow what our forefathers in this country have done to always affect our mindset and make us feel that we find ourselves here, we will follow their trend. Let's just try to be different. Let's do things differently. That way, little by little, we'll be creating the change that we desire.
All right. Thank you so much, Joshua
Thank
Iguala.
Thank you very much.
An amazing time I've had with you. And like he said, change begins with you. So instead of waiting for someone to come, maybe put food on your table, you can come up with ideas that can change the game in so many ways and in other industry, not just in the agri sector. I hope you've enjoyed this particular episode, because I did. And if you love what we do here, please do not forget to follow us across all our social media platforms at Idea Television. I am Tiara Stamba. Until next time, stay happy and stay blessed. Bye for now.
What exactly is science? And what do you understand by technology?
Is it AI is taking over?
And I wonder,
How did you get here?
AI.
What is the future of science and what is the next big bang? Who are these people? Who are these change makers driving change in the science and technology industry? All the answers are here at the Idea Game Changer podcast. Blending humor with lessons from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer. There you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV.
Lovely viewers, welcome to Ladies Talk Tech. This program is designed to advocate for gender inclusion in the tech world, and I'm your host, Favor Adeboye. Yes, this is a new year, Happy New Year, and it's a pleasure to talk about the involvement of women in technology again today. Last year, we had amazing time with our admirable tech sisters who are making waves in the tech world, and today I have a boss lady with me in the powerhouse, Cynthia Bassi. Remember when I said tech sisters do not only do coding, development, and UI UX? Well, I'll prove that to you guys today. Hi, Cynthia. This is Ladies Talk Tech, and you're welcome to our show.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Can we meet you?
Hello, people. My name is Cynthia Bassi, and I am a tech sis.
Okay, so what basically do you do?
It's still new for me somehow, but I'm getting used to it. I'm a tech sis. I am into the digital marketing space. I am a content writer. Let me just wrap it up. I'm a digital marketer.
Oh, wow, that's nice. So Cynthia here is a digital marketer. And like she said, she is a tech sis. I'm glad to hear that.
Still new.
So that brings me to saying that those that write online to account are their tech sis as well, I beg your pardon?
Yes.
Tech sis.
Yes.
Oh, wow, that is great. It's nice to have you today.
Thank you.
So what do you do basically aside from digital marketing and content writing?
Wow. I like to just think of myself or call myself a creative. I do not like to extend it because when I begin to unravel and say a lot of things,
it's
a lot of things I am involved in, but I can just, for maybe my customers may be out there, my clients may be out there, okay, I write, I am a content writer. I own a small writing business called Dashboard Professional.
Small writing business.
Small
Why
writing.
Are you calling it small?
Very small.
I've been seeing you online.
A very small writing business called Dashboard Professional Writing. I write CVs for people. I write business plan. I write business proposals for people. I develop content for people. I optimize LinkedIn.
Oh, wow.
I do a lot of things surrounding writing. Yes.
So
if you have a writing needs, you can always give me a call.
Okay. So that's to say that those that write to are tech sis.
So I heard.
I realized that. So also you heard. I actually saw that on myself because
I think that's why I'm here
I was
today.
like, if you write online and text about being on the internet, so then you're tech sis.
I'll claim it.
Don't claim it. You are a tech sis.
Okay, I am a tech sis.
Okay, so guys, that's just a snippet about who Cynthia is. We go on a break right now. When we come back, she'll give us the details about what she is truly and really into. Wait till we come back.
are moving.
Yes, we are transforming.
And it is time for change. Want to know what is going on in science, technology, and innovation landscape?
We bring to you fresh content and programs from our studio.
Join us on Limex for latest updates in science, technology, innovation, invention, research, and STEM education.
Follow us on YouTube and across all social media platforms at Idea Television.
Idea Television, the innovation television.
Welcome back. You're joining us today, this Ladies Talk Tech, and we're diving into another aspect of what tech says do. And yes, you are not late. We just get started with what Cynthia said she's doing, right? Okay, so Cynthia, what exactly do you do? Like, you know, I said we give us details when we come back. So we are back. What do you do basically?
Okay, so I am a digital marketer. What I do basically is that I solve people's problems. I solve problems of brands. I offer solutions to brands that need visibility. That's just simply what I do in the digital marketing space.
So it's about your journey into digital marketing. How do you transition? Because I'm sure you didn't just wake up one day and say, I want to be this.
Exactly.
There has to be something that pushed you to do this digital marketing. So what exactly transition?
Okay, so digital marketing started for me. Let me go back. I do not know what digital marketing
is about before.
I didn't know. I just knew I had a potential.
Oh, wow.
I can write. And growing up, I was not really acquainted or familiar with having a computer of my own. We just go to school, you know, schools then, we just go to school, we just learn, you know those kind of teaching that they'll say one person, maybe the most brilliant student in the class should come and put on the computer and all of those things. So I was really scared of computers. And but as I grew older, I learned computer myself, and then before I registered for a classes, just a computer appreciation classes. And then entering into the university was where I really explored my potential, I didn't have the skill, like I said before. I just had a potential. I knew I could write. I was studying English back then in school, so I just felt, okay, how I love to solve people's problem, especially when it comes to writing and all of those stuff. So I looked at myself, okay, you can do this thing. As at then, during my diploma days, I was writing for people, doing assignments for people. I was then in my degree days, same thing, but then I will see my course rep making money with this thing. I was like, I can make money with this thing too. First, it was like, oh, I can make money with this thing, but I'm not the type that can ask somebody for money. But I came to notice that for you to put value in what you have to monetize it small. Just give it somehow just give it a value, whether through money or through whatever you value. So I decided to monetize it coming out of the university. When I look here, no daddy, no mommy again. So that was how I started writing CVs for people. Of course, I test run it with myself, and most of my CVs were aced and all of those things. So I started writing CVs for people, business proposals for people, assignments, theses, speeches, a whole lot of things. And then I saw that it is one thing to have a skill, or a potential rather, it is another thing to build it. So that was when I started taking courses online from Udemy, Coursera, and some of the others like that, and just building myself. And then I got a chance to work with a prop tech company.
That's interesting.
Yes. So that was where I was an assistant digital marketer and a communications and strategist. So
now I get it.
I built my skills, but like I told you, I have a small writing company where I offer these services to people.
So basically, what sparked your interest is your passion for writing?
What sparked my interest is my passion for communication. Not just writing, my passion for communication. I always like people to not just listen, not just hear. I want people to comprehend. Let me use a simpler word. I want people, because I like to, for me, digital marketing for me is
simplifying communication for people, for audiences, for people to bridge the gap between communication, between understanding, between knowing, between knowledge, between information for brands and their audiences. So it was communication, first of all, so effective communication, to put it rightly.
So from writing to digital marketing straightly. So what do you do in digital marketing aside from writing content?
Okay, yes, thank you for asking that. So it's not just about writing content. Digital marketing has different aspects.
Okay.
Yes, it has different
I love to learn
aspects. Because when people are always scared when they hear tech. I was scared before. When people say taxis, don't call me that.
I'm one of those ladies that
The
always scared
taxis
of
and all of those
technology.
things, exactly.
But why? Sorry to beg based on the question.
Yeah.
Why were you scared?
It's too big a word for me, like taxis.
Because that's the aim of this program. Why are women scared to
It's
explore the tech
sophisticated
world?
because I think when I hear taxis, I think I have to press computers. I have to, like I always tell people, if I see a computer, I'll say,
So the
I
device
can't,
scares
like,
you away?
I don't want to touch anything that has to do with technology, electronic, just things
But
around.
your phone is your best friend. I'm very sure of that.
Yes.
It's technology too.
I mostly use my phone to work. I think I can navigate that better
than your laptop. So you write more with your phone than your laptop?
I work better. Not like I work more, I work better with my phone. It's swift.
This fair is another level because most people rather use a system to work than their phone because it makes things way easier, like it's way easier to navigate, and it gives a bigger picture of what you're doing.
You see, what a lot of people have done when it comes to different, not just in tech, in different aspects of life, people tend to stereotype things. People tend to, there's a word I'm looking for.
Misconceptions?
Not just even the misconceptions. People put a standard to things. These certain things must be done in certain kind of ways, and it's not like that. I believe in expressing yourself the way you can. It's just like when you are drawing, because I draw as well. When you are drawing, people will tell you, you start from the nose and start from anywhere you can.
Artists
start
have
from
where they start from.
And some people will say start from the nose. Maybe, or use grid lines, use rulers and all of that. I do not use anything.
Okay.
I do not use anything.
It comes to just
I cannot look at you and draw. I have to use your picture, but I do not have to start using grid lines to get your nose shape or length correctly. Okay. I just flow freely, and that also applies to writing. And every other aspect of life, just flow freely. I'm a liberal. I'm a liberal person. I'm a liberal person.
That. You're creative in entirety because you paint, you write, digital marketing as well. Like, okay, now digital marketing. Let's talk about that because I believe digital marketing is about online campaigns, advertisements, and all of that.
Okay, I was coming to that.
But okay, maybe you're coming to that because I've been reading since that writing, digital marketing. Because I know digital marketers do a lot of writing because to create that copy requires your brain. You need to think, you need to craft something out. But the campaign aspect, because I asked someone earlier and I asked him, he said digital marketing is just about selling online. Selling online. Okay, I looked at him. Okay, my guest today is digital marketer. I need to come and watch the show and learn from her because if digital marketing is only about selling online, what happens to the campaigns and advertisements?
Campaigns and advertisements are done online as well.
Yeah.
So I was coming to explain the different aspects or facets of digital marketing.
Just give us a broad.
Digital marketing has different aspects or different facets. So you can choose which you want to leverage on. There is social media. And social media, in social media, it has to do with how you use social media platforms or social mediums to communicate, to create content. And then there's email marketing. There's data analytics. Email marketing.
Under the same breath.
Yes, email marketing is just building like a relationship with your audience to build that trust. For example, you have a business, you should have the email addresses of your clients. So what we in digital marketing do, we make it in a way when people register, they register, you know, you must have registered for a lot of things. When people
Okay.
register, they put their emails. So those emails, you think they just fly in the air, they do not fly. We keep them, and those are, that's how we reach out to our audience. We communicate with them. If you have new product, if you have new ideas, if you have new services to offer, you can reach out to them. So there's data analytics. There are so many aspects of digital marketing, so many aspects.
A quick one, just because of our audience. How, because you know, this world is a small world. Cybersecurity is one thing everyone's always cared about. Now, if I meet you as a client, I didn't apply to get your service. I just saw your profile on social media, and I entered your DM, offer, open with this, open with that. How do you get my email address?
You have input your email address.
No, I didn't.
You didn't input
I just
your...
came to your Facebook page or something and sent you a direct message that please add your service.
Sometimes you will be asked to provide your email address.
So I don't have to like just say my name.
It depends on the way the app or whatever medium you are using to reach out to these people is built.
Okay.
You get so most of them are built in a way that you have to provide, because you cannot go against the copyright laws. You can't just carry somebody's email address out without the person's. There's no way you can even get it. That's infringement, so there's no way you can get it. So you will be asked to provide it. And then that's the way the brand or whatever organization is going to reach out to you.
Okay, so in this career line now, what do you do majorly is content writing as part of digital marketing? I do
social media
management as well.
So me, I just like to, it's social media management basically for me. So I do not like to term it as one thing, because for me, like I told you before, is infusing three different things, which is creativity, strategy, and technology.
Oh, wow.
That's it for me.
And that's what makes you creative.
Yes. So I just want to know how to use data to make data-driven decisions. That's digital marketing for me. So it's not one thing for me. It's writing, it's creating content. I create a lot of content, not for myself, for clients. It's creating content, whichever way I'm going to meet the audience where they are. That's digital marketing.
Okay. So what are some projects or campaigns you've worked on that you think are very notable? Can you mention a few?
Okay, so like I mentioned before, most of the ones I've been involved in are usually under a body.
Okay.
They're usually me working
for someone,
for people, and providing services for people. So I cannot really like throw that out, because I was paid and I signed. I was working for companies, so some companies, and so I signed not to. But I've worked for some. I've worked for a company, and then I've worked for different. Okay, let me give you an example with working for. I am an advocate. I work in the social development space as well. So I manage a youth groups, social media platforms. So that's like the notable one I've done. Activista.
Wow.
FCT, yes.
That's nice. Okay, so basically, how do you manage your schedule? You know, when it comes to you working online, you have other things you do in your life as well. You can't just focus on your whole career, your life on digital marketing alone. How do you manage your schedule? How do you do that?
So everywhere I go, people know me with one thing. People always call me media girl, because it's a thing. Anywhere I go, it has to be talked about. If I'm not talking about social development, I'm talking about media, I'm talking about communication. So so anywhere I find myself, I always find a way to bring communication. How am I going to use communication? How am I going to use what I know how to do to solve a problem? How am I going to infuse it in what I am doing? That's it for me. So I think there's always that balance for me, because I know how to prioritize my interests and
schedule and all of that. Okay, so are there some obstacles you've encountered along the way? Because I know it has not been smoothly easy for you. How have you been able to overcome these challenges?
Challenges.
There are none, because it's like you are.
No.
Okay.
There's nothing you do that you won't encounter challenges. There's nothing you do. I mean,
I don't want to throw my beloved country under the bus.
Okay,
Nigeria is a challenge. Our economic situation is
constructively.
our economic situation is a challenge.
Mm-hmm.
We have to do with, light issues, power supply. Let me put it the way they'll
Yes.
understand. Power supply issues. Yes, mostly power supply issues, cost of data, and clients will not understand.
They won't understand.
When you
they want
charge,
their project delivered.
when you charge, they think you are overcharging because you want to exploit them or something, but they do not know that some of the tools, the digital tools we use, are being paid for.
Oh.
Because we have to give you.
Can you mention some of these tools?
Okay, people
for
like
our
me.
audience?
Let me just mention the easiest. We all know CapCut.
Yes.
We all know Canva.
Yes.
Even if we do not know Canva, there's Canva, there's Adobe Suite, and it depends on what you want to use them for. Some of them are for creating and editing videos. Some of them are for creating flyers. Some of them are for there's ChatGPT. ChatGPT, for me, I recommend it. I use ChatGPT. So it's not a bad thing to me. I don't know if people are saying it's going to take over creativity
I
and
think
all of it.
ChatGPT is about how you manage
It
it, how you
enhances,
see it.
exactly. I give it instructions, so I think it enhances my creativity and complements it. That's just what it does for me. So those are some of
challenges
tools I
you
can
faced.
use.
Okay, so basically you mentioned your clients, we said when you charge them, they won't understand.
They won't.
So how do you get them to see reasons that I'm working and you have to pay me for my energy, my sweat, and the issues I pass through as well?
That's where sentiments comes in for me sometimes. I'm a straightforward person.
Okay.
But first of all, I'm very big on education.
Oh, wow.
So what I do is that I try to educate my clients. Like an instance from last 2 weeks, I was writing, somebody referred the client to me, and she stayed in Azerbaijan, if I get that rightly, not I think Ajakistan.
Okay.
I think it should be Ajakistan, something like that, a country. And I think she's an English teacher there. So I wrote a CV for her, and then the person that referred her to me claims he writes CVs as well. So he was like, this person wants it this way. And I said, this person cannot have it this way. Why? Because this is the correct way to do it. What you are supposed to do is to educate your clients. Why is it done this way? After delivering a work, I always tell you, give me your check for mistakes, give me feedbacks, and then ask any questions. Whatever you are confused about, I can clarify. So that's how I always do. I like to educate people and tell you, this is how it is. This is why this one is written this way. So you understand what you are paying for. That's how I like to educate people. I like people. I want people to understand what they are doing. And you can even pay for consultations. And even next time, you don't even need to pay money for it. So it's not really about money for me.
Okay.
It's mostly about the value I give. I feel very, very fulfilled when I get a feedback and then I get, this work is very good, or I got the job, or I got the grant, or whatever.
That's like Evans. So, based on your experience so far in the tech world, what are some stereotypes that people have against women? Like women are this, that, and do they affect you, or do you feel they affect other women in this same field?
I would say so many stereotypes, so many, but now it's not that prevalent like
because misconceptions
compared to
really
yes, it's not that prevalent compared to before.
Oh.
Women have been stereotyped, not by the society.
In the tech world?
Yes, by the society, women have been stereotyped. Like I gave an instance in school. I don't know if it happened in your time, but usually in school, like in secondary school, primary school, it's like they see boys as the most intelligent ones in the class.
Oh, wow.
Yes, while I was still in secondary school, primary school, it's as if boys are more intelligent than girls, those type of things. Or tech is for men, not for women. And even if tech is for women, coming to now, women are venturing into tech.
Exactly.
But check the tech space and see what women are venturing into.
in the different aspect of tech. It's usually it's usually social media management. Social media management. Why? Because they are
They
seeing
believe
women
that's
as
easier.
we possess soft skills, like soft in quotes. We are soft.
Okay, I want
So,
to come in there. I
okay.
really need to come in there. In secondary school, men are seen as the brilliant ones.
Most
And they
times.
get the accolades. So
Most
no
times.
girl ever tried to break their legs like...
Some of us are trying. That's why we are we are
Exactly,
here.
because
Some of
someone
us are
has
trying.
to change that narrative.
But it's usually like that in the society. Men are usually,
Yeah.
even when it comes to education, there are, like I told you, I work in the social development space until now. So some of the communities we go to educate people, you still see that they do not send girls to school. So there's lack of awareness. Some girls do not even know that, so many girls do not even know that such things exist. And those that know are too scared. I told you I was scared before to even touch a computer. I was really scared because I will always tell myself that I don't want to, if I press any button there, everything will just go on fire. I'll set it ablaze. So women have been stereotyped by the society, and then our traditional conservative beliefs do not only limit, it's not only as a limitation that comes from the society, it's as a limitation that comes from our own mindset as well. Because I will still hold the society for that, because it's how we were groomed. We're given these roles. This is what a woman should do. This is what a man should do. So those gender roles have been holding us back, and then we are not that aware about these things. There are few women in this space. Thank God for now, a lot of women are showing up in this space. So I think we are combating that one step at a time.
And what I noticed about that equal thing, you said there is this belief of women are soft.
Yes.
They possess soft skills.
Yes.
And I don't know, I don't want to differ, because I myself have seen people that, even on LinkedIn, when you check all these texts profile, what you see there is UI, UX, media management. I'll be like, what happened to coding? What happened to software development? What happened to all these things? Why do you have to just focus on
even good now
UI,
that they are tilting towards UI, UX, and all of those things. It's usually social media management, social media handler, social, because they feel that, like I said in quotes, soft skills. Those are simple, small things you people can do. And then women shy away from this other part, like especially data analytics. Especially data analytics. But people don't know that when you hear auditors, those accountants, and it's still data analytics somehow in the financial world. And it's still tech. They have a lot of apps now you can use to check, you can use to run data analysis. So, like I said, I'm happy that we are combating that one step at a time. So.
And I want to ask one last question before we wrap up. You possess some skills, right? When you are still like new in the industry, you possess some skills, right? Now, anytime I check online, I see some things like people saying that Excel sheets, before you can do no Excel sheet, and I'll be like, Excel sheets, even a child can do Excel sheets. Is that also a tech thing?
It's a tech thing. Kudos to technology. Technology has simplified a whole lot of things. I don't want to hear Excel before, but I think spreadsheets and the rest of them are doing the work of Excel. Exactly. You can just download them, and then you can do anything you tap in. Anything you tap in another app or another website, it will appear in your spreadsheet, as if you link it there and all of those things. So technology has been doing a lot. So everything has been simplified. So spreadsheets, all of those things, more like Excel. And you know, I have a friend that applied for a job, and then this whole criteria thing were listed, PowerPoint, Excel, and all of those things. And I was like, I know they do again.
Oh, wow.
I will not do because of those things, that these things are too sophisticated. And I was like, these things are not sophisticated. Once you carry your computer or your phone, any gadget you have, and start using it, I think there's this thing that talk about 100 hours of practice. 10,000 hours rather of practice. It's not like 10,000 hours that you are mindful of the 10,000 hours. When you get the chance, you dabble into the things you like to do.
And just practice.
Learn more. When you see new
over.
things, you get go over and
because
over
I'm the
again.
one I run a written ask. Okay, so the very last question for you: are there any role models or mentors who have inspired you in your career? Wow, let's give kudos to them.
Okay.
We need to.
I do not keep role models.
Okay.
I do. It's good to have mentors, but I just pick my mentors online. Not like I have mentors. I just look at people doing great things on the internet, and then I learn from them. Like kudos to Adeife Adeoye.
Okay.
I think she owns a small digital marketing space agency or so, where she helps young women remote work her. That's it, remote worker. And
I've heard of her before. I know about that.
Yes, you should know her.
I know her.
I've forgotten this other person's name, Ajibare. I've forgotten her name.
Okay.
That's the social media orga. Those girls are doing good works, and I like what they do. You know, there's a thing with people in this part of the world. Sorry, Nigerians, we like to hoard information, but I like what these girls are doing.
Yeah.
You can go on their Instagram page and learn how to become a social media manager
without even taking any course.
Without even taking any serious course, and then in the long run you go take a course. But you can go on their social media page and learn one or two things and apply it in your own, and you are good to go. So they dish out informations, they help people get jobs online, they help people. I mean, they give a whole lot of information, and they are doing a good work.
That's amazing.
Yes, and I'm happy that they are especially Adeife is getting the recognition for what she does.
What she's doing. That's nice. That's really nice. Kudos to her. So may I ask, I don't have a role model.
I don't have okay. I see myself as my own. Where I want to be, the person I envision myself to be, is my role model. So that's it for me. I don't have a role model.
That's impressive. That's impressive. That's really, really, really impressive. Wow. Now that is a lot. Hey, young lady, you have a lot to explore the tech world. And this year is for the organization. This year is for you to tap into these roles, because these tech cities are really doing amazingly well, and they are into real. They have the money. Trust me, she is rich. Amazingly rich. She is rich, and I believe you learned something new, because I have personally, and I'm sure Cynthia has said everything you need to know to make you take those baby steps. Remember, you'll never be 100% ready, but just for a motivation, just act. Just do that thing, act. Yeah, and that brings us to the end of this episode of Ladies Talk Tech. Thank you so much, Cynthia, for an invitation. It's nice to have in this studio. Like, that was really, really insightful. I didn't want to end this episode at all, because you keep going on and on, sharing lessons and all of that. It's really impressive.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so, but before we go, I would just like to hear from you one more time. Just a short piece of advice for us.
Okay, like I tell you, I'm not all about the big grammar, big sophisticated and those kind of things.
Yeah.
I like to simplify things. Tech is not one big thing. It's nothing you should be scared about. Just look at what you can do and see how technology can be infused in it and do it. Leave fear. Just leave fear. Think about creativity. There is no human being that is not creative.
Mm-hmm.
Think about your creative aspect and then strategize. And then we are in a technological world now. You cannot do away with technology no matter how you try. So think creativity, infuse strategy, and then use technology.
That is amazing. Now that is a wrap. Cynthia has said everything I need to say. Thanks for staying with us, dear viewers. This is Ladies Talk Tech, and I am your host, Favor Adeboye. We bring the best of the best in the tech world to you. See you on Friday by 2 p.m. and Sunday by 9 a.m. Bye for now.
I mean, the first thing is that, I mean, like you see, there are three legs. The academia, whether it's university, polytechnic, research institutes, colleges of education. Then there is the industry. Then you also have a government. Each of those three legs of the tripod, they should be able to bring something to the table. I mean, of course, it's good for us to collaborate, but if you have nothing to offer, then you will not be relevant. So the people in academia, they have they are supposed to conduct research, for example. If a university exists and it's not carrying out any research, then it's not any different from a glorified secondary school. So carrying out research is a remit of a university. That's the main purpose why universities are set up, to be able to provide solutions to the problem confronting the society. In Nigeria, just like maybe other parts of the world, we have issues, whether it's security, health, agriculture, low productivity, and also universities should be able to provide solutions. But in doing that, they need to be aware of what are the problems. If you don't know the problem that exists, how do you now provide solution? That's why it's relevant for them to relate with industry, maybe water supply, for example. So if you have a Ministry of Water Resources or the Water Board, then they can contact the relevant department or faculty in the university that we have this issue. How can you assist us? Both the lecturers, the professors, and their students can then see how they can assist. Then of course, government is their government. We have to set up the conducive environment in terms of providing research funds. Of course, industry to the private sector, they can also supply research funds. So if you have that kind of collaboration between the academia, the industry, and government, then because the idea is that research is very central to what you are talking about, and it's not just to conduct research for research sake. It should be able to lead to improvement in the quality of life of society. I mean, all of us are carrying cell phone. 40 years ago, I'm sure there was no mobile phone, for example. So as it has made life a lot easier, or you use your Microsoft Word. I mean, so it's not by magic. So this thing developed gradually, and that's why in America, the people talk of Silicon Valley, which revolves around Stanford University in California. So the university cannot exist in isolation of the industry and the government. So that is the idea. So I mean, this situation, there has to be collaboration, synergy between university or academia, industry, as well as government. Yeah, definitely. If we cooperate, I'm sure our research output and productivity will increase. I mean, we have the people who can do the work, but if the enabling environment has to be, I mean, you can see, even as we have been here for the past 3 days, there's been issue with the power supply. Nobody is complaining, but we are aware of the problem. And that's part of what the people in the universities can also provide solution to, whether it's renewable energy, wind, whatever, or tidal energy. I mean, just to complement what we get from the national grid. So that has been the idea, that we need to collaborate the more to solve those existential problems that stare us in the face. I mean, there are problems. They may have solved it in America or in Canada or in Australia, but here those problems are still affecting us. But that is infant mortality or whatever it is. So it's for us to be able to work towards providing solution on a sustainable basis.
Welcome once again, viewers, to the Idea Game Changer. Idea Game Changer is an initiative of Idea Television here at Obasanjo Space Center. You know how we do it here on the Idea Game Changer? We talk about the trending topics in science, technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Today I have a very interesting topic that has been in the mouth of every young entrepreneur, topic that has been in the mind of people. It is quite controversial. People are saying, is this going to take over my job? Is this going to be the end? What is going to be the end product of this? How long is technology going to keep amazing us? My name is Olalik Mandela and I'm your host for the Idea Game Changer. I've brought a very interesting guest who is going to talk about AI. AI, the role of AI in nation building and the future of tech industry. What is AI? Where are we going to with AI in the next 20 years? Is something bigger than AI going to come? How is it happening? Is there some people's jobs that are going to be displaced with AI? All of those questions are going to be answered today. And I'm not alone, like I said. I have an interesting guest. Mr. David, it's a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Hey.
Pleasure to be here.
He's a big man, oh. Don't try to be humble. He's a very, very big man, and it's a pleasure. It's a privilege to have you. Out of your busy schedule, you created time to come to the Idea Game Changer podcast. We do not take it for granted. So we have a couple of questions here. But before that, I would like to read your bio, if you don't mind.
No problem.
Mr. David Mogaji is a visionary entrepreneur and an engineer with a passion for AI, blockchain, and financial technology. Emphasis on the financial. So if you need money, make sure you watch it to the end so that you can get his contact details and bill him. As the founder of Candlewell, is the one in charge of using AI to make cryptocurrency trading simple, efficient, and profitable, and user friendly. So if you don't know much about cryptocurrency, there is an AI that has been put in place, trained to help you earn money even while you are sleeping. It thrives on innovation, constantly seeking new ways to educate people and empower people, particularly in the blockchain space, with a hands-on approach and clear focus on solving real-world problems. He is driven by the belief that technology can create meaningful opportunities for financial independence and growth for Africans. It is a pleasure to have you once again. Thank you so much. So that is the bio. I want you to introduce yourself to the audience.
Oh yeah, I think you said it all. My name is David Mogaji. I'm an entrepreneur, right? But I think at my core, right, I would rather choose to identify myself as a software engineer.
Software engineer.
Yeah, yeah. I kind of like programming, right? So I've been programming since 2011, right? Yeah, and I've played around with a couple of programming languages, technologies, blockchain, and now AI, right? And for me, I think one of the things that would really help us here in Africa, right, would be our investment in technology. Right?
Investment in technology,
yes.
right? So before I go deep into my questions, is for our viewers right now is, what is AI in the most layman term? What should people expect from it? Because right now, a lot of people are kind of like giving this negative approach, not because they want to, but they believe that machine cannot take my job, or machine cannot take the job of a writer, machine cannot take the job of a this. But we know what AI are doing. In fact, we have AI presenters, we have AI writers, we have AI speaker. You can have AI to translate a whole paragraph of sentence for you. So we are gotten to that moment where AI, or let me say technology, is taking most of the hard work humans did back then. Technology and AI is already taking over, making work easier, but at the same time, displacing some roles unconventionally. So what is AI, and what should people expect from using AI?
Yeah, I think to see what AI is, I try as much as possible, right, to not bore people with the jargons, right? So I think AI basically at its core is basically machines being able to make decisions, just like the way, for example, while you were coming here, you decided on what to eat, what to wear, and all of that, right? So it's just the ability of machines being able to make human decisions, right, based on data,
Right.
based on data. Then about job displacements, right? I think that's one of the things that people discuss the most, right? Everybody's bothered about losing their jobs.
Right.
But I think just the same way when computers came about, right? A lot of people were worried, right, that they were going to lose their jobs and all of that. But what we've seen is, as much as some jobs kind of went extinct, right? We had new roles, right?
Because 10 years ago there was nothing like AI person.
Exactly. And now look at it with the whole computer age and everything. You have people that are graphic designers. You have people that are motion designers. You have AutoCAD, all of
animation,
those stuff.
all of those things.
You still have people like front-end developers, back-end engineers. You have DevOps. You have different roles, right? So as much as a lot of jobs were
going into extinction, new ones are coming in.
New ones are coming in. So I think that's the same thing we're going to see with AI, right? So for me, I think instead of people to be scared of the technology, right, and then feel like it's not going to be able to replace them, they should learn about the technology, right? Let's say, for example, if I'm a writer now, right, I could look at, okay, how can I use AI, right, to improve my writing, right? So, for example,
based on existing data that you mentioned.
Exactly. So, if I want to write an article now, instead of me having to think so much about the entire stuff, I could easily tell, let's say I'm using ChatGPT, right? I could easily tell ChatGPT, okay, this is what I want to write about. This is my line of thought, right? Help me write a draft.
But if you are using ChatGPT to write as a writer, doesn't it reduce the flow of creativity? Because I was once a copywriter, and we had to write everything from scratch.
Mhm.
So sometimes I can even be going on the road and I'll just say signboard, I say, oh, this thing is captivating, let me write it down for like something like a test shot for my next writing. But if I'm asking ChatGPT to write all of those things for me, don't you think it reduces my own place of independent thinking? Doesn't it make me rely on a machine to get what I want?
But I wouldn't lie, right? There is room that this technology can actually make you lazy, so to say, right? But it depends on use, right? Like if you have what I said earlier, I said you create a draft. So your draft is not your final copy, right? So let me use the same example you gave, right? So you're moving along a road, and then you see, let's say, a signpost or something, and then it's, you have that flash of creativity or spark of creativity rather, right? And then you want to write about it. You're thinking about it and all of that. Now, it's possible that if you don't have a pen and paper with you there, or you don't write it on your phone, you most likely forget.
Right.
Right.
Very
but
correct.
you can use something like ChatGPT or maybe Gemini, right? Let's say they have like the voice interaction now, right? And you just tell that, okay, this is what I saw, this is what I'm thinking about. What do you think I can make out of this? What is your own thought on this? It's like you're having a conversation with a fellow colleague.
With a fellow copywriter.
Yes, exactly.
But you are the one in charge,
Exactly, you're the one in charge, right? And then since you're currently on the move, you could easily have several conversations with it, and it can even write out drafts for you that you can actually listen to on the go, which can even improve your own creativity, kind of, right? Like building ideas upon ideas and all of that. So for me, I don't think it's about machines replacing people. I think it's about people being able to use machines to be able to improve their own skills and creativity and productivity at the end of the day.
Smartness. So you were saying, you mentioned something. I didn't want to cut you. I didn't want to interrupt you. You mentioned something about there are some jobs, or there are some things that were not around that were around now. For example, we mentioned AI, motion graphics, AutoCAD. 20 years, 30 years, they might be around, but they are not as conversant as we have them now.
Very true.
So do you think that in years to come that AI might be displaced or advanced to something which is unknown yet, with the way technology is moving? Because I'm very sure 40 years ago, the people that write our stories in newspaper 40 years, 50 years ago never thought that that would be a machine, or that would be a technology that will write a full story for you based on prompts that you give them. So do you think that in the future AI can be displaced with an advanced technology and the world should get ready for it, or what is your thought on that?
Yeah, I think for now we're just seeing the beginning of this technology. AI is not new. It's actually been around for a very long time. I think since the 1970s or thereabouts.
Whoa.
Yeah, it's been around. I think started with the perceptrons and the rest of them. But the thing is, most of this technology has been used mostly by scientists, mathematicians, right? They're just experimenting, right? It's just recently with the advancements in deep networks and all of that, right, and neural nets, right, that this whole thing became very, very more popular. And then thanks to companies like OpenAI, right, with ChatGPT, that made it even much more mainstream, right? But when it comes to AI evolving, I think AI is going to evolve into a lot of things, right? So currently, most of the AIs we have out there are basically narrow and context AI, right? But a lot of people are talking about AGI, that's artificial general intelligence, right?
Okay.
Something that is capable of being as good as not just one human professor, but several.
Wow.
Right? So the idea is going to be smarter than most human beings, all humans. So it's going to be like a super intelligence. So imagine it like a digital god, kind of, right? Yeah.
I'm already scared watching this. So does that mean that regardless of but my question based on this DGI or what? AGI that you mentioned, artificial general intelligence, based on these things that are you trying to say that they are going to be like a go-to platform to see what is right or what is fact and what is not fact? Because why I'm asking these questions is, we know the kind of world we live in. We know humans. Regardless of how we call this thing AGI, someone is operating it. Someone is in charge. Someone is in charge of the displacement and what it brings out to the audience. Someone is at the back of programming these things. So don't you think we are already moving towards the world where we are giving power to someone behind this AGI? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Oh yeah, I do. I think what you're talking about is where things like regulations and policies come in, right? So for me, I believe that every government should start looking into the regulations and policies to be put in place because of this. Because for me personally, I believe no technology is bad, but the way it's used can make it look bad.
Right. Very correct. Very correct.
There are people who learn programming because of the fact that they want to create softwares that can help people. There are people who learn programming because of the fact that they want to hack this or hack that and steal funds and all of that, right? So it's usage, right? So for me, I believe governments, bodies need to start putting up regulations, discussing with experts in the field, right, for them to be able to come up with a policy that most of these companies would have to follow,
so that they won't abuse that thing.
Exactly, because this is a technology that is possible of being biased.
Yes,
right?
very correct.
Yeah, it's possible because a lot of research have shown that for people that are using for HR purposes, right, they've noticed that there's a lot of bias when it comes to the amount of women, right, that get employed over the amount of men, right? It's most AIs kind of favor the men the most, right? And then again, I mean, it's data, right? Just the same way some AI systems don't really favor people of color, right? It's still the data, right? So a lot of all these things. So for me, I just believe that the government needs to step in, right, and have policies and regulations around these things, especially to protect Africans.
All right, so let's talk about CandoWeb. You are the founder and CEO of CandoWeb. So when I was checking through candoweb.io, just for information's sake, he is the founder, CandoWeb. If you want to improve your cryptocurrency trading, you can always meet with Mr. David. You are in safe hands. So moving forward, CandoWeb uses AI to help people gain passive income through trading and cryptocurrency. I wanted to ask, you're a programmer, so how does this thing actually work? Because they don't know that it is always based off on existing data. So I want you to talk on that and put emphasis on that. Using CandoWeb as a case study and talking about generally how AI judge things.
All right. So first off, as I mentioned, AI basically is just a machine making decisions based off data that it has been trained on and the data that it's receiving, right? Now, for CandoWeb, what we do at CandoWeb basically is very simple, right? We use AI, that's artificial intelligence, to make crypto trading simple and profitable for Africans, right? And the way this is done is we actually built AI systems that automated the entire trading process, right? So for you to be able to trade cryptocurrency or stocks or all of those, right, there's certain things that you need to be conversant about. There are certain things you need to be knowledgeable about, right? You need to, depending on how you choose to trade, right? But there are certain key analysis that you need to put into consideration.
Okay.
Things like sentimental analysis, technical analysis, right? And then fundamental analysis as well. So these are things that, all these things are basically data.
See me nodding my head, not like I really know, but continue.
Right. All of these things are data, right? And your ability to be able to go through this data, understand what it's saying, right? For you to know if, okay, yes, is there an opportunity, right? For you to be able to enter a market or for you to exit the market, right? Which is for you to be able to make profits, right? These are things you have to be able to do, right? But where that's as a human being, but where machines are able to do this much more better is because of the fact that it's easier for a machine to make such kind of computation or calculations, right? It's just, for example, if I ask you what is 1 billion times 128, it's
1 billion, that's 128 billion.
Right.
Yes.
But if I change that number now to something like, let's say 182 million times 125. It takes you a while.
Yes, it
right?
does.
But it is something that with a computer system, it's that fast.
Straight up, okay.
Right? It's that fast. So because of that, this computers are able to analyze data way more faster than human beings, right? Now, if it's a machine now like AI that's capable of making decisions, right? It's able to analyze that data quickly and then make decision off of that, right? And then you talked about if people think about AI, they just think it's just all positive. It's not always all positive, right? If you look at the likes of LLMs, that's large language models, which is what ChatGPT is, you would see that a lot of time they have all this, they call it hallucinations, right? Whereby they come up with information that they give to the user, right? And they express this information as facts. Meanwhile, they are not actually facts.
Alternative fact.
Yeah, you could you could call it that, right? They are not exactly facts, right? So if you're someone who don't exactly have domain knowledge about what you have, the conversation you have with the LLM, you'll be misled, right? Which is where the idea of humans working harmoniously with AI systems comes into play, right? Whereby, like, sometimes there have been times that I am using ChatGPT, for example, right? And then I ask it a question and then it tells me something, right? Maybe I'm programming and let's say I sent it the code, right? So, okay, check this code for me. There are times that it says certain things and then it returns it to me. But because of the fact that, okay, I'm a programmer, I understand this stuff, I'll be like, this is wrong. If you give me this code, this will produce this. This is not what I told you to do. That's when I'll be like, okay, yes, you're correct. So imagine if I had no knowledge, I would have just taken that code or whatever and just dump it there.
So from what you said now is that before you even use AI, you must have knowledge of what you want to use the AI for.
Yes, it pays. Not that you necessarily, right, but it pays for you to have some knowledge about what you're trying to do, right? Which is where,
because it's still always be a machine.
Exactly. So until AI has gotten to that level where it doesn't hallucinate anymore, or this companies have been able to fight things like hallucinations, right? It's always best that there is a human supervisor, right? Which brings me back to CandleWeb, right? So for CandleWeb, I always tell a lot of our customers, right? I was discussing one on my way here, and where she was telling me about how she wants to trade, that how much can she make in a day, and all of that.
Not tell her that
right?
it's investment.
Right. So I told her that the thing is this, right? A lot of people think trading, whether cryptocurrency or the stock market, right, or forex, they think it's the absence of losses, but that is wrong, right? Trading is not the absence of losses, right? It's the presence of losses, right, while ensuring that your profit is more than your losses. So that is what makes you a profitable trader. When your profit is more than your
It's
losses.
not that you're not going to lose,
Not that you're not going
but
to
what
lose.
you are going to gain is going to be more than what you lose.
Exactly, right? So for that now, right, and around the idea of hallucination, right, at CandleWeb, we still have the human factor, right? We have in-house analysts that supervise these AIs, that monitor them to see what they are doing, right? And then when they are hallucinating, right, or they're throwing out wrong facts, our analysts, human analysts, can fact check these things and be able to still make sure that this AI is able to make optimal decisions, right, to make sure that our users are profitable, right? So generally, I believe it's humans working with AI, not AI eliminating humans.
Okay. So now AI is the adoption of AI in Nigeria now is not so great. We still want to go through the orthodox way. We still want to go through the, I won't say it's the conventional way because the world has really moved past what we consider normal here. So what do you think are the opportunities Nigeria will find if they adopt AI? What are the challenges you think Nigeria as a country or Africa as a continent is facing in adoption of AI?
Yeah. So I think one of the biggest issue that Africa, using Nigeria as an example, why a lot of people are not adopting AI is the limited education around it. Yeah, limited education. So very few people know about it, right? Very few people know about it.
I don't even think they talk about it in universities these days.
Oh yes, they don't exactly talk about it, right? So for me, I believe that if we're going to tackle the issue of adoption, right, it's something we need to build into our school curriculums, right? Starting from as I think let's say something like primary 3, right? From primary school, primary 3, primary 4, or at most, let's say just 1. That's junior secondary, right? They should start teaching people about AI because this is a technology that would change the way we do things. as a society, not just in Africa but around
I
the world.
think some companies are already making move about that. Before they onboard their staff, they make them go through some trainings, AI training, LinkedIn optimization, branding, and all of those things. So I get where you're coming from.
We just need to educate the public, especially the youths, right? Especially the youths, because they are the ones who would be impacted the most by this, right? One of the things we're looking at doing at Camp the Web is for us to start educating youths through National Youth Service, that's NYSC, right? Yes, we're trying to see how we can educate them, because these are the people who are going into the labor markets, right? And I mean, being in the labor market is not the easiest, right? You face a lot of challenges.
It's not.
I have a friend who got a job as a data analyst, right, with some company abroad. Before he could get this, he had to send about 300 applications.
300?
Yeah, 300 applications before he could get his first job. And the first job he even got was as an intern, right?
Intern?
As an intern,
Whoa.
right? And now if you look at what's happening around the world, especially abroad, you see that a lot of companies are looking at having lean teams. In startup world, they call it lean teams, where you have a big company like Google, right, and they have very few number of staff. I think companies like Telegram is practicing that lean team. I think Telegram don't have more than 30 staff.
How?
Exactly, right? And AI is going to kind of make it kind of worse, because with AI now you can automate a whole lot of processes, right? So it's best for African youths for them to be knowledgeable about this technology, right? Understand how they can use it to their own advantage, so that when they are applying for jobs abroad, right, or even locally,
they will leverage that.
Yes, they will leverage their knowledge that, okay, yes, I know about this, I can do this, I can do that. Because most of these people, what they are looking at is what you can do. The world have moved past
What is your certificate? What can you do? What are the results you can produce?
Exactly, right? So that's what most people are concerned about now. What can you do? Especially when it comes to roles that have to do with technological spaces or job roles, right? It's what can you do over certification and all of that.
So opportunities is Nigerian can leverage this AI to get a better chance in the labor market, and the challenges is lack of education is bringing Nigerian down. So you use AI as one of your main source of income, if I can put it that way. So what can you say are the job opportunities if I am a graduate, if I'm a graduate today and I want to leverage AI? I don't know anything about AI, but I love the sound. I want to leverage on it. What are the best things I can do? What are the things I can look out for? What are the things I can start looking, start checking out to say I want to leverage on this. I want to start this.
Okay, so I think it's quite easy, right? People think it's complicated, but it's not.
I thought
it's not. Yeah, a lot of people always think AI tools, because of the whole idea of AI to be very complicated. You have to it's like rocket science, but that's not the case, right? So I would answer your question with an example.
Sure.
Right.
Please.
So I can't remember this guy's name, but I think he's Indian or something. He wrote a book. Is it Barbie and the Robot or something? Right. Now this dude wrote this book completely, including the cover page and everything, using AI.
Artificial intelligence. To write their own book.
I think he used ChatGPT for the content, right, of the book, right, and then for the cover page and graphics within the book. It's a children's book, right, and then for the graphics and all of those things that were used, he used all those AI systems that generate images like Midjourney, and this guy was able to make $23,000 from this book.
$23,000.
Yes, he didn't spend any money on printing. He didn't spend any money on getting a copywriter. He didn't spend any money on getting a graphic designer. Nothing.
Just write the book and upload it on Amazon, or
I think it was Amazon KDB. He uploaded it to. I think it was this KDB, right? And then he made about $23,000. A lot of people were buying those books.
That's a lot of money.
Exactly, right? That's an example of that. Look at another one that has kind of broken the internet recently. I don't know if you heard about Truth Terminal on Twitter.
Tell me about it.
Truth Terminal. So this is a guy who got a bunch of LLMs. Let's say LLMs is that's large language models. They are the fundamental technology under technologies like ChatGPT, for example, right? So imagine a bunch of ChatGPTs. You just put them in one place and then they just get chatting and talking, right? And that's how this LLMs are able to form a sort of religion of some sort, right? In cryptocurrency,
It's going to be like a tribe.
More like it, right? And then from that, they started talking about a meme culture that existed, I think, in the early years of the internet, I think around 2000 or thereabouts. And then from there, I think maybe it was the person who created these LLMs that created an account on Twitter and give the AI free access to it. The AI went on Twitter and started talking about um, a meme coin and how it wants to break free and whatever. Then there's this guy, I can't remember his name, who gave the LLM, that's the AI now, some money, I think about between $100 to $500,000 or so. And then there's this coin, I think it's good C Maximus or something, that launched, right? And then this MMM kind of these LLMs rather kind of invested in that coin. Now, so far so good. The money that particular AI has grown in millions. In fact, it is being said now that that's the first AI millionaire ever, right? So there are a lot of ways people can take advantage.
So AI has more money than me like this. This is not fair,
right? So I think it just pays to understand these things, right? You can leverage things like candle web, for example, right? So you want to make money and all of that, you can easily go through the access of crypto trading. And okay, you don't have knowledge about trading crypto, right?
There are even experts on CandleWeb that can help you.
Exactly, right? The next thing you can do is you can put your money in CandleWeb and our AI will trade for you, right? You're not conducting any form of analysis. Yours is just to sit back, right? Every day, you just check your accounts.
Emphasis on sleep while you're making money.
Oh yeah. Recently, I was chatting with one of our customers. That was early this morning while I was at home, I think before I showered, and the guy started because we started a promo, right, where you can use $100, right? Our minimum normally is $200. That's what our AI would trade for you. But we started a promo where you can use $100. This guy started trading with us on today's Friday. He started trading with us on Wednesday. And currently, as I'm speaking with you, the guy already is on profit of about $6.
Where's my next salary? So I will just, right? I will just put it in Candle.
And he was like, he's going to be referring his friend by Sunday and all of that, right? Because he's a pharmacist, right? And he's very busy. Like he is very, very busy. He barely even have the time to even check his phone. Sometimes I'm the one that asks him, okay, like this morning I was the one that
Have you
chatted
checked
him
your
up.
dashboard?
Yeah, have you checked your dashboard? How is it looking? What do you think about the experience? Because we're concerned about getting user feedback and all of that. And then he showed me his wallet and all of that. He's just
He's
excited.
a big man.
Yeah, he's
you
just
should carry
excited.
me to Ibro Fisher.
He's excited.
That's very nice. I think AI is one of the things that I personally always feel like any job can be displaced with the way things are going. The only thing I feel cannot be displaced are things that has to do with practical things. For example, something like a teacher. A human teacher will always be different. A teacher, someone like a speaker, someone like actor, someone like a coach. I feel like all of these people who knows, anything can happen with the way technology, but at the moment I don't think they can be displaced because those ones has to do with humanly kind of work, psychologist. It has to do with mind work. I mean, I can't say a drug addict now. I should put it in front of AI. That please, make this person sober. I don't think AI can really do AI can do the job, but it won't do the great job like a psychologist. We sit down and take track with you. Oh, you are doing this right. You are doing this wrong. So I love AI, but I just feel like with the way the world is going, I think like people have to add to their tentacles. People have to add to the existing skills they have. If you're a teacher, if you're a videographer, you should know that ordinary carrying the camera is not enough. We have AI now that you don't need to be panning. Sam, you don't need to be panning up and down. There is AI. For example, now Sam is here. Sam understands some of these AI cameras that will just go along as you're talking. All of these things, like you mentioned, there's always be a need for a human supervision too. So I completely feel what you're talking about. So if you are going to tell any Nigerian out now, what is your advice to them about AI? Should they leave what they are doing and go and pursue AI, or or what is your take on that?
Yeah. I think I'll start with what you mentioned first about certain roles that can't be displaced
Or better still, you can
eliminated.
just tell us the initiative or strategies they can imbibe to improve AI in their daily living.
Well, for me, I don't think they should leave their jobs, right? I think it's something that they could do while they're still working, right? They can easily just take a course, very simple course on AI, right? You don't have to take anything very serious, right? Sometimes 3, 4, 5 videos on YouTube, right, is good,
Is good.
depending on how technical you want to get, right, around the technology. But having a fundamental knowledge around the technology is very, very, very crucial, right? So, for example, if you're a teacher, for example, you mentioned teachers not being replaced by AI, right? So, for example, if you're a teacher, instead of you feeling like you wouldn't be replaced, I think it's best to start looking at AI learning platforms like the one this guy's built, Khan Academy. I think they call it Camigo, right?
What does
Whereby
that do?
yeah, it's an AI learning platform whereby teachers can be able to utilize AI to be able to provide much more personalized learning to students, right? And what do I mean by that? If you have a class of 20 students, everybody there have their weaknesses and strengths, right? The way each person learns
The way
is
they
different.
perceive knowledge,
Yes,
yeah,
it's
is
different from the
different.
other person, right? Some persons want they are the kind of persons whereby you teach them something, they want to question it, they want to take their own routes, right? But as a teacher, teaching is stressful, right?
It is.
Yeah.
Very, very.
Teaching is stressful. So as a teacher who is probably maybe already stressed and then you have 20 students and this one is here, auntie, this question, this one, right? At some point you might just be like, just copy what I have on the board.
Don't disturb me, I don't
Yeah,
tire.
right. But with AI now, you can be able to provide much more personalized teaching to the students. There was one that I think was the CEO of Khan Academy that was talking about an example. I think it was with his daughter or something, right, or someone else. That the child was, I've forgotten the subject they were talking about, right? And then the AI said something about a particular concept around that subject, right? But then the child said something entirely different, right? Now, as I said, a teacher with 20 students would not be able to pay particular attention to you to follow your own
Because you're not
train
the
of
only one here.
exactly, right? But as this child had this line of thoughts, instead of the AI to kind of move along from that question or just just say whatever, the AI was like, okay, I would like to know why you think like this.
Okay.
After the child expressed her own opinion on this, the AI was like, okay, yes, I get your line of thoughts. However, this is how it's done. These are your own concepts that you talked about. This is how it's applicable to this, but this is actually the standard that is being followed to solve this problem.
The child was actually asking a harmless question.
Exactly, right? I think I remember one time when I was in, I think that was primary 4 or so, right? And then they gave us a mass assignment, a mass quiz, and then we're solving it. I think the final, if memory serves me correctly, I think the final answer was 23, right? Now I came up with the final answer, 23.
So what happened?
Right? A lot of other people did. Then when this child looked at my work, she was like, "No, you got it wrong." Right? Because of what? My formula, my approach to solving the problem.
Okay.
And I was like, "Well, auntie, I got the answer correctly."
Yeah, I followed the formula. I didn't follow.
Do you understand?
I
got the answer correctly. You get me? She was like, "No, no, no, you have to follow." I said, "Why?" She didn't answer me. She was like, "David, just move. Let me answer someone else."
Wow.
Because we're many.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
But if it was an AI now, an AI would have probably said, okay, explain my own concepts to me and probably tell me why my concept is wrong. Or we can even put put minds together to see if if I'm given another problem and I use the same approach I used in solving my own problem, if it's still going to give me the right answer. That way I understand if my own concept works or it doesn't. Right? So for me, I feel people in different sectors, right, walks of life should see how they can get educated about these things and see how they can adopt it in their day-to-day lives. Because it's
So
here to stay.
it's not going anywhere. So
Yeah.
if there is any platform for people to learn about this, apart from YouTube, now you were mentioned Gemini.ai, apart from ChatGPT and maybe Opus, which I use for maybe video, short form content, editing, and all of those things. I don't think I use Adobe AI with audio enhancer. I use all of those things. But apart from those regular ones, I don't think there is anyone I've known per se. And there are a lot of them. In fact, I even hear that there is AI that can make you look like you, like make a old picture look like a brand new, make a old picture talk, make a slide for you, like a Google slide. A lot of them. So do we have like a website or do we have like a platform where we can get all of these things? And my final question, that's the first one. And my final question is, you use AI in your
Mm.
business as an entrepreneur. Are there some policies put in place that is actually affecting your business as an entrepreneur that you feel like government need to do something about this policy, or do something about this regulation that they put in place? So how were you able to manage that, and what do you think government should do so that people that want to dive into something like this, to maybe use AI in their business, or they want to start a techpreneur journey using AI, that government policy will not be an hinder for them to thrive? So what is your take on that?
All right. So, please repeat
The
the
first
first
one,
question.
okay, the first question was, is there any platform where people can access
Okay,
all
this
of this
information.
and AI
Okay.
information?
Yeah, I think for the resources, I think it's as easy as Googling it.
Okay.
Right? So it's not like I don't know if there's any, but I don't think there's this single website where you go down there and you see all the AI tools that exist. Right?
Okay,
Even if
so
you should do if there's one.
so I'll just go to Google and just type Google how to write Google slide with AI, and it's going to bring the
Simple.
relevant.
Exactly. You can write AI for creating Google Slides, AI for creating presentation, right? You can write AI for image generation, AI for video generation, right? And you see different options, right? I think now these days you'd even see many, right?
Wow.
So it's just for you to choose the
Which
one you
one
want to
works
use,
best for you?
right? Yes, but it's just easy. You just Google it and then you'll get it. Then for when
the
it comes to
policies.
learning, yeah, then when it comes to the aspect of learning, I think there are some places you can start from. I think platforms like Coursera have some kind of fundamental courses that anyone can take, right? I think even Google offers some for free, right? Offer some for free. I think I remember in 2021 or thereabout, I took one like that. That's Google
In
had
Google.
that Google had in partnership with University of Helsinki, Finland, right? Which is an amazing course, right? It was a very amazing course. Zero code, you're not writing code and all of that, but it will be able to get you to understand how this technology really works, the mathematics behind it, and all of that. And then when it comes to policies and other things that the government can do to help the development of AI, I think governments need to start having conversation or laying the groundwork to have physical infrastructures where both private companies, right, and government-based institutions can be able to carry out research. Right?
Research.
Yes, where they can be able to carry out research, because a lot of the infrastructures that is there now is, if you're not a big company, right, you can't access them, right? Like for example, ChatGPT. If you know the amount of money that it takes to keep ChatGPT online every day, you'd be you'd be wowed, right? That's like
and it is available freely for everyone.
right. So that's the thing. So I think government needs to provide more funding, right? It goes beyond just funding startups, right? It goes beyond just funding
Seeing that
startups.
it's right.
Yes, it goes beyond just funding startups. Having the underlying infrastructure, right, where startups can be able to carry out research, institutions can be able to carry out research, right, whereby they can test around, play around with all these LLMs, right, be creative, come up with their own approaches to be able to achieve AGI, right? Even carry out research on even how to combat AGI. I think
The
that's
artificial general
yes.
intelligence.
I think that's one thing that Africa especially should pay critical attention to.
Sincerely, because when you mentioned AGI, artificial general intelligence, is it Africa that they are scared of the regular AI? AGI will come now, and AGI will tell you that this is GAM, this is the fact, or everything you are learning is nonsense. Wouldn't that be a battle? And you can't be battling with an inanimate thing. I mean,
exactly.
So I understand what you are saying, that Africa should take note of that part.
Yeah, yeah. And when I say combating AGI, I don't mean just combating the technology, right? I mean there's
Understanding
a lot of
it and using it for your own good.
Yes, but then again, also being prepared for. I mean, if you check right from a lot of movies from iRobot, Terminator 1, 2, 3, like that, you will see, yeah, you will see there's this prophecy of doomsday where AI goes rogue, right? It goes crazy and then it start ruining a lot of things, right? So I think Africa needs to um, have a plan, right? Maybe start building some infrastructures whereby, if at all AI should go rogue, right, and then it's kind of goes against Africans' interests, right? They can find a way to limit the kind of ruin that this technology can cause.
Love that.
Right?
I love that. Love that.
So that's another
Africa should be
thing.
prepared. Because something happened of recent from what you mentioned.
Mhm.
So I don't know if you are very conversant on Instagram.
Mhm.
African Stream
Mhm.
was pulled down by Meta.
Hmm.
And excuses Meta gave was that African Stream were propagating Russian whatever. And you
Mhm.
know how US and Russia are just loggerheads.
Mhm.
And Africa was just trying to be African,
Mhm.
telling African stories. US, what you do to us is not right though. And we are putting it out to the public that this is what you do that is not right. I
Mhm.
think it doesn't really align with them,
Mhm.
even though it's the right thing, and they
Mhm.
pull it down.
Mhm.
I feel like what you just said, if Africa has put enough infrastructure in place, maybe having our own even social media platform,
True.
maybe it will have been easier and no country will be able to shut up Africa when
Mhm.
Africa is trying to say the truth. So let's take, for example, now that we have this AI and the AI is trying to do something that does not align with African values, and we are trying to stand up for ourselves.
Mhm.
And you as are saying, because you stand up for yourself, we have to shut you up. I think Africa needs to put something in place that will replace this thing when they are no more, or when they are trying to do too much. So that's I really love that. Thank you very much. That is a lot. So we are wrapping up. I don't want to bore you with a lot of questions, but before then, I want you to introduce yourself again. Tell us about CandleWeb. Tell us about what to do, and tell us about what people should prepare about AI.
All right, yeah. So once again, my name is David Mogaji. All right, I'm the CEO and founder of CandleWeb, and what we do at CandleWeb is basically we use AI to automate the entire trading process for our users, right, in a way that is simple and profitable, right? So one of the things we've noticed in the past is a lot of people want to make money into through crypto. A lot of people want to get into the industry. They want to trade. They want to stake. They want to do whatever, right? But the issue has always been the issue of knowledge.
How?
Right, exactly how. And some of them, when you even show them how, like I personally in the past, I've had a lot of people that they say, okay, they want to trade, and I'm like, okay, I wouldn't be able to make out time to teach you because I'm very busy, but I can give you resources. I give some of these people resources, right? A month, 2 months later, I'm like, what's up? They'll be like, bros, I've been no get time more. Right? All of that. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to build a system, or we've built a system, we're still improving it. We built a system whereby it eliminates the need for that concrete knowledge about the technology, right? So you don't need to understand how to trade cryptocurrency fully. You don't really need to understand cryptocurrency fully, right? All you have to do is first just understand some basic things. What is crypto? What is a coin? What is a wallet? What is an exchange? Right? With this fundamental knowledge, right, you can be able to um, use our platform and make profits, right? So a lot of our users, this is their first interaction with crypto. Like prior to now, they've stayed away from it, right? One was like, I'm on me. The last time I do, and I read, I was like, okay, what happened the last time? See, one of my friends said, make I buy one coin, right? And then when he told me the coin and we had a discussion, he understood. I made him understand why he had that loss, right? Because one of the things that we take very, very seriously at CandleWeb, right, is risk management, right? So before our AI even makes a trade or takes a trade on behalf of a user, right, the risk for that particular trade has already been analyzed, right, for us to be able to know that, okay, is this something that works with our investment policy or not, and all of that, right? So for us, basically, it's about helping Africans achieve financial freedom through AI.
That's beautiful. And the last question of what the world should be expecting about AI.
Well, I think for that one I have a lot to say, right?
Just keep it short.
Yeah, I have a lot to say. I think we're only going to see AI advance over time, right? I think the only thing that can halt the improvement or advancement of AI is human extinction, which is not going to happen anytime soon. Right? Yeah, which is not going to happen anytime soon. So I think we're going to see AGI, we're going to see artificial general super intelligence as well. And I think one other technology that I think a lot of people are focusing on AI, but I think one thing people to look at is the idea of neural link. That's things around computer human interfaces, right? So I think over time we're going to be seeing humans connected to a artificial intelligence, connected to these machines, right? When I mean connected, I don't mean you using your phone. I mean like you and AI being one, right? Whereby humanity kind of moved from being humans to a kind of new species, right? The way we move from Neanderthals and all of those, right? We become like a new species whereby we're infused with AI, right? We're one with AI. Because I mean, when it comes to things around knowledge, right? A lot of neuroscientists will tell you that the idea of knowledge is basically has to do with your neural paths, right? Neural pathways,
Yeah.
whereby the more you read and all of that, the more your neural pathways expand. So now imagine a human being now being able to be connected to an AI system that help them to be able to increase their neural pathways, whereby you want to say something, think of something like let's say how to create an app, right? And then just by thinking about it, you already have an AI agent or an AI system that is a part of you. That you're just thinking about that, it looks like it's your original idea, but it's the AI that's giving you those information instantly. And everybody in the world becomes like an Einstein, right? Or whatever.
Hey.
And I think beyond that, but I think beyond that, I think another phase that humanity might go through the advancement of AI is when it comes to brain upload. Yeah, brain upload, where humans would be able to human consciousness, although we're still trying to understand what consciousness is, right? Where human consciousness will be able to be represented in a digital form and be uploaded.
So something like abstract things like feelings.
Yes, aside from even feelings, right now there's a company, I can't remember their name, that has currently worked on a technology whereby through AI, right, you can actually have a digital scent of something. So imagine I can send you a picture on your phone or whatever device,
And you can
right,
smell
and
it.
you can produce the scent of that flower that I've sent to you. Right?
How?
Exactly. So I think it's just going to be one advancement to the other,
another.
right? And it's not just this thing is not just happening in AI.
Something is telling me that with time, I will just be making video call and the person will just come out, sit down with me, talk, and enter back.
Oh yeah. Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
it will just be like an hologram or something.
It could be augmented reality, right? It could be augmented reality, it could be virtual reality, it could be any of those things, right? And as I said, it's not just AI. There are different industries, right? Look at things like DNA storage that people are talking about, so you can store information in DNA. So imagine storing information in a tree, right? Talking about things like biotechnology, right?
I know
Biotechnology now, where you can kind of literally modify the way you look, right? Look at things like CRISPR, what they are already doing, right? I mean, there's this stuff that happened, I think, in 2011, right? Where this doctor kind of had this kind of operation whereby they had 3 people that came together to make a single baby, 2 women and 1 man. Right, that's biotechnology. So we're going to be seeing a lot of stuff in the future. It's not just AI; it's happening all over. It's just that the issue with AI is that
AI is the loud one.
Yeah, it's the loud one, and it's more like electricity. It's a general purpose technology, right? The way you can use electricity for whatever is the same thing that we're going to be seeing with artificial intelligence.
Wow, that's amazing. Right, ladies and gentlemen, and you listen from Mr. David Mogaji about AI. AI is here to stay, and the earlier we embrace it, the better for us. Don't be scared of it. Try to gain skills, try to get AI skills with what you are learning at the moment, because this thing is here to stay and there's nothing we can do. So thank you so much, Mr. David, for sparing your time to talk about AI. I personally have learned a lot. I learned about the artificial generative
general intelligence.
General intelligence.
Yeah,
I'm really looking forward to that, because it's going to be like the Einstein we run to when we are confused about anything. So thank you very much. Once again, this is the Idea Game Changer, and it is a initiative of Idea Television here at Obasanjo Space Center, FCT, Abuja. Thank you for joining us. If you'd like to contact our resource person, or you'd like to contact the Idea TV, do it to send the message to the number on the social media handle displayed on the screen, or you can follow us across all social media platforms as Idea TV, Idea Television across all social media platforms, or shoot us a mail at ideatelevision@gmail.com or the Idea Game Changer podcast@gmail.com, and we do it to answer you. Till we meet again next time in my opinion podcast here at the Idea Game Changer podcast. My name is Olalik Mandela. Till we meet again, please have a wonderful day. Lessons, from thought-provoking conversations to candid opinions, everything you need to know is here at your fingertip. Catch us live on YouTube or any of your favorite podcast platforms by simply searching The Idea Game Changer. There you find us anytime, any day. The Idea Game Changer, an initiative of the Innovation Television, Idea TV. Hello and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where we explore the dynamic world of science and technology. My name is Olaleka Mandela and I'm your host for this podcast. The Idea Game Changer podcast is an initiative of Idea TV, where we dive into the latest innovation and invention happening in Africa, also discussing with brilliant minds that are shaping the future of science and technology industry. Get ready to be informed, inspired, and entertained as I invite you, or as I introduce to you, my guest, Mr. Obiejisi Chinwike, the product manager or country manager of TechieByte Media and the co-founder of a fintech company, Sendbit. Sir, it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. I'm
Yeah,
honored to
so
be here.
perhaps my introduction is not enough. It is not giving what it's supposed to give. I would like you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Well, I think you actually did a good job there. I think you actually did
thank
your
you.
research.
I will add that to my CV.
Yeah, okay. So I am the product manager for TechieByte Media and also the founders, and then the co-founder for Sendbit. Sendbit is a product under TechieByte. So TechieByte is a software agency, and we have a lot of products, and Sendbit is one of them. So basically, that's it.
Okay, so TechieByte Media is like the parent company.
Exactly.
Then Sendbit is like a subsidiary.
Exactly.
Very perfect. So,
Exactly.
before we introduce, we go further. I would like you to give me to introduce how you started. What is the story behind Sendbit? Would you join TechieByte first, then Sendbit comes after, or you've envisioned Sendbit then?
All right. I think I have to maybe find a way to just combine the both.
Right.
So we started Sendbit as a process of struggle we had.
Wow.
Where when I say we, it's my partner and myself. My co-founder is in the United States, and he used to be my coursemate when we were in school in Akure. So it happens to be struggles we have receiving payments when we do jobs, right? So
As a freelancer,
yeah,
then?
exactly.
Oh, right.
So I was in Lagos, that was 2019, 2020. So I used to work with some international companies in Australia and in UK. So, but most times receiving payment is always a hassle. Sometimes I have to search around different people I might use as intermediary to just receive my money, and it's always very difficult. So at some point, Dami, who is my co-founder and also my coursemate, is in US at the time. So I have to use him to receive the money and he send it back home to me.
The middleman thing.
Exactly. So at some point, I was talking to him over a video call and said, can we just find a way we can, do something if it's, building a platform where freelancers can, create invoices or, have an intermediary where they can
What job were you doing as a freelancer?
So then I was a front-end developer.
Front-end developer, right.
So I was doing the front end and I was also doing technical writing. So I was writing for Rug Rockets and also Geek Flare. So most of them I was writing.
Ladies and
for them.
gentlemen, I'm seated with a very talented man here.
So it was that moment. So but then TechieByte is actually something we started while we were in school. So while in school we were doing some projects in school, building apps for people, building websites for people, and it's also me and Dami. Me and Dami have gone a long way.
Wow.
So it's always myself and him. So then we build for people, and then at some point I told him, let's just form an agency so we can actually use it to actually get more projects and all. So that was all.
That's how the whole thing skyrocketed to what it is today.
Exactly.
I am very proud of your success story. And at the Young Einstein segment of the Idea Game Changer, we talk about the the struggles young founders
Mhm.
often go through
Mhm.
to birth the idea, to birth that idea. Everybody can conceive an idea.
Of course.
Everybody can come up with something,
Mhm.
but to implement it and bring it to life, that's where the problem is. So if we have 90 people conceiving an idea, we can only have maybe 30%,
Mm.
30% or 20% just bringing those ideas to life. So
Exactly.
it is not always easy. But my question right now is,
Mhm.
you founded the Zenbit,
Mm.
a fintech company.
Yeah.
We have so many fintech companies,
Exactly.
and we know what it means. We have Cowrywise, we
Yeah.
have Paystack, we have Flutterwave,
Mhm.
we even have this money saving. We
There,
have
there are lots of them
there are a
actually.
lot of them.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think set your own company apart? Because if we keep doing the same thing, we will achieve the same goal.
Yeah.
So what exactly are we doing or you are doing differently that you think is going to make your own company stand out amongst others?
Well, I could say one thing. We are not focused on everybody. We are focused on freelancers.
Just freelancers.
Yeah. So because those were our struggle at the time, and if I could actually find some platforms that were allowing me to actually do those things, then we wouldn't have, ventured into it.
Correct.
So it is our pain we wanted to target. And at some point, when we built that system, we found out that there are many other people that share in this same pain. So this is actually how I think we were, kind of set apart from every other person, what every other person is doing. Most persons are, into savings, and we don't do that. We just want to help you get your money back home,
The
right?
money you worked for.
Exactly, money you work for, without having, to have somebody who is going to be receiving it for you somewhere and then sending it back
Who is
home.
going to be also charging
So
you at the
exactly.
process?
So all those stuff were, things I would say that actually set us apart from every other person. People that are using our application are more digital nomads, like freelancers, software developers, graphic designers that do international jobs for people. Those are the people that use our platform majorly. So that's it.
That's right. Mr. Chinwe. Can I call you Chinwe?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
That's fine.
Mr. Chinwe, there, there was a policy that comes with financial technology
Mhm,
companies.
mhm.
And for example, there was a time that the CBN released the policy of if you want to be a fintech company in Nigeria,
mm.
especially sending and receiving international funds,
Yeah, yeah.
you need to have like 100 million,
Mhm,
all of those things.
mm,
All of this Nigerian policy
mm,
to the financial technology space,
mm.
how does it affect you and how were you able to manage it?
Well, this is what happens where we are in a third world country. So there is always, clash of policies and all.
Very correct.
And it's why we are also on a stable economy, because our policy is not yet stable. So for us, we are not going through those routes. So we reach out to bigger companies in the game. We reach out to Flutterwave or Fincra, and some of them we partner with them to use their license, right? So because as young as we are, we cannot afford those money CBN or every other agency is asking of us. We cannot afford it. So what we do is send out a message to Flutterwave, Finca. There are lots of them. I can't be mentioning them here, and we have to use their license. They allow us to partner to use their license. So and
I
then
think that's creative.
exactly. So what we are also doing is, when we are doing that part, we are also giving them, kind of access to see who our users are, because they want to know if you have users that are going to be committing fraud and all the rest of them. So they want to know because you're using their license, right? So all those stuff are what is in there. But to be very honest with you, it's not that easy. It's quite challenging,
Very, very.
because some of them is going to turn you down,
Yes.
and
Rejection.
exactly. So all those stuff, and it is what it is.
So let's focus on Sendbit for now.
Mm.
How does Sendbit get their revenue? Because I know of platforms whereby if you use their platform to get your money, international money, they receive some certain percentage,
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
5%, 3%, 10%, depending.
Yeah.
So Sendbit, do this percentage stuff, or how do you get your own? revenue?
So it's almost the same way. So how we do it is when we individuals create an invoice, right? And let's say they are sending an invoice of about $200 or so. So we have an amount. It's not like a percentage. Like maybe we have about $5 fee for, let's say, $500 or something like that. So it's just like that, and that's how we actually make money. It's kind of a tiny thing, but and that's why we have a very small team, because we cannot afford to have, because we want to give the people using our platform that opportunity to actually get their home money. So we don't want to charge
Without
them so
stress.
yeah. We don't want to charge them so much, and they are looking at, okay,
This is ridiculous. I can't do
yeah,
this.
stuff like that. So maybe you're sending an invoice of $200, and then we are charging you about $10 or 20. It's quite ridiculous,
quite a
and
lot.
it's process that I have seen, and it's something I share with, and I can't allow that on my own.
And we have a lot of freelancers in Nigeria.
Exactly.
So let's excuse me. Let's go back a little bit down the memory lane. Do you study software development in school?
So I did computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah.
So what led to software development? Because you could have opted for another thing. I want you to know that what we are today is shaped by our experiences and our choices. Whatever, for me, for example, your host, me speaking, I study biology, but now
Okay.
I'm into journalism and broadcasting.
That's nice.
So, and that's the people that, okay, I want to go through this path.
To be very honest with you, I never knew computer science ever existed. I think that was in my SS2, and I think miraculously, I don't know how that happened. And um, our governor at the time was Peter Obi, and he gave us about 60 laptops
For free.
So yeah, so that was how I actually, you know, started getting that so much interested in what is happening in the computer world. So at that time, I would spend so much time in the computer lab, and the man who is our teacher, computer science teacher, but data processing, I they call it at that time, is from my hometown. So he allowed me have like about 3 hours on the lab. So that was where I developed the interest. So and he used to motivate me with Mark Zuckerberg at the time. So at the time I wanted to do medicine. So he told me
Every Nigerian wants to be a
exactly.
student.
So I wanted to do medicine. So but he told me to do computer science. I never knew what it was, and my dad
But
never.
it sounds pleasing.
Yeah. But my dad also never wanted it, because he was like, "What are you going to do if you do computer science? So if you finish, what are you going to do?"
African
So
parent.
stuff like that. So but then I was so fortunate. I did it, and it came out well for me, and here I am.
From there.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a very, very beautiful story.
Yeah.
So what should people expect from Sendbit now? Now that the world is, we know the kind of world that we find ourselves in. We have AI shaping things. We have people automating things. We know that the technology we have today is evolving
Yeah,
to
yeah.
something we don't even know. So what should people expect from Sendbit moving forward?
Oh, they should expect innovation, more innovation, because we at every single day, that me and myself, we are always thinking of the best way to make things more simpler, more easier. So at every single day, even before I came out here, we had a meeting before I came out. So
Wow.
he's also idea driven, and the same thing applies for myself. So it's innovation all the way. So we are trying to see how we can, bring in whatever system and technology we are going to imbue on our system that is going to allow our users have seamless transaction space for themselves. And we're looking forward to also a better policies surrounding Nigeria. If we have more better policies, there are a lot of things we can do, a lot of things, but we are limited by what's happening,
what's
because you
happening.
don't want to shoot yourself by the leg.
Yeah, I noticed that you really love Sendbit. I can see you even wearing
Oh,
the shirt.
okay, yeah.
So was there a time when you were starting Sendbit and it all looks all crashing down, that you were about to give up? But what was your lesson then? What was your experience like then? What was the lesson you taught, and how were you able to pick yourself up?
So I would say that point was even I think this year.
Wow. Well, it's what?
Yeah, so mid this year. So we are experiencing a lot of chargeback rates, And that was exactly
from the people you partner with.
no from our users.
Oh,
Now, and that was when we were just being so too lenient.
something must be wrong somewhere.
Exactly. So I think we had uh, loopholes and fraudsters. So when they do their thing, they want to just charge back again and do another one and charge back. And I'm okay. So this is Nigeria, so you have to be tough. So I have to understand that where we are, you might have the best intention in mind, but then
Yes, there's always the Nigerian factor.
exactly. So those were the moments. At that point, to be very honest with you, to be very frank, I was like, I'm done. Like, damn you, let's do another thing, right? Because we were experiencing lots of chargeback, and it was heartbreaking.
Hmm.
That okay, you're trying to build something that is going to be
You are trying to
very,
build a solution. People are
and
not
then
seeing it.
and then they are trying to play games with it. So
Hmm.
at that point, I think that's one of the things. But we were able to, I was able to consult with some big people, and they told me, okay, this is what you're going to do. This is tighten up your KYC, do this, do this, do this. So we're able to do all those stuff, and then we went back into business. So that's it.
Oh, that's very impressive. So, if you are going to give any advice
Hmm.
to, if there is going to be any advice you are going to give to our audience right now about starting a business, probably a fintech company, what's the first thing they need to put in place? What's the first thing they should look out for?
Well, I would say I would say fintech space is so depressing. I
Oh,
would say that. I would say that.
depressing.
I will
Wow.
tell you. I will tell you because it's a lot of challenge at that space. Because you are fighting different forces. You're fighting users. You are fighting regulators.
Fighting
You're fighting
policymaker.
policymakers and everything. So, for someone who wants to enter into that, you have to make sure that
You work on your mind.
you have zeroed your mind. Okay, I'm going to do this regardless, and you're going to do it in the right possible way. You know, basically, and you have to be. If you're not driven towards the solution you're building,
Hmm.
to be very honest, you won't actually see it through, because once the first hit comes, the second hit comes, you just leave it and go. So, but if you're so driven about it, if you're so driven about the solution you're bringing on the table, you you might actually have that spirit, pushing you forward even when everything is crashing down. So
Yeah.
that's all I can say.
So, as a country manager of Take Bite Media LLC, as a co-founder of Sendbit, how are you able to manage all of these products under Take Bite Media? Because it might look like a lot.
Yeah, it is. At some point, I think there was a time, sometime last year, we are having 3 projects at the same time.
Ooh.
So, and
In Nigeria?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, it was a Nigerian-based project. So we are handling them at the same time, and at that point, it was very challenging for me, because you have to see what they are doing here, see what they are doing here, see what they are doing here. But what made it more easier is because I had good team, yeah, and most of the people on my team are my classmates, so we actually bonded very well while in school. So uh, some of them work on contract basis, and because we share some kind of level of friendship and dedication while in school, we're still so dedicated to it. So at some point when I'm so not into it, some other person just picks up, and tries to say, I'm covering up for him, let him get himself and all. So I think that's how I've been able
So
to
you were
manage.
able to use people that you already know that can key into the vision. Do you pay them?
Yeah, of course.
But they should understand better that, oh, we are just starting.
Yeah,
Please
yeah,
just manage.
exactly. They understood that, okay, this is when we started at first, they understood that this is a long-term game for us, and they understood that, okay, we are bringing something on the table and something is going to come out of it, right? They believed in it because they believed in me to be kind of person that brings something better while in school. So they still have that belief till this moment. So
Wow,
when
that's very, very
yeah.
impressive. But so particularly, if I want to start a fintech company, and I don't have, is it possible for me to start a fintech company or anything in tech without having idea of coding? Because you said you're a software developer.
Yeah.
And what if I'm not a software developer? What if I'm a business manager or I study business admin in school? I have idea of how business is run, but I don't have the skills. How can I do it?
Well, I believe you can, but you need to have a very good CTO. Like a very good CTO, you are bonded so well with your chief technical officer. Like he has to be very good at the game. Like okay, you're business minded. He should be very good at the coding.
At implementing it.
Yeah, because if you are saying okay, I'm business minded, and then I want to hire people all the way, it's going to cost you a lot. And those people are working for their money. They're not working for the idea, right? So it's going to be more tasky for you, right? So, but then if you have a very good CTO who happens to be more of like a friend or something, then it's going to help you manage that aspect while you do the business game, right? So that is how it's going to. Else is going to be very very difficult for you.
So, do you have any other thing you do aside from send beat and take it right?
Well, presently I have nothing else I do.
Focus, 100% focus.
Yeah, everything I do is surrounding Techibyte and Sendbit. Every single thing I do presently. Yeah. Maybe we change in the future.
We change in the future. We don't know.
Yeah.
Sincerely, I love all of your responses. I have gained a lot. But I was just looking at how was Sendbit. I'm particularly focused on Sendbit now. How are they able to stand or withstand the competitive pressure? No paystack. I mean, if I say I have Sendbit, people will be like, what's Sendbit? I would rather use this paystack that I can call out on Twitter and they will answer me and all of those things. So how were you able to stand? How were you able to take your stand? And how were you able to be forging forward? Yeah.
So it's quite a very competitive industry, but because we have actually niched down, so it is not super competitive. Like let's say every other person that is using Paystack, that they can be in different fields, right?
Right.
Yeah, but people that are using us, like they are more like
freelancers. Yeah.
So even when they are not using the invoice, they are likely to be using dollar cards, right?
Okay.
So they have a ton of things to actually do on it, but they have to be freelance, because if you are not, you will not actually see the importance of having it, right? So if you're actually telling just an ordinary person who's into some other business about Sendbit, they are not seeing it, So
but if you tell the freelancers,
okay, they'll be like, okay, I think they are cheaper, so let me use it. So that's it. So
that's very very beautiful. So we've talked about the struggles for too long, for quite a while. Let's talk about the opportunities. You starting Sendbit with an extension here in Nigeria and Africa must have some opportunities, because if you hadn't seen that, you wouldn't have said you want to establish here. Or are you establishing here because you are from here? Or because you saw some opportunities and you say, okay, let's get into this. Even though we have these policy challenges and all, I can still see the bright side here and here. So what are the opportunities you saw then and that you key into?
Well, the opportunities where Nigeria have the numbers.
We have the number.
We have the numbers, and that's why different people from every other places come here. So we have the numbers. We can actually maximize it if we care. So, and for the fact that I am here also, I have a level of understanding about this market, right? If you take me to, I've gone to some other African countries, I don't really understand how it goes, right? So I'm just there as, let's say, a tourist, like a visitor, right? So I can just do and go. But here, I understand this terrain, you understand? So I might likely have one or two things, and I know, okay, where to go, what to do. Yeah, even if it's going to be super difficult, but I know exactly what to do. So this is the market I understand, and there is the numbers. And Nigerians have talent.
Yeah, we are talented.
Yeah, we have that talent. And if you look at it, the rising international job demand is super increasing, and all these people need an avenue to actually get their money back home. So that's where the opportunities are.
That's where the opportunity is.
So
That's very interesting. We're coming to your halfway,
Thank you.
almost 30 minutes. But then I would like you to tell us, in just 1 minute or two, can you just tell us about Techie Byte, Sendbit, yourself, and your co-founder to our audience?
All right. I would say every single work we have been doing on Sunday, I I actually have to appreciate my co-founder very well. Dami Oyindamola Eribemi is actually a very great guy, an amazing individual. Like a he's actually one of the guys actually pushing things up, even irrespective of the fact that I try to coach, but he's a great guy. Without him, I would have stopped a
Long
long
way
time.
before. I
Yeah,
can't do this. So
yeah. Without him, I would have stopped. Sometimes it'd be like, oh, how far? Let's do this. You understand? So and then I would say, okay, the works we have been doing, we are actually trying to see ourselves get to the top. That's our goal.
how do you see yourself in
Yeah,
5 years from now?
exactly. So we are trying to see ourselves increasing, becoming, that go-to platform for people, for freelancers. So
Wow.
who actually are in need of these services.
Wow.
So that's what we are trying to do.
Ooh, wow, that is a very, very interesting episode. Thank you very much, Mr. OBGC Chinwike.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, our audience, for listening to the segment of Young Einstein on the Idea Game Changer podcast. We appreciate you and we value your time. Thank you for joining our guests on discussing how to build financial technology company in Nigeria or in Africa. I hope you've learned a lot. I hope you've gained something worthwhile. If you have any question, do wait to put it in the comment section, or you send us a mail at theideagamechanger@gmail.com, or you send us a mail at ideatv on any of your preferred social media platform. If you like to get a contact of our resource person, our guest, or if you like to contact him for any collaboration or partnership, do it to also send us a mail or a message, a direct DM on social media at Idea Television on X, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, any of your preferred social media handle, and we'll be glad to answer your question. My name is Olaliko Mandela, and I'm your host for the Idea Game Changer podcast. Thank you. Hello, and welcome to the Idea Game Changer podcast, where we explore the dynamic world of science and technology. My name is Olaleko Mandela, and I'm your host for this podcast. The Idea Game Changer podcast is an initiative of Idea TV, where we dive into the latest innovation and invention happening in Africa, also discussing with brilliant minds that are shaping the future of science and technology industry. Get ready to be informed, inspired, and entertained as I invite you, or as I introduce to you, my guest, Mr. OBAGC Chinwike, the product manager or country manager of Techie Byte Media and the co-founder of a fintech company, Sendbit. Sir, it's a pleasure having you.
Thank you so much. I'm
Yeah,
honored to
so
be here.
perhaps my introduction is not enough. It is not giving what it's supposed to give. I would like you to introduce yourself to our audience.
Well, I think you actually did a good job there. I think you actually did
thank
your
you.
research.
I will add that to my CV.
Yeah, okay. So I am the product manager for Techie Bytes Media and also the founders, and then the co-founder for Sendbit. Sendbit is a product under Techie Bytes. So Techie Bytes is a software agency, and we have a lot of products, and Sendbit is one of them. So basically, that's it.
Okay, so Techie Byte Media is like the parent company.
Exactly.
Then Sendbit is like a subsidiary.
Exactly.
Very perfect. So
Exactly.
before we go further, I would like you to give me to introduce how you started. What is the story behind Sendbit? Would you join Techie Byte first, then Sendbit comes after, or you've envisioned Sendbit then?
All right. I think I have to maybe find a way to just combine the both.
Right.
So we started Sendbit as a process of struggle we had
Wow.
Where when I say we, it's my partner and myself. My co-founder is in the United States, and he used to be my coursemate when we were in school in Akure. So it happens to be struggles we have receiving payments when we do jobs, right? So
As a freelancer,
yeah,
then?
exactly.
Oh, right.
So I was in Lagos, that was 2019, 2020. So I used to work with some international companies in Australia and in UK. So, but most times receiving payment is always a hassle. Sometimes I have to search around different people I might use as intermediary to just receive my money, and it's always very difficult. So at some point, Dami, who is my co-founder and also my coursemate, is in US at the time. So I have to use him to receive the money and he send it back home to me.
The middleman thing.
Exactly. So at some point, I was talking to him over a video call and said, can we just find a way we can, do something if it's, building a platform where freelancers can, create invoices or, have an intermediary where they can actually.
What job were you doing as a
So
freelancer?
then I was a front-end developer.
Front-end developer, right.
So I was doing the front end and I was also doing technical writing. So I was writing for Rug Rockets and also Geek Flare. So most of them I was writing
Ladies and
for them.
gentlemen, I'm seated with a very talented man here.
So it was that moment. So but then Techibyte is actually something we started while we were in school. So while in school we were doing some projects in school, building apps for people, building websites for people, and it's also me and Dami. Me and Dami have gone a long way.
Wow.
So it's always myself and him. So then we build for people, and then at some point I told him, let's just form an agency so we can actually use it to actually get more projects and all. So that was all the whole
That's how
concept.
the whole thing skyrocketed to what it is today.
Exactly.
I am very proud of your success story. And at the Young Einstein segment of the Idea Game Changer, we talk about the struggles young founders often go through to birth the idea, to birth that idea. Everybody can conceive an idea. Everybody can come up with something, but to implement it and bring it to life, that's where the problem is. So if we have 90 people conceiving an idea, we can only have maybe 30%, 30% or 20% just bringing those ideas to life. So
Exactly.
it is not always easy. But my question right now is, you founded the Zenbit, a fintech company.
Yeah.
We have so many fintech companies,
Exactly.
and we know what it means. We have Cowrywise, we have Paystack, we have Flutterwave, we even have this money saving.
There are lots of them.
There are a
actually.
lot of them.
Yeah.
Now, what do you think set your own company apart? Because if we keep doing the same thing, we will achieve the same goal.
Yeah.
So what exactly are we doing, or you are doing differently, that you think is going to make your own company stand out amongst others?
Well, I could say one thing. We are not focused on everybody. We are focused on freelancers.
Just freelancers.
Yeah. So because those were our struggle at the time, and if I could actually find some platforms that were allowing me to actually do those things, then we wouldn't have ventured into it.
Correct.
So it is our pain we wanted to target. And at some point, when we built that system, we found out that there are many other people that share in this same pain. So this is actually how I think we were, kind of set apart from every other person, what every other person is doing. Most persons are, into savings, and we don't do that. We just want to help you get your money back home,
The
right?
money you worked
exactly, money you work for, without having, to have somebody who is going to be receiving it for you somewhere and then sending it back
Who's
home.
going to be also charging
So
you at the
exactly.
process?
So all those stuff were, things I would say that actually set us apart from every other person. People that are using our application are more digital nomads, like freelancers, software developers, graphic designers that do international jobs for people. Those are the people that use our platform majorly. So that's it.
That's right, Mr. Chinwe. Can I call you Chinwe?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's
Mr. Chinwe. There was a policy that comes with financial technology companies, and for example, there was a time that the CBN released the policy of if you want to be a fintech company in Nigeria, especially sending and receiving international funds, you need to have like 100 million, all of those things. all of this Nigerian policy to the financial technology space, how does it affect you, and how were you able to manage it?
Well, this is what happens where we are in a third world country. So there is always, clash of policies and all, and it's why we are also in on a stable economy, because our policy is not yet stable. So for us, we are not going through those routes. So we reach out to bigger companies in the game. We reach out to Flutterwave or Fincra, and some of them we partner with them to use their license, right? So because as young as we are, we cannot afford those money CBN or every other agency is asking of us. We cannot afford it. So what we do is send out a message to Flutterwave, Finca. There are lots of them. I can't be mentioning them here, and we have to use their license. They allow us to partner to use their license. So and
I
then
think that's creative.
exactly. So what we are also doing is, when we are doing that part, we are also giving them, kind of access to see who our users are, because they want to know if you have users that are going to be committing fraud and all the rest of them. So they want to know because you're using their license, right? So all those stuff are what is in there. But to be very honest with you, it's not that easy. It's quite challenging,
Very.
because some of them is going to turn you down,
Yes.
and
Rejection.
exactly. So all those stuff, and it is what it is.
So let's focus on Sendbit for now. How does Sendbit get their revenue? Because I know of platforms whereby if you use their platform to get your money, international money, they receive some certain percentage, maybe 5%, 3%, 10%, depending.
Yeah.
So Sendbit, do they do this percentage stuff, or how do you get your own revenue?
So it's almost the same way. So how we do it is, when we individuals create an invoice, right? And let's say they are sending an invoice of about $200 or so. So we have an amount. It's not like a percentage. Like maybe we have about $5 fee for, let's say, $500 or something like that. So it's just like that, and that's how we actually make money. It's kind of a tiny thing, but and that's why we have a very small team, because we cannot afford to have, because we want to give the people using our platform that opportunity to actually get their home money. So we don't want to charge
Without
them
stress.
so yeah. We don't want to charge them so much, and they are looking at, okay,
This is ridiculous. I can't do this.
stuff like that. So maybe you're sending an invoice of $200, and then we are charging you about $10 or 20. It's quite ridiculous,
quite a
and
lot.
it's process that I have seen, and it's something I share with, and I can't allow that on my own.
And we have a lot of freelancers in Nigeria.
Exactly.
So let's excuse me. Let's go back a little bit down the memory lane. Do you study software development in school?
So I did computer science.
Computer science.
Yeah.
So what led to software development? Because you could have opted for another thing. I want you to know that what we are today is shaped by our experiences and our choices. Whatever, for me, for example, your host, me speaking, I study biology, but now I'm into journalism and broadcasting.
That's nice.
So, and that's the people that, okay, I want to go through this path.
To be very honest with you, I never knew computer science ever existed. I think that was in my SS2, and I think miraculously, I don't know how that happened, and our governor at the time was Peter Obi, and he gave us about 60 laptops
for free.
So yeah, so that was how I actually, started getting that so much interested in what is happening in the computer world. So at that time, I would spend so much time in the computer lab, and the man who is our teacher, computer science teacher, but data processing, I they call it at that time, is from my hometown. So he allowed me have like about 3 hours on the lab. So that was where I developed the interest. So and he used to motivate me with Mark Zuckerberg at the time. So at the time, I wanted to do medicine. So he told me
every Nigerian wanted to do medicine.
Exactly. So I wanted to do medicine. So but he told me to do computer science. I never knew what it was, and my dad never.
But it sounds pleasing.
Yeah. But my dad also never wanted it, because he was like, "What are you going to do if you do computer science? So if you finish, what are you going to do?"
African
So
parents.
stuff like that. So but then I was so fortunate. I did it, and it came out well for me, and here I am.
From there.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a very, very beautiful story.
Yeah.
So what should people expect from Sandbit now? Now that the world is, what we know, the kind of world that we find ourselves in.
Mhm.
We have AI shaping things.
Mhm.
We have people automating things.
Mhm.
We know that the technology we have today is evolving
Yeah,
to
yeah.
something we don't even know. So what should people expect from Sandbit moving forward?
Oh, they should expect innovation, more innovation, because we at every single day, that me and myself, we are always thinking of the best way to make things more simpler, more easier. So at every single day, even before I came out here, we had a meeting before I came out. So
Wow.
he's also idea driven, and the same thing applies for myself. So it's innovation all the way. So we are trying to see how we can, bring in whatever system and technology we are going to imbue on our system that is going to allow our users have seamless transaction space for themselves. And we're looking forward to also a better policies surrounding Nigeria. If we have more better policies, there are a lot of things we can do, a lot of things, but we are limited by what's
By
happening
what's
because you
happening.
don't want to shoot yourself by the leg.
Yeah, I noticed that you really love Sandbit. I can see you even wearing the
Oh,
shirt.
okay, yeah, yeah.
So, so was there a time when you were starting Sandbit
Mm.
and it all looks all crashing down, that you were about to give up? But
Mhm.
what was your lesson then? What was your experience like then? What was the
Mm.
lesson you taught, and how were you able to pick yourself up?
So I would say that point was even I think this year.
Wow. What
Mid,
led to what?
yeah, so mid this year. So we are experiencing a lot of chargeback rates, and
Woo!
that was exactly
From the people you partner with.
no from our users.
Oh,
Now, and that was when we were just being so too lenient.
something must be wrong somewhere.
Exactly. So I think we had uh, loopholes and fraudsters. So when they do their thing, they want to just charge back again and do another one and charge back. And okay, so this is Nigeria, so you have to be tough. So I have to understand that where we are, you might have the best intention in mind, but then
Yes, there's always the Nigerian factor.
exactly. So those were the moments. At that point, to be very honest with you, to be very frank, I was like, I'm done. Like, damn, let's do another thing, right? Because we were experiencing lots of chargeback, and it was heartbreaking.
Hmm.
That okay, you're trying to build something that is going to be
You are trying to
very,
build a solution. People are
and
not
then
seeing it.
and then they are trying to play games with it. So
Hmm.
at that point, I think that's one of the things. But we were able to, I was able to consult with some big people, and they told me, okay, this is what you're going to do. This is tighten up your KYC, do this, do this, do this. So we were able to do all those stuff, and then we went back into business. So that's it.
Wow, that's very impressive. So, if you are going to give any advice
Hmm.
to, if there is going to be any advice you are going to give to our audience right now
Hmm.
about starting a business, probably a
Hmm.
fintech company,
Hmm.
what's the first thing they need to put in place? What's the first thing they should look out for?
Well, I would say fintech space is so depressing. I
Oh,
would say that. I would say that.
depressing.
I will
Wow.
tell you. I will tell you because it's a lot of challenge at that space. Because you are fighting different forces. You're fighting users. You are fighting regulators.
Fighting
You are fighting
policymaker.
policymakers and everything. So, eh, for someone who wants to enter into that, you have to make sure that
You work on your mind.
you have zeroed your mind. Okay, I'm going to do this regardless, and you're going to do it in the right possible way. You know, uh, Basically, and you have to be. If you're not driven towards the solution you're building,
Hmm.
to be very honest, you won't actually see it through, because once the first hit comes, the second hit comes, you just leave it and go. So, but if you're so driven about it, if you're so driven about the solution you're bringing on the table, you you might actually have that spirit, pushing you forward even when everything is crashing down. So
Yeah.
that's all I can say.
So, as a country manager of Take It Bite Media LLC, as a co-founder of Sendbit, how were you able to manage all of these products under Take It Bite Media? Because it might look like a lot.
Yeah, it is. It is. At some point, I think there was a time, sometime last year, we are having 3 projects at the same time.
Ooh.
So and
In Nigeria?
yes,
Okay.
yeah, it was a Nigerian-based project. So we are handling them at the same time, and at that point, it was very challenging for me because you have to see what they are doing here, see what they are doing here, see what they are doing here. But what made it more easier is because I had good team, yeah, and most of the people on my team are my classmates, so we actually bonded very well while in school. So some of them work on contract basis, and because we share some kind of level of friendship and dedication while in school, we're still so dedicated to it. So at some point when I'm so not into it, some other person just picks up, and tries to say, I'm covering up for him, let him get himself and all. So I think that's how I have been able
So
to
you were
manage.
able to use people that you
Exactly,
already know that
exactly,
can key into the vision. Do you
exactly.
pay them?
Yeah, of course.
But they should understand better that we are just starting.
Yeah,
Please
yeah,
just manage it.
exactly. They understood that, okay, this is when we started at first, they understood that this is a long-term game for us, and they understood that, okay, we are bringing something on the table and something is going to come out of it, right? They believed in it because they believed in me to be kind of person that brings something better while in school, so they still have that belief till this moment. So
Wow,
when
that's very, very
yeah.
impressive. But so particularly, if I want to start a fintech company, and I don't have, is it possible for me to start a fintech company or anything in tech without having an idea of coding? Because you said you're a software developer.
Yeah.
And what if I'm not a software developer? What if I'm a business manager or I study business admin in school? I have idea of how business is run, but I don't have the skills. How can I do it?
Well, I believe you can, but you need to have a very good CTO. Like a very good CTO, you are bonded so well with your chief technical officer. Like he has to be very good at the game. Like okay, you're business minded. He should be very good at the coding.
At implementing it.
Yeah, because if you are saying, okay, I'm business minded, and then I want to hire people all the way, it's going to cost you a lot. And those people are working for their money. They're not working for the idea, right? So it's going to be more tasky for you, right? So, but then if you have a very good CTO who happens to be more of like a friend or something, then it's going to help you manage that aspect while you do the business game, right? So that is how it's going to. Else is going to be very, very difficult for you.
So do you have any other thing you do aside from Sendbit and Take It Right?
Well, presently I have nothing else I do.
Focus, 100% focus.
Yeah, everything I do is surrounding Techibite and Sendbit. Every single thing I do presently. Yeah, maybe we change in the future.
We
but
change in the future. We
so,
don't know.
yeah.
Sincerely, I love all of your responses. I have gained a lot. But I was just looking at how was Sendbit. I'm particularly focused on Sendbit now. How are they able to stand or withstand the competitive pressure? Pay stack.
Yeah.
I mean, if I say I have Sendbit, people will like, what's Sendbit? I would rather use this pay stack that I can call out on Twitter and they will answer me and all of those things. So how were you able to stand? How were you able to take your stand? And how were you able to be forging forward? Yeah.
So it's quite a very competitive industry, but because we have actually niched down, so it is not super competitive. Like let's say every other person that is using Paystack, that they can be in different fields, right?
Right.
Yeah, but people that are using us, like they are more like
Freelancers. Yeah.
So even when they are not using the invoice, they are likely to be using dollar cards, right?
Okay.
So they have a ton of things to actually do on it, but they have to be freelance, because if you're not, you will not actually see the importance of having it, right? So if you're actually telling just an ordinary person who's into some other business about Sendbit, They are not seeing it, yeah. So
So, but if
yeah,
you tell the freelancers,
exactly.
yeah,
Yeah, okay.
they will
It'll
relate
be
with
like,
it.
okay, okay. I think they are cheaper, so let me use it. So that's it.
Mm.
So
That's very, very beautiful. So we've talked about the struggles for too long, for
mm,
quite a while.
mhm,
Let's talk about the opportunities.
mhm,
You starting Sendbit with
mhm,
an extension here in Nigeria and Africa must
mm,
have some opportunities, because if you hadn't seen that, you
mm,
wouldn't have said you want to establish here. Or are
mm.
you establishing here because you are from here? Or
Well,
because you saw some opportunities and you say, okay, let's get into this. Even though we have these policy challenges and
mhm,
all, I can still see the bright side here
yeah.
and here. So what are the opportunities you saw then, and that you want to, that you key into?
Well, the opportunities where Nigeria have the numbers, you know.
We have the
Yeah,
number.
we have the numbers, and that's why different people from every other places come here. So we have the numbers. We can actually maximize it if we care. So, and for the fact that I am here also, I have a level of understanding about this market, right? If you take me to, I've gone to some other African countries. I don't really understand how it goes, right?
Mm.
So I'm just there as, let's say, a tourist, like a visitor, right? So I can just do and go.
Mm.
But here, I understand this terrain. You understand? So I might likely have one or two things, and I know, okay, where to go, what to do. Yeah, even if it's going to be super difficult, but I know exactly what to do. So this is the market I understand, and there is the numbers. And
Mm.
Nigerians have talent.
Yeah, we
You
are
know,
talented.
yeah, we have that talent. And if you look at it, the rising international job demand is, super, increasing, and all these people need an avenue to actually get their money back home. So that's where the opportunities
That's
are.
where the
Yeah,
opportunity
yeah,
is.
yeah.
Hmm.
So
That's very interesting. We're coming to a wrap. We
thank you.
almost 30 minutes. But then I would like you to tell us, in just 1 minute or two, can you just tell us about Take a Bite, Sendbit, yourself, and your co-founder to our audience?
All right, I would say every single work we have been doing on Sunday, I I actually have to appreciate my co-founder very well. Dami Oyindamola Eribemi is actually a very great guy, an amazing individual. Like, a he's actually one of the guys actually pushing things up, even irrespective of the fact that, I try to, coach, but he's a great guy. Without him, I would have stopped a
Long
long
way
time.
before. I
Yeah,
can't do this. So
yeah. Without him, I would have stopped. Sometimes it'd be like, oh, how far? Let's do this. You understand? So and then I would say, okay, the works we have been doing, we are actually trying to see ourselves get to the top. That's our goal.
how do you see yourself in
Yeah,
5 years from now?
exactly. So we are trying to see ourselves increasing, becoming, that go-to platform for
For
people, for
freelancing.
freelancers. So
Wow.
who actually are in need of these services.
Wow.
So that's what we are trying to do.
Ooh, wow. That is a very, very interesting episode.
Mhm.
Thank you very much, Mr. OBGC Chinwike.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, our audience, for listening to the segment of Young Einstein on the Idea Game Changer podcast. We appreciate you and we value your time. Thank you for joining our guests on discussing how to build financial technology company in Nigeria or in Africa. I hope you've learned a lot. I hope you've gained something worthwhile. If you have any question, do it to put it in the comment section, or you send us a mail at theideagamechanger@gmail.com, or you send us a mail at IdeaTV on any of your preferred social media platform. If you like to get a contact of our resource person, our guest, or if you like to contact him for any collaboration or partnership, do it to also send us a mail or a message, a direct DM on social media at Idea Television on X, LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, any of your preferred social media handle, and we'll be glad to answer your question. My name is Olali Mandela, and I'm your host for the Idea Game Changer podcast. Thank you.
It's a great start. Triple Helix is a great start, and so I'm really happy to see it in Nigeria. I've been mentoring entrepreneurs in Nigeria over the last 3 years,
And really, this is a great way for universities, researchers, even the student researchers, anyone who wants to promote their idea to the government or to the industry, and they have a way to talk with them and showcase what they are working on. And at the same time, also industry and government can also have some visibility on the research that is worth supporting and promoting for the next levels. And it helps with, when you have an idea in the university and you want to take it further into commercialization, you cannot do it by yourself. You have to find partners. This is a great way to find those partners and move the project forward. This is a great first start, and I'm taking back this experience to my colleagues in Egypt because, as you know, many of our universities do not have the infrastructure for research commercialization. Just we have this issue in Nigeria as the same as we have this issue in many African countries. So I'm taking this back as saying, it could be a forum, it could be a platform, some other manner, some other way of building this collaborations without the need for a lot of expenses or resource of infrastructure, for each university. We can come together and build some multi-stakeholder engagements and showcase the work and build some partnerships. Thank you very much.
To it, or can you just like have money? Oh, I have money. What can I invest my money into? Boom, poultry business.
So I feel generally, gone are the days where people just feel agribusiness generally is just for people maybe uneducated or have not found a way to make it in life and whatnot. I think right now, with the way trend is going, the agribusiness need, educated people, tech-savvy people, because this is what is going to change the game in the agri space. And so the more we have more educated people coming, the faster things, just like the way technology is making rapid progress everywhere. And so you have people coming, educated, like-minded, tech-savvy people coming to the poultry or agri-business as a whole. The narrative is changing, trends are moving faster.
Yeah.
We are now getting, the whole industry now is just, you're blowing it open. I mean, now it's not just the whole primitive way of doing things, because now technology now comes and make it easier. That way you're now reaching people faster. Not compromising quality either ways, but you just have a way of, technology has a way of, speeding up things and making things readily and easily accessible to a lot of people. And so I feel not necessarily you need to, at least especially for us young entrepreneurs, I believe that aspect of education is really important, because now what an educated person will do now will be quite different from what someone who is not educated is doing, because that way the difference is clear. You can easily spot this guy goes to school, and this one is just still learning the job. Although you can still come in, if you have money, you can come in the field, but strive as possible to hire educated people. That way, there's just a difference. There's a whole lot education does, and we should never ever take that for granted.
All right, for those who have the opinion that education or going to school is a major scam, you've heard it. In every aspect of life, you just need some, just a little bit of education, at least to be able to tackle situations and all. Let's talk about innovation. Let's still stick with innovation and all. So you had you went for a professional training with the US Soil Excellence Center.
Yeah.
So what shaped your business? Did it shape your business in a way?
Yeah.
Attending that?
A whole lot. Like, there's one thing knowledge can always do for you, because it improves your level of understanding of issues and things. And so we here in this part of the world, sometimes we tend to compromise knowledge. We just feel practical. We know how to do it now. We do it this way. We've done it before. We did it here in 1960. It worked like this. But the world is changing, and so it's knowledge that helps you keep up with trends of what is happening. And so learning, being a part of this program it contributed a whole lot. And I mean a whole lot, because there are things that I thought I knew, but hearing from people, industry experts who have not just in Nigeria, people abroad in the US and all that, and I've done this for a long time. And it was a mind opener, because now certain practices I was used to, I had to change now to be relevant or to be constant with the new trends of things. And so in the aspect of biosecurity, and a lot, because before now, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that the height of your bed can also affect the level of growth. And I didn't know that people actually measure the height of your bed, so they put the bed down, and and so from day old chick. So a lot. I mean, it opened my mind to a whole lot, and that particular training I cannot take it for granted. If there's an opportunity for another one, I'll definitely venture into it. It's something that really helped me a lot.
It is indeed a pleasure to be part of this epoch-making event, which is a Triple Helix SciBiz annual conference, specifically the maiden edition. It is like a dream come true because we've seen this right from the inception and longed for a time and a day when we would have this event. So being part of this has truly made our dreams, if you would say, come true. The dream about Triple Helix started, I would say, similar to the way Cypher Crescent started, because Cypher Crescent is a research and development company, and we had been able to commercialize our product or our research. And having to introduce and tell the world about it, Triple Helix seemed like the right platform to do that. So we're indeed glad to be part of this event, and we look forward to subsequent ones that will be coming next year and the years to come, and also seeing other entrepreneurs being able to commercialize their innovation and research at the same time developing our economy and society.
She said Triple Helix SciBiz conference is a dream come true. To me, I would like to modify that a bit. I think it's the beginning of a dream. We dream to see Nigeria play a very pivotal role in the Committee of Nations. Why do we say so? Cyber Crescent is an innovation-driven company. We thrive, we sell innovation. So we've discovered that the way forward for Nigeria is to really invest in the knowledge industry, to invest in research, to invest in creation of of value. And the shortest way to do so today in the world of today is through technology, is through innovation. And we discovered no sector can do that in isolation. For example, like you said in Cypher Crescent, we drew a lot of resources from the academia. We drew a lot of also encouragement from the government, so to say. And you could imagine the government have been shouting for some time, all of us, that we need to diversify our economy. We have a mono-resource economy, which is not very good for the country. How do we do that? We need to diversify. We need to tweak our policies to stimulate innovation. We need to also rejig our curricula, the learning, the reward systems in school. And people don't need to work inside those. We need to come to it. It has worked. It's a case study. The success of Cypher Crescent is a case study that's the way it works. So we have also borrowed models from other countries, study how it is done, South America, Brazil, in the UK, and different places. We say every sector of the society needs to come together. So a lot of research are being turned out in the universities, in the polytechnics everywhere, but we really want to now rechannel them to be demand-based, to be research that solve societal problems. So that is the whole drive about Triple Helix, coming together to share idea, coming together to infuse resources, to ensure that we research in the direction that brings value, and the country is going to be the overall beneficiary. And what will be the country is all of us, including Idea TV.
Today on Idea TV Special Features, you're in for a heartwarming session about something that's very critical. We will be looking at seeing the spectrum, love, support, and autism in focus. In classrooms, in homes, everywhere around us. We have children, we have people who see and feel the world in a very different rhythm. However, what is missing is that a lot of people are yet to understand the spectrum. As a result, what do we have? We have bullying, we have discrimination, we have all sorts of vices meted against these people. But today on the program, we'll be changing that. Today we'll be meeting a woman who's doing something very amazing through the Pat Silver Educational Support and Therapy Center. We'll also be meeting a courageous mother whose journey with autism is one that's very remarkable and groundbreaking. And of course, a brilliant young boy who is showing us that nothing is impossible as long as you are alive. And so we go on a short break. When we return, it'll be time to meet our guest. All right, welcome back. It's now time for you to meet our guest today. My first guest is Madam Evelyn Mensah Agu. She is the program director at Pat Silver Educational Support and Therapy Center, the CEO and founder of Pat Silver Foundation, and board certified autism and cognitive specialist with over 2 decades of experience in the UK, Ireland, and Nigeria. You can see that we have an expert in the house who's going to be able to, unravel this phenomenon that we are used to or not so used to. We also have Madam Pat Ogbande, on the other hand, a proud and devoted mother, an advocate whose journey of raising her autistic son is one of courage, growth, and resilience. So it's so good to have you, Madam Pat and Madam Evelyn Agu.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I'll start with you, our expert. I'd like to know what sparked your journey into supporting neurodivergent children?
Whenever I get this question, I don't even know what to say. Other than I'm a people person. I like to see people happy. I like to create impact on people's lives. I think it has to do with the fact that I'm an eldest child, so I've always taken care of my siblings and then other family members around me. But I think um, the main push was just wanting to see people happy and just impact on people's lives. And I have not regretted since then.
Okay, very well. But still speaking about that, from your work at Pat Silver Foundation, what can you say is, what does autism support in Nigeria look like currently?
I think it's getting better. I mean, we've been in Nigeria for a while now. We're 10 years in January. So it's getting better. It used to be almost like a myth, like, well, there's nothing like autism. It's bad parenting. A lot of ignorant people will put it to bad parenting, poor parenting, and bad behavior, negative behavior, and all that. But I think the awareness is getting out there, and I just want to say thank you to Idea TV for coming up with this, because this is another way of creating advocacy and awareness for the populace, for the citizens, so that there'll be, because what we need is more acceptance. So over the years, the acceptance is getting better, but we still have a long way to go.
I totally agree.
Yeah.
So as an expert in this field, what would you say are the early signs of autism that parents need to watch out for?
Okay, so early signs of autism. First of all, autism, let me define what autism is. First,
Okay.
let me define. So autism is a neurological it's a neurological disorder that affects 3 major areas of the affected individual's life. So it's called triad impairment, which, because it affects the behavior, that's communication, cognitive skill, and behavior, communication, and cognitive skill. So if you look at it, it's linked. The reason it affects behavior is because of the poor, deficit in communication. If you can't communicate, sometimes you just have to use, body language to communicate. For example, if you have an issue with your spouse or your partner, it's not every time you say what's on your mind.
Sure.
Your behavior will communicate, what you're thinking or what you're feeling. So that's why the lack of or deficit in communication affects the behavior. And then it also affects learning, which is where learning disability comes in, which is one of the symptoms. And then poor eye contact. If you look at children are the most sociable species you can think of. They are usually literally in your face. But when it comes to children with autism, that eye contact is not there. And then the social, which is also behavior, social interaction with others. Sometimes they see it as, oh, this person is snobbish, or they just don't want to have
Relate,
friends.
yeah.
No, they don't know how to make friends. They don't have the skill it takes, because it takes skills, certain level of skills to make friends. They don't have that skill, so that's why most of them, they have limited friends. They can't, even when they make the friend, it takes a lot to maintain friendship as
Yeah,
well.
actually.
Even for some of us adults, it takes a lot to
A whole
maintain
lot.
friendship. So let me start from the early years, which is the sometimes delay in speech. You see the child usually from 18 months. Some children even start from 14 months, 14, 15 months. They started talking. They start with the single words, which is what we call the manding. So if they need water, for example, instead of saying I want water, they can just say water, food. So those are manding. They're using one words to make requests, especially survival requests, food, water, you know, um, toileting and all that. So, but for children on the spectrum, so the neurotypical children, so let me just correct this. We don't say abnormal, we say neurotypical. So that people don't say, okay, the normal children. So if you say one set is normal, then the other set is
It's
abnormal. So any opportunity I get, I always like to let people know we use the word neurotypical,
Neurotypical.
not normal. So for the neurotypical children, they start with demanding, and then they start to change their words. They start to use sentences, make requests. They're hitting their milestones. But when it comes to autism, they might start using the words. And then at ages 15, 18 months, they start to lose the words again. So that's what we call loss of acquired skills. So it's not just words, it could even be other, milestones that they have achieved. And before you know it, they're going down instead of progressing. So that's one sign. And then, of course, like, wanting to play in isolation. You carry them and mix them up with other children. They leave that space that you have brought them to. And then you bring the children to them, they leave that space. So they just want to be on their own. It's not because they don't care about other children. It's a lot to play with other children. You have to communicate, you have to do turn taking, you have to do share